Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obuni kife la chasha so, obuni kife me chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love for me. Hey, yeah, I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, oh. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuni kife la chasha me oh. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go.
Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what I don't really forget me.
Okay.
I'm going to film. I'm not getting Mama sina mwabeto go kwa akana mwamu jelomba owe butike akanilu ne butilo wanemu ata wanke ya dika ya tomwa
Every look on, don't turn, every look on. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them, Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emilokon, don't turn to Ebilokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Kyari, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga. APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children, I ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. MELE printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our refineries, where we promise to fix. I've been at Dangote Refineries, would they depend?
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun.
That was meant to land on my face, but here it is. So there it is. Surprise. So there it is. So there it is. The usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Oh no, I didn't even say good day and all that. Good day to you all. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Good day to you all. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So good day to you all. Good to be in your company. And how are you? The usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard brings you into the studio. Somebody already joins us, so that's always good. So we have a complement of 10 people that can be on the screen at any point in time. So there are 2 of us now. We need 8 more. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. So be doing these things as I'm inviting you to do them by the way. So vitally important. You know, I wouldn't do it as a sing-along if it doesn't, you know, let me just say this. I'm going to put it up now, but every single session I put up this poll. Let me put it up now actually. Un momento, por favor. Un momento. All right. So, pardon me. So that poll showing on your screen now, every single session, I put it up, and about 120, 130 people interact with it. So that question is, that poll is asking, have you liked, shared, and subscribed? That's what that poll is asking. And then it gives you the option to either click on yes or click on no. So you see about 130, 150 interaction with that poll. But when you look at the like numbers, it's only about 30. So, yes, I'm always unprepared. That's how it's nothing like professionalism, is it, Choma? You know it by now. It's literally one man just sitting, and it's just a random man just talking. No, I'm not even sure why you've tolerated it for as long as you have. It's literally just one man talking. And by one man, I mean just one individual just talking random nonsense in his conservatory, and curiously enough, you guys seem to want to participate in that. So yes, I will try to be more prepared. But sometimes I like to fumble my way through it, because it's in that fumbling that the gems come out. But that poll that I've just put up, about 120, 130 people interact with it. That poll is asking you the question: have you clicked on the like button, and are you subscribed? So about 130 on average every single day interact with that poll. But when you look at the like numbers, it's only about 30 thereabouts. So that is to tell you that there are malicious viewership going on. People actually viewing with malice. Yes, thank you, Chioma. I love you too. So yes, let's start again. So click on like, click on subscribe. So defy the logic this time around and do exactly that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then follow the example that Ayo has already set. We need a minimum of 5 super interactions with this session. That's the standard. So every single session, we need a minimum of 5 super interactions, and usually the first interaction sets the bar. So you either match or surpass. So that's the expectation. Don't be derisory and be super chatting $1, something like that. So keep that one in your pocket. But if you can match or surpass what is already on the screen, then we invite you to do that. So we need we would like a minimum of 5 super interactions with the session. Ayo kicks it off. Ayo's actually done 2, but even though Ayo has done 2, that's 2 coming from one individual. So we still need a minimum of 4 more individuals doing that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on the $ to super chat, and on our Facebook as well, do the star thing. We are not seeing enough activities in that space. And for the Facebook viewership, can you please make sure you are sharing? We don't do that often. We just add the Facebook really as a tag along. We're not really doing much there, but maybe we should start pushing that. You know, Facebook is actually the biggest social media platform. So I think we are missing a step, not pushing in that direction. So the Facebook viewership should please share the link on their pages. So all those nice and cozy things. So do all those things. Let's just get into it. There's so much to go through that I don't want to waste too much time. I'm going to speed through as much as the readouts. I've got about 6-7 clips to show you. So it's just going to be there's so much to give in this particular session. So let the giving begin. Protest. Obi's lawyers write Ononuga, demand 5 billion naira and an apology. So there it is right there. So the allegation that Bayo Ononuga made against the Peter Obi space, it gave them no room other than to make this move, because he accused Obi frontally. You know what is actually accusing Obi of? It's actually a treasonable crime. What is what Bayo Ononuga is actually accusing Obi of is actually a treasonable crime, because what Bayo Ononuga is accusing Obi of is essentially fomenting facilitating what essentially might well be a civilian coup against an elected government. So it's treason. No, there's no other way to color it. And if that protest, if it spirals out of control, Bayo Ononuga has already packed the blame at Obi's doorstep in waiting. So it's left no room for maneuver other than for Obi to frontally address it. Obi frontally addresses a protest. Obi's lawyers write Ononuga, demand 5 billion and an apology. So no room to move. So let's see what this means. Let's see. Let's see what this means. Presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP in the 2023 general election, Peter Obi, has given Mr. Bayo Ononuga, the special advisor on communications and strategy, to the president 72 hours within which to pay 5 billion naira as damages, as well as a public apology published in 4 national newspapers for defamation and libel or face legal action. So there it is. You know, all this letter writing actually it doesn't really move anything, because how many letters have they written demanding apologies, demanding XYZ? It only really captures that moment as a response, and it never really amounts to anything. So if this doesn't follow through, then Obi still stands accused. Presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP in the 2023 general election, Peter Obi, has given Mr. Bayo Ononuga, the special advisor on communications and strategy to the president, 72 hours within which to pay 5 billion naira as damages, as well as a public apology published in 4 national newspapers for defamation and libel or face legal action. Obi demanded that Mr. Ononuga retract his wild allegation linking him to the planned mass protest scheduled for August. Recall that the presidential spokesperson had on July the 20th, 2024, claimed on his X handle that Mr. Peter Obi's supporters are the people planning mayhem in Nigeria, and that Obi should be held responsible for anarchy. Obi writing through his counsel, Chief Alex Ejesieme SAN of Madiba Chambers, said that the allegation, which was widely published on social media and mainstream media and read by many within and outside the country, maligned his hard-earned reputation as a man who indulges in violence when all his antecedents are vivid, that he abhors violence even in the face of extreme provocation, the legal counsel wrote. It is our client's conviction that the publication was a calculated plot to demean, ridicule, humiliate, and embarrass him by the estimation of every right-thinking member of the society. The letter further stated that the allegation may have achieved its insipid motive, as well-wishers from all around the globe have inundated Obi to register their shock. His appellation as Okuta notwithstanding, the demeaning and scandalous publication. Anyway, it goes on and on, but there it is right there. So Obi takes to law to try and push back. But let me take you to this next one. So this next one now goes to the heart of all of the conversations that we have been having over the last 3 days. People in NNPC don't want subsidy scam to end. So the person who is an insider, both in the financial spaces and the top echelons of Nigerian society, Emir Sanusi. So he, of course, he never misses a window of opportunity to get into a controversy. People in NNPC don't want subsidy scam to end. So we all know this, by the way, and the ugly face of the ugliness that has been afflicting Nigeria is now coming out in the open glare. MELE Kyari stands accused. That guy Farouk, he stands accused. And the backdrop of the people that back them up, they stand accused. The 16th Emir of Kano, Muhammadu Sanusi II, has said that Alhaji Aliko Dangote should not be blamed for buying dollars at lower rates at the time he was building his refinery, because that was the actual rate the Apex Bank was selling to everybody at the time. Sanusi, who commented on the issue through his SOP chat group, initially said, "I honestly do not think it is a good idea for me to make comment on these issues, but some comments surprised me, and I just have to say something." The Emir then went on to remark, Aliko Dangote did not fix the price at which the CBN sold dollars. Everyone got dollars from the CBN, got dollars at the same rate if they bought on the same day. So we cannot blame him for buying dollars at a rate the CBN itself decided to sell to its customers. So I think there's embedded a lie within that already. We know that Dangote bought dollars at a discounted rate from the CBN for reasons of its edifice being of national importance. That's a discounted rate. So I'm not quite sure if that holds. So the question, pardon me. So the question for me is this: let us forget the man Dangote. If the central bank were to prioritize a single enterprise for forex allocation, how many enterprises can we think of that are worthier than a refinery right like this? So therein lies the admission right there. So the CBN did prioritize. Not only did they discount to sell to Dangote, they also gave him a good chunk of the monies available and then spread the rest around everybody else that needed dollars. So that guy has had a sweetheart deal with the Nigerian state for goodness knows how long. Consider the drain on our forex from importing petroleum products, the tens of billions of dollars of forex spent abroad, and the huge loss due to theft in the name of subsidy. By the way, how much forex did Dangote buy from the CBN at this subsidized rate? So it does admit that Dangote was. You see, therein lies the totality of all of the problem is captured in that little sentence right there. So the totality of all of the problem is captured in this little sentence right here. And by the way, Sanusi is the former CBN governor, so he would have been selling to Dangote too. So this essentially is an admission right here. By the way, how much forex did Dangote buy from the CBN at this subsidized rate? So with that is an admission then that dollars was being sold to Dangote at a subsidized rate. So if dollars was being sold to Dangote at a subsidized rate, then what is Dangote doing with that dollar? Is he using it for the purpose with which he applied for it? Everybody knew he was round-tripping the money. He was buying from CBN at discount, selling to the market at black market rate, and tripling his money in just swift financial sharp moves. So that is where the real problem is. So the chickens have now come home to roost. So I'm not quite sure I have any sympathy for Dangote. By the way, how much forex did Dangote buy from the CBN at this subsidized rate? How much forex did NNPC take from the Federation account in the same year in the name of running and turning it around? In the name of running and turning around its dead refineries? What are we benchmarking against? If any Nigerian came to me as a CBN governor with a project like this refinery, I will recognize immediately its potential impact on the economy and give it all the support it needed. Let our views on forex policies not becloud our sense of priorities. Once the CBN decided to sell dollars at the below market, so this is so there is no equivocation that they were selling to Dangote at a discounted rate. Lamido Sanusi admits it twice. And by the way, this is from his Twitter handle. So they've called this from his Twitter handle. So that's where it's coming from. Let our views on forex not becloud our sense of priority. Once the CBN decided to sell dollars at the below market, it will be forced to ration the limited dollars available. So there it is right there. To my mind, giving dollars for the construction of a refinery is better than rice importers and indeed almost every other enterprise apart from education and health, given the impact on the macro. On the argument by NNPC that relying on one refinery is bad for our energy security, Mohamedou Sanusi II said, this is most laughable. On the contrary, relying on a local refinery is far more secure than these imports. It is a very rich argument from an entity that had been given billions of dollars in the name of turnaround maintenance and not produced a drop of products from 4 refineries. Because it is more profitable to continue extracting rent in the name of subsidy. If the NNPC activated its refineries, there will be no monopoly. Then we can see the sulfate content of its products and compare them to Dangote's, he said further. Until then, keeping quiet is the honorable option for it. NNPC and its spin-offs have lost any right to talk until they fix the mess they have thrown us into. In any case, if Dangote Refinery is unable to meet local demand, the gap can be filled by imports. These people in NNPC do not want to end their lucrative subsidy scam. So that's Mohamedou Sanusi right there, frontally accusing NNPC of fraud. And this is the second time within the week that a senior member of society has, Dangote himself, he accused them of fraud, that they were they had some farm or some plant of Malta where they were recycling imported petroleum with bad products in order to expand their wealth and in order to expand the quantity and then issuing fake certificates. So Dangote accused them of that, and summarily now Sanusi accuses them of that as well. So listen again. In any case, if Dangote Refinery is unable to meet local demand, the gap can be filled by imports. These people in NNPC do not want to end their lucrative subsidy scam, and I don't think they will end it. So there it is right there. So if we until we tackle NNPC, we're nothing like a nation. But as a nation, if we do not thank Dangote for what he has done as an African to deal a hammer blow to multinationals and the rentier system, and for structural change in this economy through value added in various sectors, we should not condemn him. Also, we tend to repeat stories without evidence. We hear about Dangote getting favorable taxation, but no one has said what this tax is. So there was a time that Dangote did get some tax deal, but that was a tax for infrastructure deal. Do you remember that Dangote is repairing that from Tinkan Island all the way through to Apapa and coming down with his construction company? So that is a tax for infrastructure sort of deal that he had with the Buhari administration. Also, we tend to repeat stories without evidence. We hear about Dangote getting favorable taxation, but no one has said what this tax is. If he got it alone, or if it was offered to a sector or to pioneers, and if such a practice is in fact normal to encourage investment. The emir concluded thus: instead of killing Dangote, we should try and make more like him. Nigeria always kills its heroes and its best because of envy and pettiness. So that's Lamido Sanusi, both barrels at the rent-seeking space. So both barrels at the rent-seeking space. Very quickly onto this, Lagos test runs red line rail. So just in time then to be burnt down by the anarchists on the 1st of August. Lagos test runs red line rail. So I'm not quite sure what anybody would demonstrate in Lagos. Lagos is working. They are paying more than minimum wage to their staff, to the civil servants, and they're doing everything that they should be doing. So if you want to demonstrate, go and demonstrate in a state that is not working. Actually, let me give you an example of where you should go and demonstrate. I have a clip. I was actually going to leave the clips till later, but so if you want to go and demonstrate in this place.
We are not happy. This is Ugunabo Local Government Secretariat under lock and key. There will be no entrance until our salaries are paid. Read it very closely. from Ogunabo local government on paid workers, His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, Executive Governor of Abia State, pay us our 4-month salary. We are not ghost workers. If people can bear me witness, most of the people that have received their salaries so far are even dead staffs. The people who are working as consultants at Omahia does not know anybody at all.
Right. So if you want to protest, then go and protest in Abia State. Lagos is paying more than 70,000 long before 70,000 was agreed as a minimum wage. Lagos has health insurance for civil servants, and they have even a housing package for them. So they are building infrastructures at a rapid rate to insulate and to ease the burden of life on their workers. So Lagos is working perfectly well. So if you want to protest, then go to places. We just heard from Abia State that the guy is just looting out the money, not paying the staff, not paying the civil servants. So go to Abia State and burn it down instead. So go to Abia State and burn it down instead. Lagos test runs red line rail. So another feather in the cap of Lagos State right there. Lagos marching forward. Lagos will become an international, already is an international city anyway. So let's go on from there to another one, still within the Dangote space. Kyari replies Dangote, says it doesn't own a blending plant in Malta. So they are slowly opening up their blockers, as we say in Ileoluji. MELE Kyari, the Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigeria National Petroleum Company, says he does not own a blending plant in Malta. Kyari spoke on Tuesday in response to claims by Aliko Dangote, Africa's richest man, that officials of the NNPC operate an oil facility in Malta, an island country located in the central Mediterranean Sea. Apart from the NNPC personnel, Dangote, who addressed the House of Representatives on July the 22nd, also alleged that oil traders and terminals have opened a blending plant in the island. An oil blending plant has no refining capacity, but can be used to blend refined oil, a used petrol oil that has been treated to remove dirt and fuel and water with additives to create finished lubricant products. Speaking in a post on social media, Kyari said he wasn't aware of any NNPC employee that operates such a plant in the aforementioned country. I am inundated by inquiries from family members, friends, and associates in the public. I am inundated by inquiries from family members, friends, and associates on the public declaration by the president of Dangote Group that some NNPC workers have established a blending plant in Malta, thereby impeding procurement from local production of petroleum products. He said, to clarify the allegation regarding blending plants, I do not own or operate any business directly or by proxy anywhere in the world, with the exception of a local mini agricultural venture. So all he owns outside the work is a farm, is what he's saying. Neither am I aware of any employee of the NNPC that owns or operates a blending plant in Malta or anywhere else in the world. A blending plant in Malta or any part of the world has no influence over NNPC's business operations and strategic actions. For further assurance, our compliance sanction grid shall apply to any NNPC employee who is established to be involved in doing so if availed. And I strongly recommend that such individuals be declared public and be made known to relevant government security agencies for necessary action in view of the grave implication for national energy security. So he's calling Dangote's bluff to say name names is what he's saying. Dangote's allegation and Kyari's denials are offshoot of a discord that has lingered for days between the mogul and oil industry regulators. The dispute had peaked on July the 18th when Farouk Ahmed, the chief executive officer of NMDPRA, said local refineries, including the Dangote Refinery, produce inferior products compared to the ones imported into the country. Dangote denied the allegation by testing diesel from his refinery on July the 20th when federal lawmakers visited the plant. He also called for a probe into the allegation of the NMP of that guy anyway. So there it is right there. So they're opening up their blockhouse, as they say, and it smells foul. Opening up their blockhouse and it smells foul. So yes, Kyari denies ownership of blending plants. So we've just done that. So I'll give you this as a headline as I start to, I don't want the readers to be too long and extended. So let me just give you this as a headline. The room does need populating, by the way. So anybody that wants to be part of the conversation, jump on. EFCC bust illegal mining operation in Ogbomosho. 10 suspects arrested with trucks of lithium. So lithium seems to be the most harvested mineral resource now out of and it's the Chinese usually behind this operation. And I didn't even know that Oyo State was so mineral rich until we had that explosion. So there it is right there. Let's go on from that to another one. I think we did this one yesterday. Oh, no, we haven't actually. Nigeria's external reserve hit 17-month high, gains $2.35 billion in 18 months. So the estimation is that the foreign reserve is fast forwarding towards $40 billion, which will insulate, of course, the value of the naira. So let's go on from there. So let's go back to Obi and his party man, Bayo Ononuga. Inflation between Peter Obi and President Tinubu's aide, Bayo Ononuga. So there seems to be an exchange here. I'm not quite sure why I saved this, but let's find out. So this is Obi coming out to, as usual, try and demarket the country, by extension, the government. When Nigeria returns to democratic governance in 1999, it maintained an average GDP growth of about 6.72% for 16 years from 1999 to 2014. The impressive growth trajectory, unfortunately, was not sustained by the then new government, and our GDP growth collapsed to 2.79% in 2015, and then sunk into a recession in 2016 with a negative growth of minus 1.58% and 0.82% in 2017. So if somebody wrote this for him, of course, he has no concept of any of these things. So he can really read and write. So we all know that. When Nigeria returned to democratic governance in 1999, it maintained an average GDP growth of about 6.72% for 16 years from 1999 to 2014. The impressive growth trajectory, unfortunately, was not sustained by the then new government, and our GDP growth collapsed to 2.79% in 2015 and then sunk into recession in 2016 with a negative growth. So how can it be in you see that it's just I really hate those sort of how can it be a negative growth? You can't grow negatively with it should be with a regression, not a what's a negative anyway, and there it is. Like I said, it can barely read it right. With a negative growth of minus 1.58% and 0.82% in 2017. For the past 9 years, Nigeria's economy has seen unprecedented retrogression on many fronts. In 2014, just before the inception of a new administration, a year later, Nigeria had the biggest economy in Africa with a gross domestic product of $568 billion and a GDP per capita of $3,200. Our economic indices pointed towards hope and prospects for the future growth of the economy. 9 years later, the giant of Africa has retrogressed to the 4th largest economy in Africa. So this is a storyline that has been subsisting for a good while. So Obi latches on that and he tries to pad it out with figures. Reports showed our GDP in 2023 stood at $375 billion with a per capita of $17,000. In 2024, our estimated GDP declined further to $253 billion with an estimated per capita of $1,087. These trends and figures showed how our 9 years journey since 2015 has resulted in a sharp decline in our national prosperity. So that's the Obi opening salvo. So I think it goes on still. It says, today, poverty is pervasive and on the increase. Unemployment is rising. Food inflation has skyrocketed to over 43%. Foreign and local investors are losing faith in the future growth of our economy and are living in large numbers. Businesses are shutting down. Urgent actions need to be taken to salvage the nation from further economic collapse and move it from consumption to production. However, instead of concerning ourselves with all these challenges, threatening our collective existence and finding ways to recreate an inclusive and sustainable economy, pull millions of people out of poverty and return our nearly 20 million out of school, etc., etc., etc. So it does that, the ding dong, ding dong. So it does the ding dong, ding dong. So what does Bayo? So I think it parts it out with graphs as well. So this graph then shows you then, it says Nigerian annual GDP. So it presents it in a graph form under Obasanjo. So it was 0.5 something percent when he took over. He had his peak in 2002, but he maintained a healthy trajectory. Yar'Adua somewhat held steady. Goodluck Jonathan, he still didn't match Obasanjo, but the spikes in growth under Goodluck Jonathan is essentially about just how oil was selling for nearly $200 to the barrel. So Buhari, of course, he regressed the economy quite significantly. So that's the storyline that Obi is inviting you then, that he has the capacity to do better. Can you imagine that? So it goes on. Africa's largest economies are 2014, Nigeria, etc., etc. So he puts a graph to those figures that he churned out. This is Bayo Ononuga's response. It says, Labour Party failed presidential candidate Peter Obi has come up with his misleading half-truth statistics again. The big question is why this economic review at this time? The motive is clear. He wants to walk up his mob. Plotting to destabilize the country for the from next week. So yes. So essentially, a dog whistle is how Ononuga is saying that. So a dog whistle is how Ononuga is saying that. Let me show you this. We were expecting this to be happening a lot more and quicker, but it started to happen. LP senator defects to APC. By the end of it all, Alex Otti will be an APC man. I think we all know that. So that comes as no surprise to anyone. So that ends the readout. So I'm going to play you a series of video clips. If nobody turns up for the conversation, then we might just call it a night. But let's go back to the demonstrations. And this is missives from Abuja. They're not in my doorstep. They call it NIMBY, not in my backyard, but this one not in my town. So these are the females from Abuja telling you to go back home.
No to protest. We, the women of indigenous people of FCT, we said no to any protest that they want to do. If you have any protest that you want to do, go back to your state and allow us to be in peace. Because
so there it is right there. You can protest, but go. This is what everybody has been saying. Take the protest to your own home state. If you feel that strongly, then let that strength of feeling be felt in your own home state. So not in my backyard. But who exactly are protesting? This is the question being asked by this chap. Watch this.
My people, hey, Igbo people say they are not part of this protest. And that is a very wonderful information. Igbo, the East, say they are not part of the protest. So if you be Igbo, you do Lagos. No come out, come protest for Lagos. Go back to your state, go and relax. If you be outside, even outside people say they are not protesting. You understand? So if you be outside, no day Kogi or Abuja make you protest. So go back to the north and protest. What thing they surprise me now, say Igbo say they are not protesting. Hausa say they are not protesting. And who is protesting? Is it strangers coming to protest? May they tell us so. I mean, na Yoruba when na their brother be president. Now they want protest. May they let us know. Because anybody that want to disturb the peace of this country will face the rule wrath of the law. You know what happened for Libya? Libya people, they say that they suffer, they kill Muammar Gaddafi. Now go to Libya now. They are suffering, eating from frying pan to pan. All those countries where they fight now, they protest. You think they are better than Nigeria? Nigeria is a peaceful country, and together we will succeed. At the time when Nigeria won't enjoy, now that time they want to do protests. Local government autonomy, everything don't they happen. Nigeria is a peaceful country, and nobody can destroy the peace and the unity of this country. Share this video, because if people say they are not protesting, Hausa say they are not protesting, Yoruba say they are not protesting, who is protesting? Which means anybody coming out for protest is a stranger and a terrorist. Share this video and have a wonderful day.
All right. So that question remains, of course, who exactly is protesting? Everybody knows that it's a partisan protest being organized by political actors, the obedience space and the chivalrous space. So those are the people propelling this. Those are the people propelling this, but nevertheless, the government seems to somewhat have gotten the government's attention, and this is what the government has to say.
We also discussed the issue of the country generally, and Mr. President has asked me to again inform Nigerians that he listens to them, especially the young people that are trying to protest. Mr. President is listening to them. He takes what they say seriously and is working assiduously to ensure that this country is good, not just for today, but also for the future. The issue of the planned protest, Mr. President does not see any need for that. He's asked them to shelve that plan. He's asked them to await government response to all their pleas. He has listened to them, like I said, and a lot is happening. Only today, the National Assembly has expeditiously passed the new national minimum wage. You can see how the president is working. It was transmitted only yesterday. Today it has been passed. A lot of other interventions that the president has also put in place are also going to be looked at expeditiously in the interest of Nigeria. So there's no need for strike. The young people out there should listen to the president and allow the president more time to see to the realization of all the goodies.
So there it is right there. So that's the soft tone of the government asking the protesters to sheathe their intentions. So sheathe your intentions and give the government the time to address what concerns you have raised and engage in conversation instead. So they are asking them to sheathe now, and all of the right language is being used. But when it spirals out of control, the government has the whip hand to control it. So the government has the whip hand to control it, but there is nothing really new or spectacular about this. This is not the Gen Zs or whatever it is that are showing their spurs. This is just a repeat of what has always obtained. Watch this.
Which way Nigeria? Which way Nigeria? Which way to go? Which way to go? I love my fatherland. Oh yeah. I want to know. Yes, I want to know. Which way Nigeria is heading to? Which way Nigeria? Which way Nigeria? Which way to go? Which way to go? I love my fatherland. Oh yeah. I want to know. I want to know. Which way Nigeria is heading to? Many years after independence, we still find it hard to start. How long shall we be patient before we reach the promised land? Let's save Nigeria, so Nigeria won't die. Which way Nigeria? Which way Nigeria? Tell me.
So there it is. I wonder if Tinubu was the president of Nigeria in 1965 when people were protesting the exact same thing. So the exact same thing, but for whatever you do, be lucky that you're not in Uganda, because there is zero tolerance for this sort of waywardness. It's not the soft tones that you're hearing from Aso Rock. Or go step on the streets in Uganda and you get shot.
The question is, what right then do you have to seek to generate chaotic behavior? What right do you have? We are busy producing wealth. You are getting cheap food. Other people in the other parts of the world are starving. They are crying for hunger. And you here, you want to disturb us. You are playing with fire, because we cannot allow you to disturb us. Demonstrate. When you demonstrate in a place like Kampala, people are sitting on the roadside. Are you going to step in people's products? You are playing. Do not have such ideas in your head. If you want, contact Nakarema on a day when there is no Sunday, there's no traffic here in the center. At least we can go to Korora and talk nicely about whatever we want to talk about, but do not bring. Don't be tempted to bring chaos, step on people's products on the road. So we are wealth creators. We have defended the direction of Uganda's revolutionary path in the past, and we shall defend it even more now. So please join us if you can, but if you can't, don't disturb. With these few words, I thank everybody for listening.
So there it is. So all these soft gloves, be thankful that you're not in Uganda. So I'll be thankful that you're not in Uganda. So now this next clip, it speaks to the rank hypocrisy that seems to be the currency within the Nigerian space right now, the rank hypocrisy. So the people that are being righteously indignant are people that are marinated, satiated, and deep-dyed in the cesspool of iniquity. So these are iniquitous people are trying to be righteous and sanctimonious. What am I talking about? Watch this.
Nothing big to see here. I just wanted to say big congratulations to Mr. Dati Ahmed, the founder of Base University, Abuja. His daughter just graduated from a university in Reading in the United Kingdom. Founder of Base University, his daughter just graduated for abroad. But you know, a new Nigeria is possible from consumption to production, from schooling abroad to schooling home, because some people, I'm not mentioning him, you know you mentioned him just now, but some people, when they contest for election last year, they shout from consumption to production. And when you check them, that same person are the biggest importer, now one of the biggest importers for Nigeria. So take the person, they import toothpick. The person imports, so they import toothpick, join. And I then shout from consumption to production. And these same people, one of them na governor before. The person if you come out, come talk, say, when I be governor, this na the factory, oh, this na the factory where I put for my state, oh, this na waiting with the produce for my state. The person know if you talk on. But from consumption to production. Then the other person, when it be that person running mate, now I open my talk, say, we then look the educational system for Nigeria.
Make them look in own school. Anyway, I just want to congratulate him because the person Pekin just finished for UK, but the person gets school for Nigeria. So still from consumption to production, from schooling abroad to schooling home, you know. In some people's cases, charity, you know, they begin at home, or charity they begin from abroad. The biggest net importer, one of the biggest net, like, you know, if you count 1, 2, 3 people when they import for Nigeria, may you not count this person when at the talk join, but the person I shout from consumption to production pass. You be governor, you know, put any factory where we say then they produce anything for good 8 years. Now you come out, they shout from consumption to production.
All right, so that guy goes on for a couple more minutes, but I think the point is made. So Yusuf Dati, who is the proprietor of what he insists is one of the best universities that Nigeria has to offer, is just graduating his daughter from a university in Reading, which is a second-tier university in the UK, maybe even a third tier. So he's telling us that this is consumption too. These are iniquitous people. These are not people of value, but there it is. So there it is. I'll send the link again. If you want the conversation, you have to hop on. We'll play the Kegite music, see where we land. But there it is. So that's the presentation. What now left is your contribution. Do I want to play you one more clip? I'll play the Kegite music. If nobody turns up, I'll play you one more clip, and then we might just round it off. Let's see. Where is the Kegite music? Where are you? The Kegite music. We do this every day. This is why Chomas accuses me of being unprepared. But there it is. The Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Faila ti kekere elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agweshe may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us Pansat and followed by Kenneth. So that's the list so far. So hopefully others hop on. Good to have you, gentlemen. Where we kicking it off? Let's kick it. Either way is still the same narrative, but let's kick it off with Ekene. See if he's ready. Ekene.
One man go with Pansat.
All right. Hopefully Pansat is ready. Otherwise, we don't know what happens next. Pansat.
Yeah. Hello, Ekene, my brother. How are you? We thank God that you're here. One man. How are you?
I'm good, bro. I'm good, bro.
I'm good. Good to have you here, Pansata. So good to have you here. So, I mean, You can launch into the conversation from wherever you'd like. Sanusi telling us, Lamido Sanusi, that is Emir, telling us then that that it's essentially corruption fighting back the narrative with Dangote, that the rent steers, the rent seekers within the NMPC, they are showing their fangs. So there's that. Peter Obi takes to law to attack Bayo Ononuga. So there is that. Commentaries coming out of Uganda. So I mean, to the conversation at whatever entry point you'd like.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll be remiss if I don't, of course, greet my our people in the comment section and Nigerians listening to this show. Africans, I believe even maybe you do have Oyibos listening to your show. So let me greet all human beings today that the Lord has made. One man, you showed quite a lot of preparation for your show today. Don't worry. Since I'm here, a lot of your usuals, they're going to pop in here to help in the show. But, you know, particularly, there was the second to the last clip you played where the government responded to who the quote-unquote, the protesters that they anticipate, telling them to be cool, listen. Can you play that tape again? Because it's very important in the sense that it contradicts everything else you're saying of who are the protesters. And for those who are saying to their cities and states, people should go back where they come from. In that last clip, the clip I'm talking about, the government addresses the potential protesters. Could you play that clip again?
We also discussed the issue of the country generally, and Mr. President has asked me to, again, inform Nigerians that he listens to them, especially the young people that are trying to protest. Mr. President is listening to them. He takes what they say seriously and is working assiduously to ensure that this country is good, not just for today, but also for the future. The issue of the planned
protest. Could you pause it there for a minute, one man? Okay, so in that clip, it says the president is addressing Nigerians who are about to protest, especially the young ones. The government, according to that spokesman, never differentiated anybody. They were direct. They know who is protesting. They know who is aggrieved.
So where have you spotted the contradiction?
Okay, yeah. Could you play that again from beginning? Just a couple of minutes.
No. We heard it now. But where did you spot the contradiction?
Okay, the contradiction is saying that Peter Obi is spearheading some kind of protest, or Southeasterners, or Southwestern, anybody who's pointing at any area, geographic. It's not a geographic protest, right? It's not a geographic protest. But I'm being dramatic in making that point because
it's not a geographic protest, but it is
or tribal.
Or tribal, but it's certainly a political protest. And that clip by the Minister of Information, I think it was, it doesn't actually contradict that, because they fall within the bracket of Nigerians. So
what I'm saying, you could play it again because it's very
we played it twice. Yeah, so there's no contradiction. It doesn't contradict what Bayo Ononuga said.
No, that's your conclusion is very, very wrong. You cannot agree with my premises and then conclude wrongly. I'm going to protest that. I'm saying that those people are the ones who a protest is geared towards. They get it. He's very clear in saying that. He says Nigerians should give him a little chance to do the right thing. They understand that, especially the young ones. So it's perhaps age related, if you want to look at it that way. Generation related. It has nothing to do with any tribe or any and that should be obvious.
But nobody has ever said it has to do with tribe. People are saying it's a
political party.
But it is a partisan protest, and that clip does not contradict that.
No, okay, well, show me again. Let's play it again.
We played it twice now. We heard the words now. So playing it again does not add or remove anything. I'll play one more time, but
please listen with it.
We also discussed the issue of the country generally, and Mr. President has asked me to, again, inform Nigerians that he listens to them, especially the young people that are trying to protest. Mr. President is listening to them. He takes what they say seriously and is working assiduously to ensure that.
Okay. So that doesn't contradict anything.
Yes, it does.
How does it?
Okay, he says
are the Obi's adherents, are they not young Nigerians?
No, because he would have said, particularly the obedient or particularly.
No, he wouldn't say that now. He's a government spokesperson.
Okay, let's move on.
He's a minister of state.
I've made my point on that. There's a lot on the table that I want to get to. So I don't want you and I to start fighting until maybe towards the end.
No, we're having a back and forth. We're not. Carry on.
Okay, thank you very much. So right now, our country, we are at that junction, intersection. We have to make a decision which way do we go. Protest is coming. It's not unique to us. Other countries are protesting. It's a wave. It's contagious. And the beginning of this protest, this demand might be the beginning of it, right? In my opinion, even if the government comes out today and say, we accept everything you're saying. We looked at the show raise list. I don't know how many items he has there. It's probably 9 to 13 or something like that. We accept everything. We're not going to say, okay, business as usual. It's going to end up, we're going to keep adding to it until we get it right. This Nigerians, we don't have a tradition of protesting, but this time that we are getting ready to do it, we're going to have to get some tangible.
Who is we? Are you part of is that a royal we? Who is we?
I am forced to be part of it, right? We've said we want to go our own way, we want to have our own country. I'm a Biafran, right? Now, I don't want to reemphasize
because you don't fall within the cusp. You are not an obedient. You are not young, and you are barely Nigerian.
Very funny. But anyway, on a serious note, I don't want to be a part of Nigeria, right? I don't. I'm an Igbo man, a Southeasterner. We've already seen all this movie. We've already gone beyond protest. We've gone to war. But unfortunately, the rest of the country are very slow. They want to start with protesting. Fine. War is different from a protest. What it takes to solve Nigeria's problem is war, conflict, combat, a struggle, armed conflict, action, not just skirmishes, not even a protest. In essence, protest is like baby milk to Nigeria's problem. They are deceitful people. We have a structural problem. We have a philosophical problem. We have a religious problem. So they want to protest, fine, which means now the rest of the country has gotten to that level. We've already been to war. One man. We've already been to war, the Southeasterners. Battle for 3 years. Fighting this government.
All right. Are we on the topic or
yes, we're on the topic.
You do this every
No. Believe me, this doesn't hurt your platform. I don't know what you.
No, it doesn't hurt my platform, but it's somewhat repetitive all the time. The same thing. But
no. It's the same. If it's repetitive, it's another way of saying it's consistent. But let's forget about all that. Let me say that on the Dangote issue, right? We dealt with it a little bit yesterday. And I told you that people like Sanusi Lamido, Sanusi, do you remember the show yesterday when I invoked Sanusi's name? And I said to you, they are the elite of the North. The clerisy. I don't know if you know what that word means. Clerisy. The intellectuals of the North. The culturati. The Illuminati, in essence, colloquially, that's the word I'm looking for. They know how to exploit our country because of the chasm between the Yorubas and the Igbos. They're exploiting it. We have Dangote, who has a nexus to all the problems we have. Finally, this country grew to the point where one of our agencies, for whatever reason, Mr. MELE, Kyari, has he's finally had it, and he's telling the truth. Today, he says the allegations regarding blending plant, that he does not own any or operate any business directly or by proxy in the world, with the exception of some kind of local mini agricultural venture he has, and that he's not aware of any employee of an NNPC that owns or operates a blending plant in Malta or anywhere else in the world. Therefore, the Dangote is a liar.
Would they have said otherwise?
Yes, because this is something that's verifiable. Imagine where somebody says something and you could go, "But you come, you lied. Here it is." That's what Dangote is supposed to do. If he lies, show it or sue, like P2B is doing. Because when somebody makes an accusation, there's something called prima facie in law. When somebody presents something, then it shifts the burden to the other side. It's now what it is, unless you show why it's not. You have to go to court. So whatever they level on Dangote, he doesn't deny it or sue. We have to be our agency in what they're saying. But one of the disadvantages now, Ekene, once I say what I'm about to say, I always think about you because you're an exception to what I'm about to say. Because you're back home. You're smart, you're a businessman, you're a patriot, and you expose, you come here, you go everywhere else to expand your knowledge and to put your place in time and space, no matter where it is. You will do well here in the United States, you will do well at home, you will do well in Saudi Arabia. It doesn't matter. So you are an exception to the rule of what I'm about to say. We here in developed world, such as the United States, do not belong on the same platform with people who are in Nigeria with their clannishness and foolishness, right? Here in the developed world.
Yeah, sorry, Pastor, I don't want to interrupt your flow, but
yeah.
10,000 times you said these same things with the exact same words. Just come to the topic and let's have conversations around the politics.
Okay, very well. I hear you, but what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that in what's called equal opportunity is guaranteed to every citizen. It's not based on how much money you have. Dangote should not have more opportunity than you, the hoi polloi, the downtrodden. De jure, by law, as a matter of fact, to the contrary, the law prohibits that discrimination based on your race, your color, your religion, your sex, where you have that kind of plurality. But back home, we have it in religion, and stuff like that, or sex. That includes women. Your age. There's equal opportunity. Many Nigerians don't know that. That's why yesterday you see people defending Dangote because he's rich. They take what he says. They don't question what he says. One man, this is actually the topic in essence when you're dealing with this, because these are the tangential things that make the difference. We're here to educate these people. You cannot be worshiping somebody because he's rich. That is, we did it when we were all back home. Remember, we were all back home at some point. I was in Nigeria. I grew up in Nigeria. There's something we call big men. They tell the worst jokes, and you have to laugh because it's a big man telling the joke. They don't make any sense. Because now, I don't know why you're rushing me. I want to take my time, but if you're pressed for time, you could give me time so I could then allocate what I have to say and get rid of some of the stuff. Because I'm thinking that if we attack this at the grassroots, you're going to have to be able to question people such as Dangote. Not because he's a Muslim, not because he's from the north, not because he's rich, but only because we are in trouble and want to get to solutions. If the government is wrong and they're picking on one of our successful businessmen, we want to know. I want to stop the government from doing that. But if we have a capitalist without a heart, laissez-faire capitalist, who probably has motive to bankrupt our country, dominate and take over our country, because that is his quest. It's regional, it's religious, Maybe he wants to Islamize us. We also want to know that. What is the problem? We want to get to the bottom line. So it's a fact, truth-based inquiry that I'm making and presentation. But let me say that you know, we have an NPC. They've come out and they said that Dangote is making inferior products, things they perceive to be of lower quality. We cannot have that kind of individual tried in the media. We can't do these things in the media. We have to go to court. I'm proposing that the government, I'll go to other topics and I want to return back to the Dangote. There are other things I want to say, but it looks like it's boring to you. I am proposing that Dangote should be arrested to account. Let there be discovery. How much money have you gotten from our government? How many shiploads of crude oil? What is your activity with the United States that you're importing stuff that will have an abundance? What is the deal? How much money did you put into this refinery? How much did it cost? How much shares it will buy? And how far have you gotten? How come you don't have a license? What's in that refinery? We need discovery. It's a national security issue. It's a national security issue. We don't have any oil. We don't have gasoline. The price is skyrocketing. We are basically sitting ducks right now. It's an economic sabotage. It's nothing to be bickering about on the media. He should be arrested. We don't want the National Assembly that he handpicked corrupt politicians being the ones that are doing the fact finder. Okay, give me the other one. I'm gonna return to this Dangote 10 because it's very important. But let's go to another.
It's very important, but you're not making any meaningful contribution to it. To labor. No, it's quite painful sometimes to listen. It's just very nonsensical stuff.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
Speak about the Labour Party crossing over to APC.
Labour Party what?
The Labour Party parliamentarian crossing over to APC.
Well, that is irrelevant, right? Somebody said the other day that Nigerian politicians are not operating with ideology. He made quite an intelligent argument on that. Those things don't mean anything. These Nigerian politicians are corrupt. What does it take for somebody to cross over to another party, especially a ruling party? Inducement. You give them a post, you give them cash, you give them whatever. That's it. Whether they're Labour Party or they're PDP doesn't mean anything. So that is nothing for us to be talking about. We have a problem in the country. So I'll leave that for the rest of your other panelists. You have to understand that a lot of things are interesting, yes, to gossip about and to entertain some viewers here. I'm tempted sometimes. It's intriguing, it's interesting, but I really have no time for that right now. So let's go to the next one.
All right, go to Peter Obi taken to law, demanding 5 billion naira from Bayo Ononuga and an apology for accusing them of being the arrowhead of this day of anarchy being planned.
Yes, isn't that typical of Peter Obi? Yes, it is typical. It's a guy who's a patriot, and he believes in the rule of law. And that's his way. I don't think that's going to work. We don't have any courts. But Peter Obi does things that way. The rule of law. That's what he should do for somebody who believes what he believes, which is if somebody slander you, if you don't respond, then it's true. But if you go to court, then it shows that you're fighting it. It shifts the burden to the other side to come and show why they should not pay for saying something like that. But Peter Obi, the difference between he and I is that I do not believe that Nigeria is a unit that's operating with the rule of law. The courts are corrupt. divided on tribal lines. We made progress until 2015. We thought that we're gone beyond all that. Especially the Southeasterners, they got deceived into thinking that we've actually made progress. We're now a country. You could live anywhere, walk anywhere. You could contest for election if you're better. You're not going to be judged by your tribe or region, but the content of your character. Okay, but in 2015, we'll find out that it's been deceptive the whole time. Besides, it's never happened any time in history, ever, since caveman, where you have Muslims and Christians in a country, or Muslims and any other body, Muslims and Jews, or Muslims and Hindus, say in Pakistan and India. It doesn't work. It's never gonna work. When you have the kind of numbers we have, when you have 40, 60, or even 30% to 70% of either side, there's treachery. It's never, nobody's ever been able to do it. So normally UN come in and separate them, give them their own country. Okay, India, here you go. Pakistan, then here you go. It's never, in Israel, it's two-state solution. That's what everybody's talking about. So our country is no different. Nigerians are smart enough to figure it out more than the world itself. They understand that it's never done. So in 2015, Buhari comes in, and they will go back to where we started again. So the courts are, in essence, what Muslims call the Islamic Council. That's who picks, they're against democracy. So that's who picks our presidents. That's who picks our governors. You go there, all INEC has to do is to move it up there, and then the Islamic Council will pick our leaders. That's it. So Peter Obi, what I'm saying to him is, okay, we in the Southeast, we've told you, this thing is not gonna work. You say, no, you're smart. You're gonna make it work. That your country, Nigeria, is gonna be one unit. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna make the economy grow. There'll be enough cake for everybody to share. If somebody's not hungry, or if they have interest, they have a business, they're gonna work for Nigeria to work. Okay, we say, okay, again, go ahead. If you get it done, fine. So all I'm asking Peter Obi to do is try your best. When you come to the realization that you're wasting your time, don't fail to come back and tell us and say, hey, you know what, I tried. Go ahead and do the serious work that needs to be done. Now, my other thing is to all Nigerians, not just the Southeasterners. Train, get yourself knowledgeable on how to use a gun. How to defend your family, how to fight the government. That's the only way.
All right. Hold on. We can't advocate things like that. It's against the rules of YouTube.
No. I'm not advocating. You didn't hear what I said. No, you didn't hear what I said. I'm not saying go and do illegal things with your gun. In America, we believe that people have the right. It's called our Second Amendment here. We have a right to our firearms so that the government doesn't make it to where we fear our government. Over here, the government fears us.
All right, Pansat. I wasn't really, but somebody sent this in. They said to play you the first 2 minutes and invite your response. So what's this?
Okay.
2,000 barrels per day, making it Africa's largest oil refinery. Trust in them and their capability. All right, let's move on, everyone. With a refining capability or capacity of 650,000 barrels per day, making it Africa's largest oil refinery, the $19 billion Dangote Refinery can be likened to a national asset that demands national protection. Amid the crisis facing the company, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajudeen Abbas, said lawmakers are committed to addressing issues surrounding the full takeoff of the refinery. The Speaker said this when he led the leadership of the House on a familiarization visit to the refinery on Saturday. Speaking after they were conducted round the facility by the president of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, Abbas noted that it was part of efforts to support key industries in the country. Meanwhile, Nigerians are calling for the removal of the chief executive officer of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Authority, Farouk Ahmed, over his comments that products from the refinery are inferior to imported ones. The accused are made of trying to demarket the refinery for selfish agenda. Babajide was one of the journalists who recently visited the refinery for a tour of the facilities. Let's share that with you.
I'm at the Dangote Refinery. As you can see, in front of us is the Atlantic Ocean, rumbling in its full glory. It's my first time of coming here. And, it's a beautiful sight to behold. Look at the Atlantic Ocean. As far as the eyes can see, there is a free trade zone here. And the ocean serves the purpose of a free trade zone. I'm inside the crude testing laboratory of the Dangote Refinery and Petrochemical Company. The equipment available here are among the best in the world. The desire of the company is to produce the best product from crude oil that it receives from its numerous clients.
Gil, how do you react to this?
You see, if you have not visited Dangote Refinery, it's impossible for anyone to tell you a complete story. It's just not possible. You have to visit the place. Dangote Refinery is 7 times the size of Victoria Island.
Wow.
7 times. And driving around the refinery will take you a whole day.
Really?
Yes. Just driving around, seeing things. No, this is the port. He built the port. Now, this is inside the fertilizer blending plant. I hope we can go back to that. He built a port inside the refinery to take care. This is granulated urea fertilizer.
Wow.
You know, is fertilizer plants. This is fertilizer equipment.
Okay.
It's not refinery. This one you are seeing as big as it is. All this one you are seeing are part of the fertilizer facility. So this one now, what you are seeing on your screen, is the crude testing laboratory.
Crude testing.
Yes, there is no refinery in Nigeria that has this. This is a fact.
Wow.
So this is going to be able to test the crude that he receives, whether they are good enough. There's another place, that one is for gas. It's just like this. So whatever comes to him, he's able to test to be sure that it is of high standard. And this is the yes, gas. Gas, yes, system. This is the facility for gas. You know, so you and this is his control room. This is his control room.
This is huge.
This is control room. Now, there are more than 300, about 350 bridges inside the facility. Bridges, concrete bridges.
So do you think you do somewhat of an injustice to this man?
No, let me respond now. Okay, let me post at least one in India, right, inside of a refinery. Okay, that's a post right there. I'm gonna give you some more, but that's like
no. I don't want to be too stuck in that because
what I'm saying is that when you look at the infrastructure of a refinery, right? Yeah. So it's different from, say, a place where you have computers to have a conference, a beautiful building, right? It's quite, for example, the pipeline for that refinery is usually much longer than what you see there at Dangote, right? But then when you go inside, you're going to see a bunch of infrastructure, scientists in their robes, so all kinds of rooms. If a lot of people, let me land, please. Let me land. This is unfair. You just played something that was a good point. Somebody, whatever that guy's name that works for Tinubu in one of his radio stations, I forgot some kind of Yoruba name. I don't remember his name. He goes out there He's very biased towards these people. That's okay. It's acceptable to me. I like the guy, his manner of talking, right? And he goes there as an eyewitness account. With the quality of Dangote and his claims, it should be people from South Africa, from Kenya, from BBC, giving a report on it, on that refinery, right? It should be CNN giving a report on that refinery, because his claim is that this is the biggest refinery in the world. I should be here sitting here in the United States.
Hold on, DJ.
Let me land now. I should be sitting in the comfort of my, let's say, my den where I'm just chilling. And when I look on that TV, here's CNN doing a report on the biggest refinery in the world, state of the art.
We've seen clips like that from Reuters and everybody else.
I haven't.
That's down to you. But
you didn't play that. What you played is this Olatunji.
What I played was what somebody sent in.
Okay, no problem. Let's not do it. I haven't gotten to the middle of what I have to say. But let's hear what that guy is interjecting for. What does he want to say?
Yeah, Jide, what do you do?
Okay, well, man, please. How's it going to be tonight? How's the organization of the program? Because Pansad has been talking since we started.
We only had Pansat and Ekene for the start. So
I joined since I thought you used to do for 5 minutes round.
How can I do 5 minutes when there are two people? How would that work?
Now, anyways, we are almost 4 now. We are 3 now on the platform. What I wanted to say is that the way Pansat speaks shows that he has never visited a manufacturing plant. I say this with all due respect. I work in the cement industry. I know how big a cement plant is. And I know the kind of safety features and the kind of, quality control systems that are in those plants. Okay? And I can say, even though I work for a company that's been in the business for since 1960, Dangote came into the business and came with some of the latest technology from
Okay,
FLS.
so could you hold on to your turn? I thought you had interjection. Hold on. You're giving your own account. One man, here's what I'm going to ask you to do. You said on the Canadian clip, could you play this clip? It's very short. So our people could see when you go to a refinery, you're going to see steam. There are all kinds of things. Just show it for educational purposes.
India.
No, don't play.
This is the largest in the world, and I just had an amazing tour of this state-of-the-art facility. They pretty much do it all here. They make gasoline and diesel, jet fuel. They also make plastics and nylon and all kinds of things that we use in our lives. This plant employs tens of thousands of people and generates a lot of economic activity for the entire region. They're also committed to sustainable development here. You'll find a massive green space in the middle of this complex. I even got to try some of the mangoes that are grown right here. It's hard to believe that such a beautiful oasis is right here in the middle of an oil and gas facility. Now, here's one thing you might not believe. They actually import some of their oil from Canada, and then they refine it into the value-added products that I mentioned. Now, here's the really frustrating thing, though. They do buy some of their oil from Canada, but because we don't have the pipelines needed to really open up markets in this area, it's not nearly as much as it could be. But what they do refine here, they then sell some of it back to Canada. So Canada has to buy.
Okay, you did hear they did import, right? Some of it. So it's not like NMPC's out of order, right? They said they import some of it from Canada and then they sell back to Canada. But you could see that it's now I posted another one for you. Now, what I want you to be looking out for. I know, just bear with me. I'm sorry. What you need to be looking out for is a walk-in refinery. You can hide a refinery is not supposed to be clean like a laboratory that's not open yet, right? With computers. It's a walk-in laboratory. You could kick the can. You could touch the dust. You could see byproducts, plastics. There are a lot of things where you refine oil, crude. There are a lot of byproducts. You can believe what God put in that crude oil. So it's not neat. You're going to see scientists, you're going to see workers, you're going to see steam coming up like the next one that I want you to play. If you go in there, before you get there, you're going to see steam coming off of something, cooking something. It's not supposed to be designed where you have a bunch of computers set up like a boardroom. It's a refinery, goddammit. Now, not to derail this conversation, let me just touch on the last speaker. That last speaker, are you ever going to be on the right path with the country? It's not me. What I'm talking about is not for my personal gain.
Answered, forget it. You've never been to a factory. You don't even know what they call a refinery. Have you visited Dangote Refinery before? You just come here and just keep spilling what is not true. You are entering into a QC environment, a laboratory, and you expect the place to be dusty. What kind of environment did you work in?
Okay,
That
so
place
one man,
is the QC environment.
I hear you.
What are you saying?
To save time,
If you don't know anything, don't come and rubbish us engineers on this
I'm not going to
platform.
respond to him, but are you going to stop him? So what I'm saying, one man is about to play the other one. Are you about to play the other one?
No, I'm not about to play the other one. I'm going to go on to Baba. I cannot bear it anymore. Baba, you're up next. Baba.
I should leave? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, thank you.
If you want to leave, then leave. I mean, I cannot bear
but I'm
it
not
anymore.
done, though.
If you want to speak,
I'm not done.
If you don't want to speak,
Intellectuals, please.
Can you be quiet today, please? Look,
can I finish and then let me finish? I will finish and then you go to Baba. It's okay. I was here first, so let me finish. As a matter of fact, Ekene gave me his place. It should be Ekene's turn next. So okay, give me another topic. This is too hot for you, right? A lot of people love Dangote. I'm not marketing it.
It's not too hot for me. You're not speaking anything.
Oh man, you're exaggerated. I can understand.
It can barely contain his rage. We try to have a serious conversation, and you turn it into this sort of things all the time.
I come with a video
sometimes, you know.
No, hold on.
What video have you shown? You've shown a refinery that mirrors exactly Dangote's, but on a smaller scale. Yeah.
Okay.
What is it? What is it?
Okay. All right. Drink some water. Calm down. Okay.
It wears people down. But take us to Uganda's and what Museveni has to say. If you dry out, I will shoot.
Okay. This
trouble.
this nonsense from Uganda, Museveni, who, by the way, there's one virtue about him. He produces the best cows, period, anywhere in the world. And that is something that a lot of Nigerians should emulate. He does have one redeeming quality. He produces good cows for that Uganda. That is incredible. Now, but he's talking like a dictator. Examples of people like him, the history is littered with idiots like that. Dictatorships that are turned into a democracy after they make all that noise. You go regionally, you go to South America, have Chile, Brazil, Spain, and then in Europe, Spain, and all that stuff. They talk all that nonsense, but when the people come to take their country back, they're like idiots. So he's trying to forestall something that's coming. A lot of dictators do that. That's what dictatorship is supposed to do. They have amnesia. They don't want to know. So if you're going to be cheering them on the way you're doing, go ahead. But in any country with gun in their hand, a way forward to fight a dictatorship, the people have to be armed. There needs to be a revolution. They have to get themselves a constitution that's fair and thorough. Go for a Republican type of government if they can. Free their people. Place some checks and balances, which you say you agree with me on that point, to check the government. And they're going to succeed. History is littered with people like Museveni. Even recently, in other African countries, you see what's going on in Kenya. They've gotten most of their demands. met, but their people were determined to, we're not going to go back here again. Let's get the job done. They want the resignation of that inept leader they have, their president. And now he's going to try to fight by killing his citizens, and then he's going to be done. That's the way it works all the time. The only problem Nigeria has is what I'm just talking about. I've said it many times. I'm against protests. I'm against especially peaceful protests. I don't like it. To me, a protest, whether it's peaceful or not, depends on the government, not the people. You have to know that the people are sovereign. It's their country, the people of the country. A representative government, in our case, they rig the elections. They don't let us determine, pick our leaders, fine, but they're there. But if the people take out their time and say, you know what, let me go there and protest, and soldiers are shooting at them, they have the right to defend themselves. They have to take their country back. I'm against peaceful protest, something that's determined to be peaceful on one side. That's insanity. You want there to be peaceful protests, there let the people demonstrate. Now, I've also said that even those who are organizing protests in Nigeria, they're not listening. You cannot go having a country that's divided by religion and by region without getting the input of your own people in the military. That Nigerian army does not belong to Yorubas because Tinubu is the president. We have a lot of Igbos in that government, in that army, and all the parastatals, police. We have to let our people know that they have to protect their people. We need a mutiny if we're going to be divided. The army doesn't belong to the Yorubas or the Fulanis or the Igbos. The army is full of people. Some are Ijo, some are Ibibio, some are Yorubas, some are Igbos. That's our military. So if we're gonna fight, don't go thinking the military belongs to you. And that's what one of the mistakes organizers of this kind of things supposed to do. I want in the 60s here, we got down to business. We got down to business. So I would say I'm against protests of any kind, because how can somebody who's already been to war be going to protest? Doesn't make any sense. If you already plateaued over there, you've already gone to war, you do what the Germans did. You go back again if you didn't get the job done the first time, because nothing is going to get the ear of Dangote and his supporters, and almost every remark that made about Dangote is geared towards the Igbos. Every remark that's made about Tinubu is geared toward the Igbos, right? So let's come out. Let's talk about it. Igbos cannot come out of this being cowardly. Igbos, you have to do the legwork. What's a legwork? You got elections here in the United States. Choose sides. Because all we want is Britain to stay out of it, America stay out of it, or if you're gonna have allies, if these Northerners are gonna have Saudi like they did before, allies, we need allies.
All right, thank you.
I will take that country over.
All right, thank you.
Asses. They could talk about the one we know get them in a war.
Yes, of course. Yes.
No, one matter is true. That one thing you can never say with a straight face is that you could stand if the Igbos decide to go to war in that country, we're gonna take over that country in weeks or months.
All right, thank you, Pansat. All right, thank you, Pansat. So that was Pansat, of course. Let's go from Pansat to Ekene, who hopefully is not more of the same. But Ekene, good to have you.
One man.
Okay, now are you having the same headache that I am? Because I'm having a bit of a minor headache just from that. But let's hear from you.
Which headache are you having? You must
your bombastic brother now brought me fire and brimstone. You know, sound and fury signifying nothing. That's a sound and fury. You know, huffing and puffing, but not able to blow the house down. So that's just what that was. But take us through the politics where you are.
A lot of people still enjoy him. Well, one man, let me just say a few things. Femi Falana speak on Channels television. I expected you to bring up one of his the comment he made there about the protest that happened in 2020, and the comment he made that the violence that really happened in that protest was projected by the government of the day, not really the way we used to put it here that a certain set of people.
How did they arrive at that? How did they arrive at that? That is the government of the day.
You would have played the video to listen to his analysis and how the government of the day bringing violence into that protest to be able to just to say that it's people from other places or whatsoever, just to make it look like there is violence in the protest that day. So you would have played the clips, but that's by the way, and that's what we do almost all the time here, trying to call out Nigerians for standing up for their rights or making it to be a particular somebody who wants the progress of the country. See, it has come to time that we have to understand how politics work and what will make people enjoy the government they voted in. I think in a democratic setting, I think power flow from the people to the representative. I think that's how it works. We'll call it president, call it legislative, call it council, or whatever you want to call it. They didn't just get in there. It is people that gave them that opportunity to go. And why did the people give them the opportunity to go and serve them? What are they going to serve? The interest of the people, the mind of the people, what touches the need of the people, the benefit of the people, for people to benefit the good things in their land. So they need a leader that will go in there to share these good things to the benefit of every individual, at least as a citizen.
Is that not what is going on now?
Well, I don't think so, because when people start to get other negative results from the leaders they voted in, that is when they begin to call for protest or revolution or whatever they want to call it. So if the people are
do you think the people are getting a negative result, or do you think the people lack the understanding of the situation of the country? Which of those two spaces?
No, people don't lack the understanding of the situation of the people of the country. People are getting negative results from their own country, and the problem has been there for a very long time, and they are telling the people, the last, it will be well, everything will soon settle.
All right, you said hold on. You said the problem has been there for a very long time. How long do you think the problem has been there?
Well, since I joined, or since I started to follow Nigerian politics and all that, I think we still have a lot of major issues that are yet to be solved. Major issues.
Yeah, can you name those issues? Well, or one or two, because I'm with you so far. But yeah, name one or two of those issues.
We still have issue around our educational system. The country now is designed in a way that education is no more a thing of interest to any government of the day, and that is a starting point for any government or every nation that wants to develop. If you don't develop,
and you don't see this government doing anything about education.
I don't see them doing anything about it. So
Okay.
we still have a lot of number of out of school children, and I don't see any proactive action towards that. Don't tell me anything about student loan. So,
No. Why do you think we have out of school children?
you should know Why?
You live there, yes.
The money budgeted for education in our country is not enough to build a good infrastructures. The educational system is not conducive. And another thing is most of the leaders of today makes it look like you don't even need education to succeed in Nigeria. Just one day, just corruption can favor you, then become a big man.
The people succeeding in Nigeria are educated people.
I don't think so.
The bankers, the lawyers, the doctors, the engineers, like
the bankers, the lawyers, the workers are the one earning less than any other person in Nigeria. The facts are there. So even a barrel pusher has more earning than a banker sitting.
That's not true.
That's true. I can tell you categorically.
No, you can't.
Let me tell you. A barrel pusher or a carrier can make up to maybe 4,000, 5,000 naira a day by doing that job. Just calculate it for months. Then you check how much you pay a banker in your country. That's the fact. So even a bricklayer, the only thing that is the job is stressful. You understand? It makes them look more older. Then a banker sits under AC, comes out every day, look fresh with an empty pocket. That's how it is. So so that is why education is not dignified in our setting. Even your lecturers, you can easily bribe them with 100,000 naira or 50,000 naira because their salary is not enough. So any little bribe they see, they jump on it. So education is not dignified in our country, and the government is not doing anything about that. It's very pathetic. So for a nation to develop, first thing is to make the people more educated, be more creative, and all that, so they can. You see other nation. The only thing Nigerian can boast of is being able to represent when it comes to speaking good grammars and all that. They can be able to stand in any auditorium to make analysis by ways of speaking good English and all that. But when it comes to research, development, making use of your IQ to be able to build something out of your knowledge, we don't have it. You understand? How many of us today can boast of what have we produced via our educational system? Is it an atomic bomb or even just check it? What have we produced? How many companies do we have today that can boast of manufacturing major equipment? Even our road construction that can be easily.
How many countries in the world have a manufacturing base?
We have a lot of that. We have a lot of countries.
Name three.
We have America, we have China, we have
America doesn't have a manufacturing base. There are only two countries in the world that has a manufacturing base. That's Germany and China.
Well,
every other country is in the services and financial industries are space essentially, and natural resources.
Well, whatever, however you want to put it, but
one man, you're bamboozling him, though. That's not fair now.
No. But what he's saying is, what he's saying. Okay, you answer that question. How many countries have a manufacturing base?
See, America does.
America does not.
They have more advanced manufacturing. That's what they tend to do there. Most of the designs are done in America, and
no, that's science and technology. Now, that's not manufacturing.
I don't know how to describe it. It's a different form of engineering. They outsource a low scale manufacturing
to this in
They
China.
outsource all manufacturing because the cost of manufacturing is at its cheapest in China.
It's
None
all
of their
about
chips is
prototype.
manufactured in China. None of their
And
chips are
Japan
manufactured in
and
China.
the Asia miniaturized their discovery. That's all.
The
It's not a
American
manufacturing
the American structures it cannot support a manufacturing base. The minimum wage, all the legal structures, it
To be
cannot
fair to
support a
them, if
manufacturing
they
base.
wanted it back, it's easy because they have even more advanced manufacturing. That's my point. They don't manufacture microchip in China. They do it in Taiwan and in the US, and maybe a few other countries, maybe this in South Korea.
There are less than 5 countries on this planet that has manufacturing as the hub of their economy. If you take China and you take Germany, then you will struggle to name any other country because the economy of scale it favors China and specialism favors Germany, and outside of those two spaces, there's no manufacturing anywhere
What
else.
is your definition? Is it that the manufacturing aspect that dominates the economy? Is that what you would term manufacturing?
Well, yes, it's a good.
Can I finish?
But it's a good chunk of their GDP. But yes, let's get back. Let's go to the Nigerians first, and then maybe I'll be Kulata today and tackle you. I think you need tackling.
No, I want Kulata to come because with 2 Nigeria, we need to continue where we stopped yesterday.
No. He gets intimidated when Kulata turns up, so we'll leave Kulata till later. Maybe if it's getting out of hand, we'll bring Kulata in.
Okay, I will tackle him. I'm more
Kulata is your kryptonite. Kulata is Nigeria's kryptonite.
I beat Kulata to a standstill every single time on every issue. Come on, man, let's leave Kulata. I just feel sorry for him. Let me leave him aside.
All right, back to Ekene, who we can hear somewhat sleep in his voice. Ekene, back to you.
So one man.
Ekene, do you want to take us to the Dangote space? I suspect is that making the news in Lagos? What are people talking? They cannot be talking about anything else.
I don't really want to talk about it. I just have I don't really want to let him go and settle with the government. I don't have time for them, all these big men and their trouble.
But that affects your economy, though.
It affects it now, but they know how to settle their fight. At least today they have their meeting. They would have settled at the back. So when most of these big men talk about their issue, I don't really look at them. I look at what is.
Would you say that if it was Oyema this was happening to? Would you say that?
Yeah, I will also say that. So the issue is that there is a lot of controversy surrounding that Dangote issue that I don't really want to look into. You understand? People are talking about the forex exchange rate that happened with him under Buhari, and this time around he's complaining about the sabotage. That refinery he invested a lot of money. I don't want it to, because I thought that the refinery would have been of a help to the common man. But at the end of the day, the way I'm seeing it, it's of no use. So where
did you get that it's of no use to the common man?
The way things are going, the way things are going, I think that will not benefit a lot of common man on the street. So what I will be looking at is
let me give you an idea in 1,000 ways how it's going to benefit the common man. One, the insurance you pay for imported petrol goes away. The transportation you pay for imported petrol goes away. The need to use foreign.
You're even going too far. To Nigeria, you're even going too far. If we have petrol in abundance in that country, which is the Dangote promise, it will drive economy in a way that's never been driven before. The prices will come down, and then there's reliability of supply, and then there's predictability. So you can project knowing that it will do some. There's just so many advantages. The
issue is that is what we hope for. But the way things are going, I don't want to lay my trust in it. That's my point.
What's your concept of what is going on? What do you think? What fight do you think is going on there?
There is a very big fight. The cabals, the Izimiri Kalaye, the NMPC, and all those stuff. There is a big cabal in that sector, which Obasanjo has even laid out in the past. So it's very difficult. I think the setting is that it's very difficult for a refinery to work in our in our sect. So it will take a very big fight. If Dangote thinks he can win it, let him win it. That's my point. So I don't really need to go.
Let me say
Yeah.
something that may surprise you, and you may recoil from it as well. Do you know that the Dangote's fight is actually the fight for the common man? You know,
I'm not saying that it's not a fight for the common man. I'm not saying, but
I don't understand why. See, I'm really sorry. In the Nigerian context, some Southeasterners, I don't know why you could think like this. I really don't. When the stuff doesn't affect your region, you don't care. You really don't care. I don't understand why you do that.
Don't make it ethnic. Don't make it ethnic.
Let me say something. I don't want to make it ethnic. It's true. I don't want to make it ethnic. But I'm trying to advise so that they know how they should understand how people perceive them when they are doing this.
No, I think no. Hold on, Tunaja. I don't think that. I think Ekene, he has not reflected on the nuance that is at play. You see, Ekene, what is going on? You know, we've always had all this fuel importation. I think all the way going back to either Babangida or Abacha. So that's always been the culture. It's always been a total scam. They've been looting and looting and looting. Up to 40% of our gross revenue actually goes towards that subsidy space. So they've satiated, that custom is just baked into the system. So this guy comes in now, Dangote, he builds this refinery that can more than satiate the Nigerian need for petroleum and even the West African coast. So an abundance of it. But these people that have been scamming, Lamido Sanusi said it now, these people that have been scamming for so long, they cannot let go because that culture is now embedded. So it's essentially corruption fighting Ekene. It's
let me tell you, if they would have won, a lot of people have complained about this MELE Kalaye. Why should the current government retain him? So if they created the problem themselves, so what else do you want me to speak about?
No,
it's almost uniform. Like even on Dr. Dami,
everybody that refinery. Let me finish. That refinery was celebrated by many of us here when it was first inaugurated. You understand? All of us came here and celebrated it. But when I see the fight and all those stuff, what do you want me to say again? Sometimes you become tired of all these big men issue because most of the time when you think they're doing things for the common man, you come out again to see that the thing is not working. Even the government came out to say that the refinery is only 45% completed recently. So which one do I believe?
You know, if you want a better Nigeria, the protest is not going to the streets to burn down infrastructure. The protest is for the whole country to rally behind Dangote. That's the pathway to the better Nigeria right there. It's not going out burning down infrastructure.
Nobody is arguing against that. I'm not arguing against it. But why all this trouble all the time? Why can't Nigeria do things right, especially our leaders? See, we know it's not a hidden fact that MELE Kalaye and all these people retained by the current government has a very big stake in our petroleum sector, and they're doing a lot of damage. So a lot of people expected that these guys will not retain their offices. But quite unfortunately, Kyari was threatening the man. So what do you want me to do?
And
the government knows what to do.
It leaves them employed. They should have been fired a while ago. I just heard something from Renaud Mokri that I find a little bit strange. It was like the IOCs have already signed agreements with the Nigerian government for 18 months that they don't have oil they may not have oil to supply to Dangote and all that. So what is their reasoning then that they are building refurbishing in Nigerian refinery?
Hold your fire.
Hold on now.
Finish.
Hold on now. Why did you like stopping
Save your ammunition.
You don't stop other people when they interject.
But because you know why? Because Kenya is in Lagos, and so we always defer to people in Nigeria.
It's true. I'll just give it brief, less than 30 seconds. So the reason why I have an issue with that is that then where is the Nigerian refinery supposed to get crude oil that they are fixing? If they are saying in 18 months that we may not be able to use our own oil. So where is the Nigerian refinery going to get the oil that they are refurbishing? So we are just getting refineries working, but the IOCs won't give us oil. It doesn't make sense. So this government needs to be held accountable for what is going on right now. Sorry, go ahead, Ekene.
All right, I have a response to that, but I'm not going to give it. Let Ekene come back, because I don't think you get the full picture of that, or there's a fuller picture to that. Not to say you don't get it, but Ekene, to you.
Honestly, I don't have a full picture of it, because the only thing I saw, the man was complaining, and immediately he started complaining. Me, I really knew the angle he's coming from. How can a refinery in Nigeria be struggling to get crude from its own space? So when the man started complaining, me, I don't really. There are things I look at. There are things I just overlook. I see a lot of corruption in that system. So when I just think straight. It would have been a very good thing if the current government has sacked MELE and a lot of officials in that sector, at least to allow this man do his business. New government, new set of people would have given him more leave. You understand? But you see all these guys, they don't want to leave. They don't want Nigerians to enjoy the benefit of that comes out of their own country. So what else do you want me to do? Do I have the power? If Tinubu should do anything, the first thing is to sack that man. A lot of people has talked about it, even on national television. Many people is still asking questions. Why is this man still in that office? And you want me to come here every day to come here to defend him? And it's a fight for Dangote to fight, and he's beginning to fight. And when I come here to talk today, they had a meeting with him. Or yesterday, they had a secret meeting with him. I don't know what is the outcome of the meeting. So the only thing is just for me to fold my hands. I'm not happy that petrol price is not stable in our country. That refinery would have done a lot of good to us. So the outcome of their meeting today, I don't know what is going to happen next. So if it turns out to be good, it's good. So I don't have much explanation to give in that sense. So my point, my only issue now is how Nigeria is going to solve the problem of hunger that is befalling them, which they are trying to take by either protest or whatever. And I'm trying to explain that this is their fundamental right, because they are really the people that voted in the government. I might not be among, but there are people who voted for this government. And people have every right to reject the government they voted for if they're not getting what they want. So, and if the government of the day is saying otherwise, then it means that...
Sorry, how do they reject that government?
I'm not, as in, people has the right to reject either policies or whatever that is coming out of the government that is not favoring them. Not necessarily
but they can't reject the government, so because the government is there for 4 years.
Yeah, the government is there for 4 years, but even the constitutions...
There are only two ways that he can be removed. Either he's impeached by parliament, which is highly unlikely, or is forced out via a military coup, which is highly unlikely. So it's going to be there for... So I'm not quite sure. So they can't reject the government.
The government knows what they're doing. Normally they have the restrictive arm that are supposed to be on the side of the people. Even today, they say they are going for recess for almost how many weeks? More than 15 weeks. They are resuming, is it November, October? Look at the people. The people you voted to defend, and the power of the people really lie on this legislative arm of the government. That is where they get their voice heard. Then they react to the executive. But because these guys are not there for you, because of, I don't know whether it's because of the protest or whatever, they are going for a break for almost how many weeks. And they sit down there and be collecting huge allowances and all that. Yeah? What kind of country is this? The people that are supposed to sit down and say, and demand good governance from the executive arm. But because I don't know whether it's because of the protest or whatever, they've closed down their chambers and they're going back home.
No. They have always done. I think they go on recess run about this. That's always been the custom.
There's a legislative calendar which they have to follow. That's what they are following.
But the vacation is too long for me. And when they go, they just travel abroad. They just how many? Just more than 1 month or 2 months, and they receive their salary, they receive their allowances and all that.
Do you not receive your salary when you go on leave?
Which leave? I don't go on leave. I don't go on break. I work from Monday to Saturday. You understand? So I don't go on leave. So and anytime I close my shop, I don't earn anything.
Well, yeah, you're an entrepreneur, but a salary and
that is what, before you ask questions, you check the work of what I do before you ask me those questions.
I know what you do now.
So,
I not know what you do.
The problem is that we have people that don't really care about the progress of the citizens. If they really care, this is the time they have to sit back and know how to help the government do things that will favor the Nigerian people. But well, you know, when they get into power with their ways of manipulations and all that, they react. They do what you see them do today because they believe that with the powers of the police or whatever, whoever they are able to buy, they can be able to win the next election. I just listened to Dele Momodu the other day. He said that Bola Tinubu is using his office to make a political settlement and thereby putting in incompetent men to pioneer the affairs of this nation.
You know, putting incompetent men is one narrative, but I think no. What I'm saying to you is that everywhere there's political patronage in every democracy, every country. Any country, in the United States is the same. Here in the UK, it's the same. You know, it's the people that you came in, fought the elections with that get the positions. You know, and then you look for the best out of them. You know, that's how it works. Does it work differently?
Well, that whatever. That's how it is. That's how I see it, and that's how every Nigerian.
When Obi becomes president, is he going to go and look for? He will go and look for talents all over the world. Is that how it works? If be Aisha Yesufu, Dele Farotemi, these are the people we'll be calling ministers.
I don't think so. I don't think so. But Obi is not the president. But if you say that this is the best thing that the Bola Tinubu can assemble, then let them perform. Let them do their work. Let them tackle the food inflation.
Are we not seeing performance out of them?
Performance.
That is a low blow. That's a low blow. What? See, today I just saw the chief head of this is CBN reading his own report. You need to see how he was reading it as if a professor gave him the report to read, like it's not his own.
Cardoso.
Yes, man. I don't think that guy. I don't know.
No, that's his delivery style, though.
Maybe, but given the way he has been running the economy with the inflation rate where it is, I'm not sure. To be fair, I don't think we should be holding all of them accountable because the president has the power to reshape the narrative in any nation, like the balance of like the fuel now, the argument we're having about Dangote and all the stuff that is happening within the economy. The president has the power to reshape it, including the exchange rate. All those things he has the power to reshape it, but he's not doing it, and the whole thing is falling apart. That's the problem.
It's not doing what? He just sent in the minister of the minister of state for petroleum, Heineken Lakobiri, to go and resolve what's going on there.
The problem didn't have come up in the first place. The Dangote Refinery didn't sneak up on them. Dangote Refinery was there being built.
Yes, but what it's a seismic shift now in paradigm that is about to take place. A seismic shift in paradigm. You have a culture that is embedded, and then you have a new paradigm that wants to overturn it. So it has to play out now. It's not a weld the stick. It's not a beat it into shape. it has to be finessed. What is going on has to be finessed. It's not backing orders.
But they were all at the inauguration of the refinery. This didn't come to them as a shock. What I see happening is that they have not found any way to sabotage this refinery. Now
They are not looking to. No, that's just a pedestrianized style. I don't look. Listen, under the Buhari administration, you are talking about they are building all these refineries. How are they going to satiate it when they can't even supply Dangote? Under the Buhari administration, a lot of the Nigerian oil stock had already been future committed. Yes. It's already been future sold. So now, what is left now is what has to satiate both the domestic market, Dangote, the refineries government, if it ever comes into play, and even that is not sufficient enough to meet it. So there's an embedment of corruption in the future sales of those things that this Dangote space is now is somewhat now bringing out into the public glare. So Dangote is going to Brazil to buy petroleum, is going to the United States when we have an abundance of it, where the top 7 countries exporting. So the question is why? And that why question goes to the heart of the corruption. So is that corruption space that is fighting back? So you can't just say, why is the president not wagging finger?
Let me expose it.
I was asking you just yesterday that if you knew life was lived in the gray areas.
I know. Let me expose a glaring hole. Look at the gray areas now. Like Nigeria is currently doing at least 1.5 to 1.7 barrels per day, millions barrels per day. There was a time they were doing 1.2. So
no, according to OPEC, it's 1.3. Except Nigeria is adding condensates. We are not producing up to what
my point is that whatever they are adding, it is fluctuating up and down. It has never been steady. So it means there's a wiggle room there to supply Dangote or not to supply. Because if the other IOCs were going to sue, they didn't sue when the daily rate was below 1.2. So why is it that they are going to sue now just because you give a little bit to this in Dangote when it is 1.3, 1.5, or 1.7, depending on which number you take? The point is that like I said, the president has the power to reshape things on the ground. He can really move head hard to make sure the daily barrel should reach up to 2 million. That gives him extra room to supply the local refineries, including Dangote Refinery. This is what I'm saying, that in the end, it goes back to the table of the president himself.
One man, please. How long are we going to stay at the
all right. I'm going to play a clip. Can I give a brief response to it, and then we go on to Jide? So watch this. Can I just you can see that Jide also wants to come in. So let me play you this. I'll give a brief response. We go on to Jide.
I don't see him for my timeline. I don't tire, right? Say Peter Obi and Atiku, they won't join hands together for 2027 so that the Gofi gets presidency. And then that is the plan. The truth be say, Peter Obi, Atiku, Kwankwaso, 2027, they cannot see it. Una problem is say una they underestimate this as Iwanju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now my problem with most of una. You understand? With time, you people will realize politics. Listen, with time you realize that Tinubu is actually the greatest politician of all time. Do you understand? I hate to say it, but it's fact. The man is smart. The man is intelligent. The man is desperate. The man is hungry. You understand? He knows how to get what he wants. Tinubu now the 2032. We should just keep this one. Gonna die. Now yeah, talk up and down. Peter Obi 2027 is not possible. He cannot. I think we cannot. Cannot. This same Tinubu, where we say during campaign, they shake. They do bulaba. It is shake. People where they high places, they say, okay, if we give them power, if he buy, our guy will take over. They don't know say Baba follow them. They do Baba they do drama for them. Baba become president now. We never hear anything again. Baba no make mistake. Baba no shake. press conference, you know do mistake. And that kind of man will not come out. If in time no reach that 8 years, it's not a go anywhere. Some people say, oh, the presidency money go flush in blood. See, I see enter power and use Nigerian money go flush in blood. Ask yourself a question. Was there a time that Tinubu was broke? Tinubu has always been rich. He has always had the money to flush blood or do anything. Do you understand? He obviously played a game. The guy is smart. You people underestimate him. You underestimate him. That's the problem. And the other problem is the other people, the other parties, they are not desperate enough. They are not hungry enough. They cannot risk it all. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the greatest of all time when it comes to politics in this country. Forget it. Over Obasanjo, that guy they see so. I don't take my time and sit down and say, this guy, that Jagaban already they call, I know they play. Me, I know before I say they will pay me now. No be saying I support. But the best way to tackle an enemy, you understand, is to understand and to acknowledge the power of the enemy. But most of them, they are not acknowledging it that he's smart. That's my problem. Everybody keeps saying Tinubu na this, Tinubu na that. You people are forgetting that this man. I beg Peter Obi, Mona go rest. Atiku Mona rest. Kwankwaso Mona rest. 2032, na please come back again. And even at 2032, said, well, we'll all be alive to see. You
know, that's somewhat of a dated clip, Kenny, but you know, one of my, I wouldn't even say frustration because I don't really care, but one of the things that always befuddles me is the ways that a lot of these people underestimate this guy. You know, they'll say, oh, it's Agbado, it's this and that, and then MC Oluoma and Agbero and all of this. These are supremely clever people who are singular-minded in what they are looking to do. So do you recognize what that guy is saying, that there is an underestimation of Tinubu, who battled the whole country to become president, and people feel that just noise making is sufficient enough to unseat him?
Well, there is difference between being ambitious and coming to serve. Everybody knows that Bola Tinubu is very, when it comes to power, he is greedy of power. Thank God that in his statement he also
you're
made
still not acknowledging what the guy is. It said it's cleverer than the rest of them. That's what you say.
It's not being clever. Being clever in politics and knowing how to grab power or steal power is not being clever.
Really?
You know, the greed is part of ambition. So when your greediness turns out to be to the detriment of whatever happens to the people you don't care about, what happens is that power you must have it. That doesn't necessarily mean being smart. You're just being selfish. You understand? But a lot of people here can describe it as being smart, being political, this thing, knowing how to play politics. No. Knowing how to play politics doesn't mean that people have to suffer. Whatever division has to be created in the country, this and all that, do everything, grab power, run with it and all that. That's not being smart to me. That's being devilish.
All right. Okay.
That's being evil-minded to me. So, you can praise it.
I don't think the penny will ever drop with you guys. It doesn't matter what you're saying. The penny will not drop. Even very dark man can see it. So, and you are smarter than him. So.
That guy is one of the kind of people that I really abhor in the Nigerian state.
I don't like him too, but go on.
Yeah, I guess he's a product of the Nigerian space that is used to people praising notorious people that actually don't lead to good outcomes as clever and all that. Yes, one can say Tinubu is clever. I prefer to think it's actually, how do I put it, a lot more reserved than people give him credit for. In politics, it's not. I don't think he lords it over the people around him as much as people like to think. He's more conciliatory than people like to agree. That makes him not even if he has the ambition for the office, he waits for his time. He's patient. I think that's one thing you can give to him. He's very, very patient, and he waits for the time, and he knows when to strike it. In other words, it makes him more efficient. But it took him almost 20-something years from when he democracy till now to become this president. Not everybody had that kind of patience. He almost died looking for the office. So from that point of view, I'm not going to say he's very, very crafty. If he was so crafty and so smart, he would have made it to the to Aso Rock a lot earlier. A lot of people made it before him.
No, it would not have, because the only window that opened for him was in 1999, and 1999 wanted Obasanjo.
Exactly. Why did he fail? If he was so crafty, he should have won it.
That's because
the point. You have to face the facts. If he was so smart, like he is claiming,
you know, the issue is that
you don't understand politics.
One man. This is that
meet necessity. Ekene, I just wanted to kind of apologize to you for what I said about you earlier on, because to be fair, on this panel we are often on the same side, and I took it that you understood the issue of Dangote, and you were being a little bit facetious, but I don't think that's where you were being given, what one man brought out in the end. So I withdraw some of the comments I made towards you. You didn't deserve it.
Look at that. No problem. All right, bring it over, and then we go on to Jide, who I think is ready for us.
The issue is that when people manifest greed, that to the extreme that it affects the life of the victims and the citizens, I don't call that smartness. Having waited for years, protested, talk about good governance, even this petrol high price, dollar, all these things, he talk about it, and having waiting for 20-something years, and now gotten what he wanted, and things are going this way. It doesn't mean that man is smart. It shows that he only wants one thing, and that thing is just to be president. So if what you want is just to be president and not to lift the life of people to a better place, to some people it might be smartness, but for people like me, it is greed taken to the highest level, and it's very dangerous. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Can I? So Jide, sorry for the long wait. You're up next. The floor is yours. You know the conversation. Just go to it as you will. Jide.
Okay, one man. Thank you very much. I think sometimes when we use words, we should know the definition of those words. Politically, if you call Tinubu greedy, if somebody knew and understood for 20 years that yes, it is not yet my turn. It is not yet the turn of my zone, of my area. He understood in 1999 that there was a concession given to...
Apologies, Jide. Let me mute you because I'm bouncing off you. Yes. Hold on. Just hold on because there's a boofing sound. I just wanted to insert. Tinubu's slot was actually after Yar'Adua. But then the events that played out with Yar'Adua's death and Goodluck Jonathan coming in, so after 6 years, Goodluck Jonathan, he could not replace him, so he had to be after Babangida Buhari. So did you get it? But yeah, back to you. But yeah, carry on.
Okay, Bowman. So now what I was saying is, for him to wait that long, he should have come out and contested against Jonathan. He didn't. He should have contested against Buhari. He didn't. And that was why when he came out this time, the Northerners gave him the support because they knew he had given them that support when they needed it. So that is what you call being clever. You don't just wake up one day and say, I want to be president of Nigeria, and say you are going all out for it and you want to get it at one try. It's not possible. The reason why Atiku now is looking like a greedy person to everybody is this last election. Everybody knew it was the turn of the South. The North have had 8 good years. But this man, because he was greedy, still went to the ballot. And that is what you call greedy. And when you look at the way Tinubu operates, the House have been signing almost every bill that has been pushed to them without being forced, without the FCC pursuing any one of them, meaning to almost all of them in the House. This man has invested in one way or the other into their career, into their political life. He has been there for them one way or the other, and these people are now giving him the support. So if you still want to categorize that as being greedy, I sort of don't understand what the meaning of greediness is to you. Somebody ruled a state and put somebody there next. The person didn't revote. The next one didn't revote. 3 successive governors, and they have not gone against him. Like the
If
case
you
of
want me to explain to you,
don't explain, because when you were talking, you know, I didn't interject. I did not interject.
And explain it to you more.
Hold on, Ekene, because when you speak, you bounce off. There's just that heavy woofing sound. And if you speak, you bounce off a Jide system, so it will become Jide, carry on.
Okay, so when you say politically, Tinubu is not greedy. Tinubu is very, very shrewd and is clever, and that is why he's where he is today. I don't did not give him the support because he had done it for them in the past, and you can it is evident from the way everything is going. Now, to the issue of the refinery, woman, you see, when we feel we are good orators and we just want to jump on topics that we really don't understand the nitty-gritty of it, sometimes we make blunders. When you talk of a refinery and we're talking of the quality control environment where things are tested and you're expecting to see dust, oil, plastic in a plant that's just been built, not up to 3-4 months that's just started working, and you expect to see all that, then I should ask, which factory are you using as your own template? Because the truth of the matter is this: I am in the cement business, as I was saying the other time. When you talk about state-of-the-art technology in the QC environment, in terms of, this man even has a robot. For safety reasons, Dangote has a robot that does auto sampling for him, clinker sampling, does sampling of raw mix and raw meals for him, because he doesn't even want people to even interfere with those things. The robot goes there, pick it, transfer to the lab as far as the lab is from the kiln, and then they do the testing. And somebody comes here and says that he does not have this, he does not have that. You should understand the way Nigeria works. Dangote is already exporting diesel, and to the countries he's exporting this diesel to, are you saying those countries don't have quality control systems? Are they not going to test if his diesel has sulfur? If it has, why are they buying it?
Jide, can I ask you a question? You interjected me. Can I interject you as well?
Right.
So, have you ever been outside of Nigeria? Have you been to the Americas, for example? Have you been to the United States? Okay, if that's a no, I want you to know that a college, a small college, when you see the laboratory, equipment for even high school, elementary school, you're gonna marvel. They have robots, they have everything, they have computers, supercomputers. It doesn't mean anything. You're operating with the myopia of somebody who's in Nigeria. You could be impressed with small things. This is not a knock on you. It's just the way it is.
Can I go ahead, Pansa, please? If
Yeah,
you are not pushing anything to me. You're just trying to cover your shared lack of knowledge in that aspect. When I tell you something, I know what I'm saying. This is my field, and I speak as an oracle in this field. As far as you and I we are talking, I am an oracle when I'm saying it. And I know how many years I've been practicing. I've been in this line for 13 good years. So don't come and tell me what I know. Okay?
But you haven't been outside of Nigeria,
What I'm
Have you
saying,
been outside of Nigeria, yes or no?
Sorry, brother. Sorry, let me continue. What I'm saying is this. You came up the other time. You're saying the pipeline, long pipelines. This man is close to the shore. He doesn't need long pipelines to transport his crude, to transport his final product. He only needs crude to get to his refinery. And you're talking of a refinery that is almost in the desert. What you showed us. Sometimes when we hit,
there is a 25-kilometer pipe to the anchorage for the super tankers who brings in crude.
There's a booming sound here. There's a booming. I don't know. It's not making me hear. I want to hear that pipeline.
It's from Jide. Jide, when somebody's interjecting, mute because their thing is bouncing off your thing. Yeah.
Jide, to correct you, that pipeline you see is part of the refining process. That is part of the separation. It's not going to the oil fields to bring it in, right? When you build a refinery, part of that separation process for that crude oil is that long pipeline. It's not transporting the crude. In this case, Dangote also has a pipeline from the south that's bringing that oil. So you're very hard of hearing because operator just told you to mute yourself when somebody's talking. You don't want to listen. We're all from Nigeria, and I used to be from Nigeria. That's why everybody's beeping horns. It's rowdy. It's chaotic. You don't want to listen. I'm here in the United States, and you want to tell me stuff about technology. A bomb here.
A bomb. Take your place.
All right. Did they carry on? Yeah.
Oh, woman, thank you very much. So what I was saying is this: for instance, when you work in a refinery, you understand some of these things. I think I've said it on this platform before. By virtue of my own profession as an automation person, I'm being hired by. I do get this hiring job, part-time jobs like Yokogawa hiring me to go and do installation for control, wherever they are working. And the one they did at Warri Refinery, I was part of it. So I know what I'm saying when I said I've been to refineries and I've even visited Dangote Refinery. It's just close to my working place around Lekki there. So what I'm trying to say is this. When we talk about what is happening to this man, what's happening to this man is even the so-called IOCs are sponsoring internal forces against this man. And the reason being that should this refinery start working, in essence, the whole of Nigeria will be off their monopoly of, exporting PMS to us. And they don't want this. And they want to do everything just like they did with Alain Oyema when he started with Airpeace. They started giving him regulations. Don't park here. Don't land there. Don't do this. Don't do that. Until the government stepped in. It is a repeat of that case. And it is only a pity that internally, we also have some people working against this man. But I would say, if I'm to share the blame, it will be a 50-50 thing. Because you want to build a refinery as big as that. I think the first thing you do is you start from your supply chain. Where do I get the crude from? That is the first question. At least you should be able to secure a contract for crude supply for maybe, let's say, 20 years. I work with a company that has bought the limestone deposit in Ewekoro since 1960. They have bought all the limestone deposit there since 1960. So that is the first thing. You don't start today and then start saying you are looking for supply. You've built, then you're now looking for who will supply you. The first thing as a shrewd businessman is to first look for your supply chain. Who is going to supply me? Who am I supplying? Blah, 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 logistics, all those things. You get it settled even before you move to site and start doing all these things. So for me, we have modular refineries that have signed contract with all these IOCs for even up to 20 years in Nigeria, but those guys only do diesel. Now, Rabiu is coming in Akwa Ibom. He's also building his own refinery. If he has not settled this, I think it is also a lesson for him to start looking for where he will get a source of crude. So if we are going to share the blames, we should share it 50-50. There are internal forces working against Dangote, and Dangote himself is not telling us the whole truth. Maybe based on relationship between him and the past, government, they've agreed that, oh, don't worry, you do this, you do that, just build it, because this project didn't start in Tinubu's regime, and I don't know why. The fault of whatever he didn't sign when he should have started his building his refinery. He should have signed the contract on supply. It's now becoming an issue now, and they are now trying to tag it on the president. Now, what I think is they had maybe verbal arrangement or this party thing then, and he was thinking if I do it, they will give me. Now the power has changed, the story has changed, the situation has changed, and even the IOCs are also working against him, and he has internal forces working against him too. So that being said, I think he has 50% of the blame by not first sourcing for his supply, which is key to any business. That is key to any business. You must know that you have abundance of your raw material before you go into it. So that being said, one man, if I'm to move to the issue of these
But hold on. Regarding the abundance of raw materials, as you are referring to it, even if his plan didn't involve that, he also knew that he could buy oil from overseas or any part of the world. The problem now is that oil that he will buy, they are charging him more for it, and he's not going to benefit in Nigerian space because he still has to buy it from overseas. His argument right now is actually in favor of Nigeria, because he could buy from overseas and still make profit, just like other countries are buying from us. You see what I mean? So his argument is actually affecting, in a way, it's more for Nigeria to gain from it than the other way around. Am I missing something?
Yes,
You are missing a lot.
That's why I said there are internal forces
What is
working
it I'm
against
missing then? Because
what you are missing is the refinery can use all manners of crude oil. That's how it is purposefully built. So if he goes abroad to buy, they are not going to give him on credit. It's going to be cash and carry, because he's going to buy at spot price, not on forward contract he has signed with any supplier. So it will be spot price, which is more expensive. I think he doesn't have that liquidity at the moment. That's where his problem lies. He could call up, if he has liquidity, he could call off an NPCL bluff and go purchase. Remember, he's bought some from parcels from Texas. You understand? I think that's to the limit of which his liquidity can carry him. So is that liquidity? I suspect that is his problem. That's why he's
Why do
lashing
people
out.
just use all this big time? Just say it doesn't have the money, and so that everybody can understand what you are saying. It doesn't make you any.
Will I say a man who's a billionaire doesn't have the money?
Yeah, because
That's
exactly.
an insult.
No, because that will reveal you what you are saying. When you use all this big time, you use
I don't use term just frivolously.
Liquidity
I'm
is a big
deliberate.
Personally,
It's the
I always look at people that use all these confounding languages and being fraudulent. Just use plain language so people understand what you are saying.
No,
liquidity is not big language. Liquidity is not big language.
Most people won't understand what he's referring to. Most people that will come on stream won't understand. The point is that a man that is worth billions upon billions and had the refineries that is worth billions, oil that we know sells, petroleum we know sells, and you're telling me getting a loan to this is a guy that has billions of $1 billion worth of collateral. Accessing money is his problem. I don't think that's the real issue. His argument is that he wants a kind of subtle advantage in Nigeria in terms of being able to supply the entire Nigerian market without. He's going to make more profit because one, he doesn't have to ship the items overseas. You see what so it favors him to an extent, but who gains more from it? By far, Nigeria will gain more from it.
And he gains a lot too.
He gains from it. Of course, he gains from, but it's win-win.
And those who have been gaining in that space is blocking them also. They have the right to. We did all this yesterday.
What right do they have? The only right they have is to go extinct because what they represent is killing Nigeria right now. Yes, don't you get it?
For them to go extinct with their own billions of dollars of investment,
exactly.
their tank farms, their fuel station supply, their road tankers to supply.
You're not understanding. Nigeria is an oil producing
It's you that doesn't understand.
You are not listening. Nigeria is an oil producing company. If they have to survive, Nigeria
is listening. It's not agreeing. It's more.
That's fine.
One man, can you say what you're playing, please? Can you tell the audience what you're playing?
As it concerns oil business, it's a buffet. You take your own plate and go sit down and eat.
You see the kind of language he's using. This kind of language, I really.
It is pointed and it is deliberate.
I really abhor people like you that just use.
Well, goodness me! Now it's only.
I abhor you too. I abhor you, and I mean, I dislike people like you.
We love
who is just listening to himself
I can't believe
or speak for speaking
someone
sake.
like you on this panel say that Nigeria is there for people to be slicing from. Your people are dying.
Who is telling? I said you are not listening. That's why you just talk anyhow.
Okay, let me hear you out.
I said in the oil business, I specifically pick a sector. Listen to me. Don't just shout and scream at people.
Okay. Then what else? What else in the oil sector? What else did you say?
I won't talk to you, my friend. You take your place. And I'll come
all right.
I don't like you. You want to go personal with me? I'll go personal with you.
No, I will hear
you. With you?
I'm willing to
one
hear
man,
you.
please tell us what we're watching, please.
I'm willing to hear you.
The BPD is there.
All right. Yes, everyone can see what we're watching. Jide, back to you. Let Jide carry on. Jide.
So Baba, I think you are correct. You see, sometimes when things go out, we just like to people just like to, comment for the sake of commenting. If you remember some weeks back, Dangote came on national TV and was complaining that the interest rate was too high. The government has to come down interest rate and things. So it's a pointer to the fact that the man is having liquidity issues as well. And what Vizitu Niger was saying was also right in the sense that the external factors too is also a factor. These countries, external companies are also, a major player in the whole matter. But what I want to say to what is on ground is they would find a solution around it. For me, I don't really think one should bother himself, not to bother himself about this kind of issues. Dangote is not going to erect that kind of structure in Nigeria, and at the end of the day, don't have it running. It's not possible. The guy was just bluffing, trying to, get the hands of the government to come to help him, to aid him out of his situation. And that was why I was saying he was going to sell it and things like that. No. A businessman calculates his profits beforehand before going into a business. and he knows what the yield is going to be like before he went into it. And that's why he went into it. So, and nobody advised him to go into it. Not the government. He wasn't forced, and he was not begged. So he's just trying to get more sympathy, more attention from the government. And the problem is there are other players coming into this business. The government has to be very careful. If you play too much into the hands of Dangote, it might affect the rest coming into the business. And for what to Niger just said, that they should pack off all these big billionaires and things like that. You see, I find it funny sometimes. We say people have embezzled our money in the country, and when we hear that they took it abroad to Dubai, to wherever, we start saying, it did not do anything to the country. They embezzled the money, they took it away. Now, if somebody now embezzles the money and he puts it in Nigeria again, we come and say this. This person did not even embezzle money now. At least he's not a politician before, even though we know he's more powerful than some of the politicians in Nigeria. But he's investing his hard-earned money. We are even saying he should shut it down. He should just take his billions and get out. Sometimes I now ask myself, what do you want? Is it just for the love of the hate that you have for this system or the country or the person in charge? Or you
All
just
right,
want...
Let me reply to that, because he asked a specific question. Okay, so the point is that it's what they are investing in. If somebody says they have billions and they are investing in cocaine and bringing it into Nigeria regularly, would you say, okay, because they are investing billions, let's accommodate them, let them bring cocaine into the country? That is the point I'm making. These people, their entire business plan is damaging the country. A third of the Nigeria's foreign exchange is spent on what they are doing. That is killing the country. Why not take that money, build refinery, get the crude oil from the ground and refine it and supply to Nigeria instead of consuming 30% of Nigeria's foreign exchange? That is what I'm talking about. They are damaging the Nigerian state.
To Nigeria, understand.
All right, hold on. Just hold on 1 second. No, mute. That woofing sound is just is much. Respond to what Tunaja said, then give us a little commentary on the protest, and then we'll go on to Baba.
Oh, okay. What I wanted to say is to Niger, what you said is somehow funny, in the sense that, this is not cocaine. This person is investing his own money into the business. For instance, if you say Dangote has how many plants, cement plants in Nigeria, locations, by the time you start counting it, you count 1, 2, 3. In fact, it was about going to the fourth one, he was stopped. And when you go to each one, like the one in Ibeshi, he has 5 different kings, meaning that the number of people working in that place alone, and there are thousands, 5 different kings. It means he has 5 lines. And that's the way he has it in Obajano and like that. So, see, when these people are bringing their money, we just don't look at it from the myopic view of wherever. Let's look at it from the economic value they are adding to the people that are employed, the people that are benefiting from it direct and indirectly, third party, outsourced jobs and all those things. So we need to understand that it goes beyond that. But for me, my advice would be that Dangote should also think of, since the IOCs don't want to, he should also think of investing into oil rig and get a well allocated to him and start from there, so that he doesn't have to rely on these people. Then it will pay him more, and that is what he should have done originally. If people like Fola, Shade, Folorunso, Alakija has oil wells, why not Dangote? Why not Dangote? So for me, I think...
I think you misunderstand the core of my argument.
No. Let's not. I understand.
To IOCs, the ones that are the ones that are importing petrol into Nigeria. I'm talking about locally value-added manufacturing here. Maybe I'll have to be that specific. What you gave as an example, that Dangote has many kilns, employ thousands of people. That is exactly what I want to encourage. That's what all of us should be encouraging. Value-added manufacturing within the country that enriches us. But what these people that are importing fuel is doing, they are taking our money and giving it to go and buy dollars over this in petrol overseas and bring it into the country instead of them to look at building the refinery inside the country, do what Dangote is doing in cement, do value-added manufacturing, supply the petroleum to the Nigerian economy, which will strengthen our currency, then export it out to even strengthen the Nigerian economy further. But they are not doing that. Why would you want to encourage that behavior?
No, nobody's encouraging. Who encourages that?
No, not you, him. I don't think he understands.
No. He doesn't encourage that. You know, you are preaching to the converted somewhat to Niger. I don't think anybody argues against what you just said.
Why does he think? Why does he think that I'm against billionaires? I'm not against billionaires. I'm
No.
against.
What you are saying, you see, these people, there are bad actors in every situation. These are bad actors. These are money people. These are not even. They may even consider themselves patriotic, but they don't really care that much. They're after the money mainly, and they don't want the heavy labor of building a refinery when it's just so easy, just to fleece the country. So these are bad actors.
Why don't you just invest in Dangote? Don't run it. Leave it. Let Dangote generate the money. I'm asking you directly. Why don't they put that money in Dangote Refinery so Dangote can do the hard work for them? Why don't they do that?
No, they don't care. Look, let me say this. You see, these people, they make a lot of money from, you know, in that oil subsidy, sometimes they bring in empty tankers with nothing in it, and they will invoice the state and get money for that oil. During that oil importation space. There's a lot of
that I want these people out of the system then.
No, we all want them out of the system, but
why is he attacking me that I'm not making sense? But
what it's trying to get to you is that they're too baked into the system for you just to get them out by fiat, just by an order to say get out. So that's why that's not how things work.
They will kill us. They will kill us all. If they are going to kill us all, no, let's get to the bottom.
If they are afraid that they are going to kill us all. Could I beg to leave?
If they are going to kill us all, then we are already dead.
Niger, please. One man, I will leave right now, but I may come back before the session is over to reclaim my place. But before I go, I want to point out what you see on your screen, that Dangote is the only refinery with an asterisk, right? It says under construction to be commissioned in 2023, last year. It's 419. You claiming to be number 7 because you gave your word. This is what's wrong with us in our country that's given us a bad name. The only one with an asterisk, he doesn't meet it, and he's occupying that position. So I wanted to talk about it when I come back to show that if you go to the number 1 refinery, it's over a million. It dwarfs Dangote. It's like over 100% bigger than Dangote. And you see these countries, India, United States, they have multiple ones that are maybe 500,000, but they have a lot of them. So we shouldn't concentrate on the title, the biggest, the this, where Dangote the biggest, but you have an asterisk. You have an asterisk. So I'll come back. I have to go.
But the asterisk is explained now. It says under construction to be completed in 2023.
And it's expired.
What has expired?
2023 is gone. We're in 2024, pal.
So so they overshot. So what? What's the point?
Do you know what he's producing? Do you know what he claims he's producing right now?
No. Stay with that point. You said it's expired. They overshot. I don't know if you've ever constructed everything, and I'm sure you have constructed a lot of things, and I'm sure you overshot whatever your estimate were. What's the point?
Yeah, thank you for teeing that up for me to leave. And I want to live in a good spirit. I want Dangote to do well. I want the country to have a refinery for real. But the point I'm making is that he's not by him over. When you do a construction, sometime you spend more money than you budgeted, right? He budgeted 10 billion and he spent 20 billion, 100%. But on top of that, he's producing fertilizer. The 2G, I don't know his name, the guy that went over there.
Otitoju, yes.
Right. He showed us infrastructure for fertilizer. That's what he turned the Yoruba
And gas, and gas.
Yeah,
And petrol, and petrol.
Yeah, producing fertilizer. But I'm saying that let's not coddle them. It's not a small
nobody is coddling him. But what point has been made here? What point do you think you've made?
I'm making is that he strong-armed himself into a list of Committee of Nations with refineries. I mean,
Right.
Saudi, America, Korea, India, and he went over there and put himself at number 7, right?
Right.
Overtaking people like Saudi Aramco, that is 635. And then after a year is gone, it's 419. That's what Saudi will be saying.
How is it 419?
Well, you have a refinery that's producing 635,000 BPD. He take over them with a promise. Okay, now if he delivered it, fine. Okay, it's okay. But it's 419 on this list. He's not producing not even 1,000. Right? So he says 650,000 is a lie. Our NMPC comes and says, this guy, number one, is not licensed. Number two, he's not even 46% there. Do you see what I'm saying? This is a year ago.
Maybe they are just writing the capacity of the refinery.
It's being ranked by capacity. That's the only way to be fair, because that's what he's claiming. It's okay. So what I'm saying, I'm happy that you played this woman. I have to give you credit today. You whatever is thrown there to make the point, you put it out there. You don't care. You just want to get to the truth. That's what I want, right? But if somebody is playing on the world stage and especially fooling us back home, and our NNPC calls him out for it, we shouldn't say, "Oh, Dangote, we have to protect Dangote." He has to be an honest person. He shouldn't be a fraudster. You project that you're gonna deliver something in 2023. Okay, then maybe in January or February 2024, then you deliver it. If you say you're gonna do 650,000 BPD in 2023, then maybe by January you do 250,000 BPD. There has to be, you have to show good faith that due to circumstances beyond your control, you don't meet your goal, but there needs to be progress. We have to judge you by rubric. How far have you gone?
You mean like exporting jet fuel and diesel, those sorts of things?
That's
and also satiating the Nigerian market for it.
Look, I'm the United States. I'm not impressed by those kind of things, right? I've told you.
You are not impressed. He's doing something that you're complaining like he's not doing anything.
Can I have my space back?
All right. Back to you.
Okay, I'll be back. Please, when I come back, I want to take my place exactly where I am. I have to go and make a living. All right. Bye-bye.
Make a living. I thought you is usually dinner with some Eritrean. What happened to the Eritrean girl?
The most beautiful girl in the world. You know what I'm saying? The most beautiful.
No, I would determine that.
What a treat to your Igbo women. How dare you?
So the Igbos are still the most beautiful women in the world, but opposites attract. I'm an Igbo man. Why would I be dating one of my sisters?
Opposites attract. This guy.
You know what? God. The thing, I'm gonna give you a secret now before I leave, right? As a man, as a man, Superman. When you go and you go and get one of these naughty girls, right? You like me as an Igbo man, I need to go get me a Yoruba naughty girl so that when people like that they piss me off, right? Then I'm gonna take it out on my wife, right? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I thought you were going to land on. I thought you were actually going to give us some. I thought you were going to give us something to take away.
I'm just playing. Anyway, I'll see you guys later on. Keep it up. I've been listening in though.
All right, that's fantastic. Of course, always a delight. Yeah, Jide.
I'm gonna come back in. All right.
All right, Jide, back to you.
Woman, finally on that point, I just want to say, is it not shameful that NNPC is coming out to say Dangote is not licensed? So because I feel any refinery that is coming to situate itself in Nigeria needs to go through some level of, is it, how do you call it now? Scrutiny, certification, and all those things before you now say you license them. And there should be a local licensing agent for that matter. So if they are saying it's not licensed and it's already operating, and you are already selling his diesel, you should know that something is fishy. So for me, it's just the nonsensical business war that they will settle among themselves. And the people that are at fault, they will put their hands in their pocket when the government steps into it. I learned that the ministers met them, a good move. At the end of the day, we'll see what happens. Dangote will produce and we'll have PMS. Even if he buys it from heaven, doesn't matter. All countries buy crude. US produces crude and also buys crude. So it's just what they create to make the balance in trade. So that's just it. For the protest, well, for me, I was on the platform before I came to this, before I joined. The protesting is already going a different route. Like in Lagos today, some people protested, and their banners were, if you want to protest, go back to your village. Lagos is no man's land. Will not be tolerated again. That there are people that own Lagos. So their own protest is already a counter protest. So I see a situation whereby the protest might not largely succeed. Basically because a lot of people are already pulling themselves out. People in Abuja that are seeing the good work that Wike is doing, they are seeing that things are moving, they are already saying no, they don't want any protest in their own region, because obviously if you damage all those things, you are going to set the country back. I can't imagine that the rail line in Lagos that we are even managing, the interstate one, somebody goes there and burns it down. You know, sometimes when I'm coming back from Lagos to Ogun State and I don't carry my vehicle, I join the train down from Lagos to Itori, and like that. So it's very good. It's just an hour from Yaba straight to Itori. You understand? So for me, it is a good thing, and we don't want people to come and destroy that. We want other states to look at such things and copy it. Wike has done his own metro now and expanded it even more than what was done there before. Let another person to pick it up. Abia have their own train too. Then we can now start talking about which infrastructure is the best. Healthy competitions, not this destructive mindset that some such are pushing. The funny thing is, there is one funny thing: the people that are preaching it are now the ones saying that they are not the one behind it, when they already know that everybody knows they are the one behind it, which is the obedience space. So for me, I just feel that it's not going to be a success like the NSAS thing, because the NSAS thing, everybody were into it. But now we're already seeing resistance. We're seeing Arewa say no, because the people now feel like what happened during NSAS. People that lost their fathers, people that lost their children, people that lost their wife, people that could not leave the home to access medical facilities as a result of disruption in the peace of the environment. People that were looted, that their shops were looted and they were bankrupt as a result of all this. We would not want something like that to repeat itself. I don't know where people are getting all this idea. And when somebody says it is not, they are tying it to a certain distance. Yes, there are tapes, there are recording of a particular person calling for it from a particular set. So it is easy to them. And as long as hard as we're trying not to make it sound whatever, we need to tell ourselves the truth. The truth is, nobody wants his region to be destroyed again. So if you want to protest, take transport to your village, go to your local government, your locality, and protest in your local government. You cannot leave.
One man, can I please respond to this guy, please?
Yeah, his name is Jide, but if you're responding to him, then he has to mute himself. Respond to him, and then go on.
Yeah, Jide, look, you have to stop playing this tribal game, coward talk on one man show. All of you that make this thing try to look like it's a one from one tribe. Why are you guys afraid of the North? Why are you guys cowards? to the north. You see the north, bring me up. You made Ononuga the other day. Say it was Obi. You are here saying that somebody from one particular point of the day. Coward, that's what you are. Call the names, let us see. What is all this nonsense? Every time you guys will come out here and you are saying things that are not true.
Ekene, that's exactly
it picks me up. Stop it.
They want to divide on tribal lines, while in reality, NSAS protests
what nonsense?
Tribal stuff.
Atiku even tweeted in support of it. Atiku, his tweet went viral in support of it. He never talked about it. He will not come here and be talking about it.
Because he's a northerner, they are so afraid of them. That was why you're not walking to them. They're cowards. You're a coward.
Can I have my
Stop all this nonsense. See, let me tell you something. You know, the other time, on this show, I brought a video of where cows were eating crops. Do you know what the guy told me? He said, no. We know how we fight our day. How do you fight your thing? When somebody's there, eating your stuff, destroy your property, you cannot react. And you say, oh, no. They come on protest. You are mad. You are calling one tribe. Call those people that are against you, that are destroying your properties. Enough of this xenophobia. It's a shame. It's a shame.
If anything, the tribe that he's referring to, they are the one that were saying they were not going to get involved in any protest, that people should suffer under this government. A few months ago, they were the ones saying it. So now the protest is about to happen. They were trying to make it a divisive issue by lambasting it on that tribe. That is just
it's unfortunate. If one man put the video, there was a clip I sent to you, one man. I sent to you a clip, one man, right? That clip. Hold on, can I finish, please? Who is talking, please? Let me finish. One man, there's a clip.
I gave you the room to talk, so I'm taking my floor back. It's okay. Thank you very much. When it's your turn, you can lash at me, okay? You see, the problem is this. I was only respecting one man. And for you saying I am mad, I'm not going to take it, but I'm not going to insult you. I'm only going to tell you.
I didn't say you. I said you're a coward. And I'm repeating it again. You're a coward. You're a coward. Even if I say you're mad, whatever I said, I said it. You are mad for saying that. You are stupid for saying that. The Ibophobia is
not only coward, hypocrites.
I'm not going to go that part with you. I know what I'm saying.
Mute yourself for a moment, Jide. Just mute yourself for a moment. Joel, I want to need you to bring the language down a bit. You can push at Jide, but please the language. You know we're a bit funny about that.
One man. This is that one man.
Let me just say this, and of course you get the right to reply. The language, we have to manage it. You can push at him, but I don't think he's made it. I've not heard him say anything ethnic, and I've not really heard anybody say anything ethnic. What people are saying is that it is a political protest being sponsored by the Obedient Space, which is a broad national movement, and the Showore Space, which is a socialist aluta something. So I'm not sure how you've turned it into an ethnic.
One man, and it was Bayo Ononuga. On this show, on many occasions, many people have been making these statements. The Igbos. When you guys wanted to go on protest the other time, we said we are not going to be involved. As you guys were protesting on the streets, shouting a big power, we were drinking at the bar. We said that's how we're going to protest. So what is it now? Because they fight everything. They have fight everything. Now they are trying to make it look like it is I don't care what they say. One man, there was a video I sent to you. And so tell you what happened during ESAS. And that interview was by what is this lawyer's name? Hey, where's my man again? This guy, Falana. Yeah, I sent you that he explained what happened. But people will not look at it. People are still talking about IPOP. Scary people. Nonsense. And that is how we can never solve our problem.
But Joel, you are the one making it ethnic, because what people are saying is a political protest. You know, so I'm not quite. In the course of all of this conversation, nobody has made any ethnic reference.
One man, let me tell you something. Whenever you hear people say, let me just tell you the way it is, and let us just stop being cowards. Say the names of the people. Whenever you start hearing some people from some part of the country, you know they're talking about Igbos. I will tell you.
Why would you conclude that?
Because that is what it is. 99% of the time, whenever you see any person say some people from certain part of the country, it is Igbos. So one man, that is why I said, stand on your word, stand on it, and give us proof.
Hold on, George. Let me tell you how I say it differently. The first thing is, I've not really seen in either the conversations we have on this platform or even in the wider conversation, anybody making it ethnic. What people are saying is that it is the obedience space that is propelling it. So that's a political, not an ethnic movement. That's one.
One man,
hold on now. You spoke now.
If I may
let me just land and then you can. So that's the first thing. That people see it as a political protest rather than anything for the people. And that political movement is the obedience space, which is not ethnic, as you've countlessly explained. That's one. And then when people are saying, go to your state and protest, people are still bearing the scars of NSAS, all the infrastructures destroyed in Lagos. And they're a bit reticent to see any other protest in Lagos because there's never been a protest in Nigeria that does not spiral into anarchy, and they don't want infrastructures burnt down. So there's no, you are the one that brought in the ethnic coloration as far as
one man, I have told you, one man,
actually, that last some years.
Anyway you want to shave it, but I have told you what is going on. I have seen this thing on television, and this thing was
local government areas.
One man, may I speak?
All right, let Baba come in and then Jide round up. I was going to play you a clip, Jide, and after Jide rounds up, Baba takes the floor to Niger supervise I bail out.
Well, one man, it may be your style. I don't know. Everyone has his own style and level of tolerance. But I don't think it is appropriate in a discussion to call your fellow panelists names, idiot, stupid, and things like that. Quickly, it happens here all the time, and it quickly spirals out of control. I personally don't like it. I have big mouths too. I don't care. You can, but there are people who cannot respond back, or who doesn't even have, or I don't know how to put it.
Baba, if you want to go inside me with me, you talk. I don't like all this talk where you talk from side.
My friend, if you won't come for me, I make a kidney and you for screen. You understand? I be street.
Carry on, Joel. You need to calm it down a bit. I think Joel is carrying the wider narrative onto this platform. I don't think it's I think it's carrying.
I mean, why can't you? Somebody's taking counter him with your own narrative, but calling him names, stupid, mad, and stuff like that. It's not nice. It is not nice. That's all I have to say. Jide, carry on.
All right, Jide, before you carry on, let me move you to a different space. I'll play this clip, respond to it in about 2-3 minutes, and then we're going to Baba. This is the fight between, it's a three-way fight between Reno Mokri, Dele Momodu, and who's the other one, the third one? Yes, Reno Mokri, Dele Momodu, and Doyo Kukwe.
Well, then what you have to understand is this. If you listen to Dele Momodu and Peter Obi, they did not give data. They just gave assumptions. Now, you're giving some data, but that data is actually, and I'm going to come back to it, but Dele Momodu and Peter Obi, they didn't give data. And as Deming said, in God we trust, all others must produce data. If you look at, first and foremost, Dele Momodu is somebody that I like a lot. He's a friend of mine. But his background, he read Yoruba at the University of Ife. Now, with all due respect, I respect Yoruba people. My ancestors came from Ile-Ife by way of Iwere, which is now called Wari. So I'm not going to denigrate Yoruba culture, but I'm not sure that a person who read Yoruba and who has never worked in an economic capacity in any way, shape, or form, his life has been about an Uwe and Play magazine, Ovation. I'm not sure that is the right person to be.
Dele Momodu is a renowned journalist. I mean, for decades, you don't think he has capacity to gather data and understand the issues as they are?
Capacity from what? Because that's the thing. If you're talking about capacity, from where? He read Yoruba, he's never run, he's never worked in an economic capacity, he's run an O&B magazine. What capacity is that? I mean, are you telling me that, for instance, now, if I was a DJ for 20 years, I can have capacity to pontificate about the economy? No, I'm not sure. So if you're talking about the economy, if you look at, okay, right now, according to the International Monetary Fund, which was just 5 days ago, I'm sure you saw it in the headlines, Nigeria's economy is now growing at 3.1%. Our GDP is growing at 3.1%. So when Daily Mamadi says that our economy has collapsed, obviously the facts do not bear up what he's saying. We just had a quarter whereby we had a trade surplus of 6.52 trillion. How can you say that Nigeria's economy has collapsed with a surplus of 6.52 trillion? Like I told you, I gave you historical data, which is what this administration is trying to do with the economic reforms, and which is what we in the PDP also said we were going to do. We had a problem with Muhammadu Buhari because ideologically we were very different from him. But with this man in power, Bola Tinubu, if you look at his ideology and our ideology in People's Democratic Party, it's almost identical. We said we were going to do 4 things: that we were going to remove fuel subsidy, we were going to have devolution of powers, we were going to have a single exchange rate regime, and we were going to put student loans. All of
all right. So if I'm going to try everything within my capacity to bring that guy to this platform. I think on of all of the guests that I want on this platform, he by far and away he's number one. But what are you making of that? Dele Mamodu and all of that stuff. Yeah.
Before I go to what Reno said, our people used to say, you call a vegetable seller, and the first thing he says is, my vegetable is not from the incinerator. No, I didn't pick it from the donkey. What is the relationship between the two? What's the relationship? I was talking. I never mentioned a part of the country. I never mentioned anything. And for somebody to lash out at me and call me names shows that he knows something that I don't know. The truth of the matter is this: if you live in Lagos and you've seen lives, police that were fired during that period, they have children. It is on the internet. We saw everything during ESAS, and you want that to repeat itself again, so that some miscreants can take law into their hands and turn the whole country upside down? Yeah, if you are going to have a peaceful protest, go to your local government. Protest to your governors. Go to your local government. There is a difference between state of residence and state of origin. So you go back to.
But some of those protesters are from the same state.
Brother, please. Anybody that is from that state should protest in a state and make it peaceful. Okay?
You see, now that is what you should have asked.
Please, no, I'm not.
Instead of making it tribal.
I never made it tribal. I never mentioned the tribe.
Don't pretend.
Are you the owner of Lagos? Are you the owner of Lagos State? Are you the owner of Lagos State? That is people to go to their state.
Thank you very much. Thank you for asking that question. Thank you very much for asking that question. But if you want to ask that question, you want to go into that gutter, I'll go there with you. Is Nnamdi Kanu the owner of Lagos when he was ordering people to burn everything down?
I ask you, are you the owner of Lagos?
Build one infrastructure.
Are you from Lagos?
Are you telling me?
Is Bola Tinubu from Lagos State? Is someone from Lagos State?
Nnamdi Kanu father born.
What on the time you talk as if you claim? Are you from Lagos State?
What is your problem? It is you Igbos that do that. It is you Igbos that do that to yourselves. Okay?
Are you from Lagos State? What is your state? Are you from Lagos State? Answer me. You're not even from Lagos State. Bola Tinubu is not from Lagos State. No, someone is not from Lagos State. All of them is not from Lagos State.
That is your style. We don't do it in the West. Okay?
We don't do it in the West.
We don't do it in the West.
Come and do it in the Southeast. Come and do it in the Southeast. Come to the Southeast and protest. Nobody will watch you. Come to the Southeast and protest.
It's as simple as that.
Go to the
Come to the Southeast and protest. Nobody will watch you.
Go to your local government and protest. It's as simple as that.
Are you the owner of Lagos State?
Oga, Nnamdi Kanu was not the owner of
Every
Lagos State.
time you people come here, Lagos.
Down on live radio.
Dangote even gave them $100 million. They shared it among themselves. You didn't benefit from it. Every time you come here and talk about Lagos.
Don't, yes.
Are you the owner of Lagos? Do you come to Lagos State? You are one of us.
Just let him finish what he's saying.
Don't burn it down. Leave that Lagos and is it not a known fact that Nnamdi Kanu was calling for the burning of properties?
Go and listen to Falana. So you understand what happened. You listen to
God, leave that for me. Leave that. Don't even come. Don't come with me.
You should have asked for peaceful
when you are
protest. You should have asked for peaceful protest.
No,
What did you benefit from your state? Can you tell us what you benefited from your state?
No. What's going on here?
Come here.
Guy, I said no. What? Can you not hear me, Darati? I said no. So when I say no, then just stop. Jide, carry on. Because when people talk, you're bouncing off Jide, and it's woofing in everybody's ears. So if Jide is not muted, then it's an unpleasant thing to. So Jide, bring it home. Give us a little diet on the video I played you, and then we move on.
Okay, woman. So on the final note, what I'm just saying is this: our own culture in the West. I cannot say I want to be a king in Lagos. I know my rights. I know where I come from. I cannot say I want to be a governor in Lagos. But anything that is available for anybody that comes from every other part of the West, I have equal rights to it, and nobody will ask me where I come from in the West. So if it is your practice, wherever you come from, you don't bring it to our own hand. Don't bring your divisive nature to our end. Okay? It was only in your own zone that Ojuku's wife could not be a senator from the senatorial district of her husband. She had to go back to her state to win a senatorial seat because you told her she was not from that place. Don't bring your style to Lagos. Don't bring it to the West. So you don't come and tell us how to do things in our region. If you think Lagos, am I the owner of Lagos? Then you leave Lagos. Are you the owner of Lagos? And we'll be saying things quietly and be just because one man said I have the capacity to be in Lagos. Then
you cannot tell me to leave the Lagos. Then you have the capacity. Come and pursue me from Lagos State.
So why are you not telling me?
Come there and pursue me. If you have the temerity and the country. If you have the capacity, come where I'm saying and pursue me from Lagos State. If you know what you are talking, don't hide the one man platform and be saying it.
You should be ashamed.
You have all it takes to pursue me from Lagos State. Come to where I stay in Lagos and pursue me. Don't hide the one man platform and be saying it.
I am tied to the people living in Lagos by ancestry. Okay? You are not. If that is what you want to hear, you are not. Okay? So take that to the bank. I will not come to Abia State or Anambra and struggle your zone with you. So take that to the bank. Okay?
As long as Nigeria leaves, you won't do nothing.
Some very sensical comments on this platform. Woman, please, to the Reno more quitting. Reno is saying the fact. Dele Momodu doesn't really know much about economy, and it is glaring. You can only argue on what you know. You understand? Just like when Panelist was saying that pipe transferring crude is part of the separation process. I laugh because what does he understand about the chemistry and the physics in breaking down such hydrocarbons? So he doesn't know what he's saying. So basically, you can only get correct analysis from an expert. And if Reno is a financial expert, and if he's saying some things, yes, it might not be totally reflective of the economy that we are into, but yes, it is. Let me say underground signs that yes, we are recovering and things are moving gradually in the right direction. I think the biggest game changer will just be for this Dangote Refinery to kick on and other refineries come up, and then we can save 40% of our earnings that we are using to import PMS. which is what takes the largest percentage of our forex. Then we now start talking about steel, and if we can fix those two areas, then we start having some level of peace and tranquility in our economy. Then we might start seeing growth in leaps and bounds. But if that aspect is not yet taken care of, we'll still be in this situation we find ourselves. Well, man, thank you very much. I think I better bail out. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Jide. So thank you, Jide. So from Jide, we go to Baba. But on our way to Baba, let me acknowledge the super chatters. So Ayo comes in, and when Ayo comes in, he comes in strong. So that's Ayo, not once but twice. So that's Ayo right there. Well done, Ayo. George Blue Shell, he comes in to break the momentum of Ayo. So that's Choma luxuriating in Pansat. That's Choma still luxury in Pansat. This is Michael Babs, not a super chat or a super sticker. This is Tope O, another Pansat adherent. So Pansat and his crew. Maybe we should have Pansat more if it's the money maker on the what's it. So thank you, everyone. The conversation carries on, but in the capable hands of Tunaja, of course. Tunaja, Baba is up next. So let Baba have.
I'm leaving 1 minute.
Okay, Baba, let's have your submission, and then we'll bail out together if you don't want the rowdiness of what's about to come. So talk us through then. So we were talking about Obi taking to law with Bayo Ononuga for commentaries made about him being the arrowhead behind the protest about to come. We were talking about that. This is actually good news, and this is why people are somewhat positive about Lagos. Lagos test runs red line rail. So the infrastructure, Lagos is slowly pulling, in fact, not even slowly, but rapidly pulling together as an international space. There's no doubt about it. So they are already mapping out in terms of rail travel and infrastructures just they're even building the equivalent of an O2 and Lagos is turning into a real pearl in the African space. So we're talking about that. People in NNPC don't want subsidy scam to end. This is Lamido Sanusi, who you know as an emir, but you previously knew him as the former governor of CBN. So he knows the inner workings of that space and is telling you that when they say corruption is fighting back, this is it right here. Corruption fights back. Kalu celebrates Tinubu over landmark ascent to Southeast Development Commission. So
which Kalu is that? The deputy in the house, or
the deputy in the house, the deputy in the house. Yes, the deputy there. So this is MELE Kyari responding to Dangote. Kyari replies Dangote, says he doesn't own blending plant in Malta, but then of course he would say that, wouldn't he? But this one now is a undercurrent headline, but really goes to the heart of what is going on in Nigeria. This is the Chinese, I suspect. EFCC bust illegal mining operation in Ogbomoso. 10 suspects arrested with trucks of lithium. So the most harvested thing in terms of mineral resources in Nigeria now is this lithium. They're just trucks after. I've seen countless videos of trucks, because I think the whole country is awash with lithium, and the Chinese want all of it, so illegally as well. Nigeria's external reserve hits 17-month high, $2.35 billion in 18 months. So the projection then that
18 days.
Is it 18 days or 18 months?
18 days.
In 18 days, that's even better. So the projection then is that it will very quickly hit the $40 billion mark. It's Nigeria's external reserve has increased yet again, reaching $37.05 billion as of July XYZ. So the projection then is that it will hit $40 billion fairly quickly. But how does that impact on the exchange rate or the stability of the currency? So they're starting conversation. Labour Party Senate.
The interest rate has been raising again. You didn't see that news?
That's to tackle inflation. Yeah, I saw it. That's to tackle inflation. Labour Party senator defects to APC. So a lot of people had the anticipation that this would happen, but a lot of people thought it would happen a lot quicker. But apparently, slowly they are moving. The senator representing Imo East Senatorial District, Francis Ezenwa, has dumped the Labour Party for the All Progressive Congress. The defection was announced XYZ. In his defection letter, cited the crisis within the Labour Party as the reason for its defection. Of course, we know the reason, and that reason is dollars. So all of that. So take your pick, and let's hear from you, Baba.
Yeah, thank you, man. I think I will take first the Dangote space, but the love of country makes me to listen to various type of media. Some quietly in the background, not doing anything, because this is the only place I come, and I speak to a lot of people every day, family, friends, and the likes. So I follow what is going on daily basis, morning, noon, and night in our country. And people are not paying attention, woman. People are not paying attention. And that is the danger of the moment. Two things happened today in the National Assembly. And nobody, it flew over the head of everybody except maybe very few. I've not discussed this with anyone. The president presented a bill in the morning talking about extension of the IGP tenure. That nobody can sack him, any IGP, unless he finishes his tenure. By implication, that means either that or blowing away, going quietly into the night. That's what will remove an IGP. And they passed that bill today. They passed the bill. First, second reading, bam, went into vote and nothing to the committee. The implication there, later, hours later, the IGP came out to talk about this protest. And if you read between the line, it is ominous what he was saying. I don't want to go too deep, but I will just leave it there. Those who have discerning mind can discern the correlation between that bill and the IGP speaking about the protest for the first time. They should just think him, because everybody has a right to protest. It is an inalienable right of every human being on Mother Earth to protest. But of course, it shouldn't spiral into riots, because riot and protest, they are two different things. Protest can spiral into riots, and it is riots that descend into anarchy. May this not be our portion when the protest starts. So now to the Dangote, this thing. Dangote is a shrewd businessman. But for the very first time, I come to the full realization that even the best amongst us can be fallible. Here you are, a renowned businessman. You plan to build a refinery, a world-class refinery. And you didn't, side by side, source for your raw materials at the same time, so that you can have that in place, so that you are not you will not be subjected to exactly what is happening now. What I think happened to him, he was too sure-footed about Nigeria. and the governance in Nigeria that he can always get his way. That's why he didn't bother at all. That is one. Two, that refinery, I mean, we've been hearing it will come on stream since about 2021, I think, if my memory serves. But it did not. It was 2021 when he ran out of cash. The federal government came and announced to us that they are investing $4 billion, which culminated in a 20% equity in the refinery, which we've come now to be told that that's not the case. But that $4 billion was in or is in NNPC's book of 2022, clearly stated. One of the few audit reports NNPC had ever submitted. It is there, but he came out and told us this. That is two. Three, Dangote has all have been hearing Aliko now.
Baba, I was hearing 3 billion then. It wasn't 4 billion. I never had 4 billion. I had 3 billion. And I had 2 billion. That was then, not now.
No, it rose to 4 billion. that's what made it 20% equity. Because if the refinery has been purported cost $20 billion, 4 billion, of course, investment will be 20% equity.
Okay, but Baba, look at it this way. Look at it this way. I do not think that they gave him the $3 billion or 4 billion, whatever dollar it is. I think it was going to come in form of maybe access. You understand what I'm saying? Or
that's how they explained it of late.
Yes. So but because from what Dangote is saying, let me just I won't be long. From what Dangote is saying, he is saying, and they've not refuted him. He's saying that they had certain arrangements that NNPC did not meet up with. And in the business world, it is right. What you have to do is, if you had an agreement with someone and the person does not come up with it, you give the person the share of what he invested. And I think that 7.2 is what he said, that or the worth of what NNPC has put into his business so far. NNPC could not meet up. So, I mean, go ahead. I'm just...
But the interesting thing is this. NNPC already put it in their books, audited accounts for 2022, that they have 4 million investment equity in that refinery. So at best, we can say that is creative accounting. Is it lawful? If it's an ordinary corporation, will they not be subjected to further investigation? Why did they put it in their books when it's not fully paid? So that is the question.
Why don't they use the crude oil to pay for it? But they didn't even do that. Everywhere they do shady business.
This is what happened. Wait, there is an acre. Look, what they supplied in the 4 parcels they supplied in early in the year, with which or last year, where we took off and come out with the AGO. One is from I think 2 parcels from Fafa Fields. That's the one owned by the lady. What's her name now? That's the Alakija lady. They took 2 parcels, and 2 parcels come off the Mobile and Shell. So that's all totally about 4-point-something million barrels. That's how much they can give. It cannot. I support him. I respect industry, as I always want to repeat every day here. But you cannot, because of your own business, disturb other people's business. People, until the new acreages they put up now for bidding, previously, when you win a bid of an oil field, you pay what they call signature bonus, $200 million, non-refundable, cash you pay to start exploring and map out your operations. When you put a rig there, minimum, rickety this thing or not, you need daily $500 million at least to pay for your rig. It's a huge investment. And oil is not akara we just fry and put it on a tray or in a cubicle and start selling. Those people, once you hit oil, or before, once you have you start noticing, you start also signing forward contracts as an oil owner, because it's upon that you can even leverage and borrow if you run out of cash. So they've already been committed. And here we are, your refinery is supposed to come on stream, all things good, by 2022. It did not happen. So even if an NPC was ready for you then, once you are not ready, there's no place to do. Of course, they will commit themselves or their parcels to other sources. It's about signing contract long term. It's not a day thing. That's the nature of the industry. Now you are ready. They manage through the intervention of Aso Rock to give you that those 4 parcels to start your operations. When they were not forthcoming, you instituted a trading firm of your own in London, a trade whence you can buy oil from other sources. You started using your trading post in London to buy from Texas, thinking they will play ball at the end of the day. That is another aspect of its failure. Third, here you are. Before your refinery came on stream, there are people. I don't want to talk about the morality or anything about this. I'm talking strictly business. There are people with tank farms. There are people, MRS, the senators one and all the rest. They all invested big spaces. They are in business with an NPC. They have thousands of trailers. They have their operations already in place. Here you come. You're ready for operations. You have your own farm, tank farm. 1, 2, you have thousands upon thousands of trailers. 2, now you are buying up fuel stations from sole entrepreneurs who own fuel stations. So where do you want those people to eat? They just wake up one day and everything they've worked on all in their life just go because a bigger party is there. That is another point. Another point again I'll make out. Yes, these people are feeling pain because you are going to take a lot out of them. If you start producing, Nigeria today, as we know it, we use 33 million liters of PMS every day. Your refinery at optimal capacity operation will be bringing out 103. So there is about surplus of 70 million, which you can sell. And if you are selling at the normal international price, that means I don't use the word subsidy because it's not in any of the 4, 5 budgets we are running. So government intervention will come in. They will be paying the intervention of about 400 per liter directly to Dangote. They will sit on all of that. Those who have been enjoying that will suffer. They will come to ruin. So these are the things. Yesterday, we overflowed this issue. We're talking about business here, the life of people that has been sustaining them Maybe they are responsible to their village or bringing light, everything. That's aside. But the thing is, I even went further quoting the Bible yesterday. Look, you have to sit down with your enemies and sort out issues. And surprisingly to me, the darling of the obedience, the broadcaster, Rufai, the young man, the same thing we said yesterday night was what he said this morning. Dangote should sit down with his people, because they are all one. His people, and let them sort themselves out. And they will do that. No doubt about that. They will do that. They will sort themselves out. And it will be a lesson to Dangote himself, be a lesson to other refinery owners, and be a lesson particularly to Rabiu, the man who is putting up his this thing in Akwa Ibom, which will come on stream maybe in another 3 years. So, but I've never seen Dangote like this before. I've been knowing that early 1980s. Yes, Dangote, early 1980s. I don't think the press conferences is done in the last 1 month. He has done it for the last 44 years. He doesn't talk to the press. But I'm seeing a different Dangote right now, talking to the press, doing a tour with press around, bringing in legislators, lashing out, and even sniggeringly telling NNPC, okay, bring my 20 billion and come and buy this thing. And then they do again. You can see, but at the end of the day, it's like a war. When people want to war, oh, don't fight, don't do this. Pope will come in. Don't fight. Come to the round table. No, we are not going to come. It's like Hamas and Israel. At the end of the day, that table is where we all sit down and sort ourselves.
All of them met.
Yes, yes, sir. You say what?
I thought that they met. I saw Kyari, Dangote, and the.
Oh, they've met already. That one is for photo. I will call it photo shoot. But the real business of sorting themselves out will be through back channels, because Aso Rock also is involved, whether we like it or not.
I know. But
this thing is deeper.
But Baba, do you think in your own, because when I saw the photo shoot, I thought that they were discussing. In fact, there was a photo shoot of them sitting down and discussing, laughing. So even with the minister of petroleum, if I'm not mistaken, I saw the Bobbery there as well. So are you saying that Dangote made the comment about Malta after they had a meeting or before they had a meeting?
Before they had a meeting, even Dangote got it wrong. That Malta operation has always been there long ago.
It's always been there.
It is what we call that operation.
Right from IDB's time, says.
Listen, that operation is ship to ship. It's not shore to ship. It's not like the facility is there. A tanker will come, meet sea, will meet the other tanker, and that tanker, which is polluted, of we call LPFO or HPFO, we call it crack oil. It will pump it into the other one that will be coming to Nigeria, and kind of they mix it in mid sea right there. So that's what we call ship to ship operation. It's not like there is a facility in Malta that does this. The vessel that
so it's like is that why he was calling like a blending?
Exactly.
Okay.
So when they use some certain language, they use it to confuse people. It's ship to ship operation. It's not like there is a blending plant somewhere that adulterate this thing. The other ship with crack oil will come alongside along the other one when the tide is favorable, so that they don't run into each other. Then they start the pumping. It's just like pumping dye into water. You understand? At the end of the day, because the other ship is still have a journey of about a week and a half by going up and down the ebb in his journey, everything will blend by the time they get to Nigerian shores. That is even the one that will bring cargo, because a lot of them don't bring
So when
cargo.
it blends, what does it bring? Okay, so are you saying that the ship from Nigeria, what does it carry? What's the content?
No, it's coming. It's gone where it from a refinery, mostly from India or from Rotterdam. It's already coming with a cargo, but there is still a lot of space, because with a vessel, for instance.
Baba, sorry, Joe. What Baba is saying is, it's a bit like, do you know a cordial drink, which is heavy concentrate, and then you pour water in it to
dilute it and have more quantity.
They'll go and buy, let's say 40% of good quality petrol, and then they'll go to Malta, and then they'll go and buy 60% of poor quality petrol, and then they'll do this ship to ship in those Maltese shores, and then pump the poor quality to blend in with the good quality, and then they'll ship it all the way to Nigeria, and then in the process of that shipping, that blends, but then they'll invoice Nigeria for the full ship load of that good quality. Is that essentially what it is?
Oh, exactly.
Oh,
and they
I get
don't
it.
test
I get it.
because when a ship
is that not supposed to be criminal behavior? Because they are
It
bringing
is.
a dangerous.
What do you mean supposed to be? It's high crime.
Look, the thing here is NNPC had never had their own lab. This is an industry as a bunker have been in since the 80s. Shipping from the 70s to 80s entered into the re-oil this thing. NNPC had never had a laboratory. What they do is they hire SGS people to do that job for them. And once these people, when the tanker comes, they put on the red flag. That means nobody can board until custom, immigration, NPA, and then the SGS people will come, take a dip and sample and go away. By law, until that SGS passes that cargo, the ship must not discharge. But who cares? As soon as custom, immigration, and they depart, they connect the hoses, and 18 hours is gone, and the vessel will leave. So no report, nothing. So that's why cars don't last in our country. Cars don't last in our country. This is what they do.
What you are saying, I have a friend that we served together in Enugu. He is a microbiologist, and he did science lab technology. So he worked in one of those testing laboratories. We have some in Nigeria, Midland, up north. When you are moving petrol from different points and you're moving it probably up north or coming down south. So he spoke what you are talking about here. He spoke to me about 15 years ago. 15 years ago, more than that, about the shady deal that these guys normally do, the poor quality petrol that they bring into the country, and they do mix, and it's a ring, it's a big ring. If you do anyhow, it will show you.
So in essence, Dangote is going to destroy them eventually, but Dangote has to calm down because he has to be cunning, and he has that cunning in him. Just maybe sacrifice Dangote that can bring a landing cost of a bag of sugar. Dangote will bring it in, let's say 50 naira, because he wants to compete with Coca-Cola or maybe
Baba, what I was saying earlier, that people that are actually saying they are fighting bad, their protest really should be for Dangote rather than just going on the streets and making noise. Because that's the rescue plan right there, and that's the sabotage against it is playing out. So that's really where the fight is, not just going to burn infrastructures and make noise.
No, one man. You see, it is the Kaduna, the Port Harcourt refinery and the refinery in Efrun in Warri, I want people to go protest. You get my point? Because in Nigeria, if those two refineries can work, though they cannot meet up our 33,000 liters we need every day, you understand? But at least they will give us some substantial parts, which of course they will not have to pay intervention on. Because in those refineries, including Kaduna that is not working, they have full capacity NNPC staff, including security, contractor, the working day, night shift, going on leave, earning bonus, and not doing anything. In that refinery for many years. So this we have, look, that's why I don't like Ajero, particularly Usifo, because the TUC is in charge, is the organized labor in charge of those refineries. So those people are their members. So they need to picket all these things. They need to picket these refineries. Because if it's not working, then what are you doing there? You call yourself general manager, plant manager, this manager, that manager. And these people don't earn small money. They don't earn small money. An MD of a Port Harcourt refinery as far back as mid-80s, and 1-point-something million a month. Mid-80s, when we don't even have I think the highest denomination then, if my memory serves, about 50 naira is the highest denomination. So you can know what is earning now. When we had highest denomination, either 20 or 50 naira, I can't remember. Look, our problem didn't start today. At times, that's why I always use one word here in our discussion, that there is money in our country. I'm telling you, there is money in our country. You understand? There is money in our country, daily money these people are making, huge sums. Even those who own oil tank farm. Were we not here? It's just that we had short memory. Senator, what's that name now? The YPP man. Can anybody remind me? That's not APC. Who?
Ifeanyi Uba.
Ifeanyi Uba. Was it not some few years ago, NNPC put cargo in his tank farm at Tinkan, after the rural this thing, where he has his tank farm. They put it, you know what Ifeanyi did? Ifeanyi sold all. Put the money in his pocket. Shipload, he sold it. Put the money in his pocket. And when they challenged him, when the shit was about to hit the fan, he said NNPC are owing him, or we're owing him money. So that's why he sold the cargo in lieu of the debt NNPC was owing him. How about that? We don't pay attention. Every day they slap us in this same industry because people don't know that industry too much. All they know is that oil, water, ship, that's all. So the thing about us is that we need to pay attention. We should not just be light on street issues. We should question with knowledge and our government. When you confront them pointedly, when they know we know, you understand, they will soft pedal a little bit because people are making heavy money. And these people are almost like faceless. Faceless. I have to answer my door, please. Another person can carry on. Thank you.
All right, that's quite illuminating stuff from Baba. So just open our minds onto things we never knew before. So it's even but you know, this energy that we have at the moment, if only we can point it in really where our problem is, and that is with NMPC. The energy now points in the direction of Tunaja, who hopefully is still there. Tunaja.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right. Abel, did you even know half of the things that Baba was saying there? We're in bigger trouble than we thought, really. It's just unbelievable stuff. But let me, Bella, hand over to you.
The woman, those days though, this didn't start today. Those days, we used to go to fuel stations and you buy fuel and they'll be like, it came from NNPC. And you will see like maybe like a little bit of oil in the gas, and people's carburetors were going so bad. People's engines were going so bad. So it has been there. It has been there. But I mean, with this one now, we are seeing what is going on. I think we're more enlightened now.
All right, I better hand over to Tunaja. So Tunaja, you're experiencing this, so I'm not telling you what to do, but let the conversations percolate. Let them have a difference of opinion if they don't agree with you. And please, because I can sense this already, don't let it get ethnic. There's an undercurrent that I may, but I know you can handle it. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Over to you, Tunaja.
Thank you. Yeah. So all dispensations before now, this moment is now past, and there is new administration. But I'm very, very open, and may all of us live forever. So yeah, the discussion was about this. I think there's a more fundamental question I wanted to ask. Maybe we've had the submission of Baba. We're all on the same side on this. Sometimes we just argue as if we are not on the same side. Question I wanted to ask was, how do we determine what is good for our country or society? And in other words, how can we determine what's actually bad for the country? When we've determined it, how do we act accordingly? Because what I tend to find is that the question that often arises is that, is it logical to support the progress of the country, at the same time be against what is good for the country? Because you sometimes, like this discussion we have it sometimes now, like when I was saying something about the these people that are bringing oil to the country, that bringing petroleum products to the country, and making sure that we keep importing these things and damaging the economy of the country. So people were saying, oh, you have to look from their own point of view and all the rest of it, but it's bad for the country. So how is it logical? Is it logical for us to say, you know that this thing is bad for the country, you are still sympathizing with them? Is that normal thing for us to accept? That is the reality of life.
Tunaja, this is the issue. This is the
Hold
issue
on.
we have.
Is Baba is still on?
No, Baba is gone. Baba is gone.
Oh, Baba is gone. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask him if anybody knows. In the press conference that I watched that one man show a day or two ago. So Dangote had mentioned that he paid $100 million for the property or the land in Lagos, of course, where
I'm
he has.
back, Ojuel, 2 Ninjas. Carry on. Sorry, the Prince Daddy. Carry on, please.
Yeah, actually, I was going to ask you that question. Dangote said in a press conference or to the media that he paid $100 million for the property that he has, that he built his refinery on in Lagos. And well, obviously, Kenya has drawn the conclusion that $100 million was shared or was shared among the government officials as fraud. So that's how, I mean, that's how fake news goes around. There's nothing that suggested that they did that. I can guarantee you it's accounted for in their books. But somehow, some way, Kenya just drew that conclusion that they share the money among themselves. Now, maybe it could be right. I don't know, but I doubt it. Now, if you have an opinion on that,
this is what happened. You understand? Those money. If you look at all those people there, all the palace, because that thing comprises of many villages actually. Some are really swamp, dead swamp. Even those villages, at times when God wants to bless you from where you least expected. These are dead land that, I mean, nobody cares for. And here the government says somebody needs the place. And they ready to pay this amount. The government naturally is supposed to give Dangote that thing almost free. He will just pay some stamp duty so that he can have his C of O in place. Besides, that place has already been designated free trade zone. So they share the money for all those ballets that have turned to kings now. To me, I still call them ballet, no matter what carton they sew and put on their head and call it a crown. You understand? They shared the money for every. That's why you see some of them. They're so elaborate. Those who are the king, so-called king. They ride Rolls Royce. They ride everything. God blew their whistle. So he paid quite all right, and they gave those people what they will give them. I know money, of course. Politicians is like feeding a baby. The mother will first test the baby milk, whether it's sweet or anything first, before putting in the mouth of the baby. They will take out of it, but they enrich those people quite all right. So Dangote is not lying. It's part of his lashing out and talking about
Dangote is
military.
lying, but what I'm saying is that I'm not saying it was lying. Obviously, he said it publicly, but my point here is that that money must have been accounted for by the Lagos state government for
No,
receiving that money. However, they share the
they
money.
I'm not too sure, but I know, I mean, by other industry, this is what they do. The government, because if you put it in the hands of those people, it will go into the wrong balance, their hand. That is the village heads, their hand, who are now kings. You get my point? So government like take it, but government is supposed to be the owner of the land. Government is supposed to issue C of O. So what they do is that they take, because there is a certain stamp duty you have to pay before they give you the C of O. They take that government one, give him a C of O. The government functionaries will take what they have to take out of it, call those balance and sit them down, and they share all the money for them. If you see some of them, most of these days, they are all Rolls Royce, G wagon, and all the rest, and they go to Wasil Pasty to spray money and
Well,
everything.
okay, say okay, I get it. So, okay, maybe slightly different from how they do it in the states or elsewhere. Usually, that's a lot of people are rich in Texas. Those people that have those land that they have refinery or oil or whatever on it, they get paid. They get paid out of call. Is it royalties or they get settled? And so the same thing happens in Nigeria. So there's nothing exceptional about that. I mean, because obviously it's not Dangote's land; it belongs to some people, and they need to get compensated for it.
But don't
So
forget
I
too
guess
that your CFO has a lifespan of 99 years. So in under 99 years, maybe their grandchildren will come back to Dangote to earn more money. So this is just an initial deposit. And besides that, knowing Aliko very well, he still gives them something every time. They could get contract for one thing, security, janitor, sweeping the compound and everything. They did well for all of them. They are very happy. They are happy with the government. They are happy with
that's good.
Dangote.
That's good. Okay,
Okay,
cool.
okay.
Thanks.
Can I ask a question now? Can
For
you hear me?
me,
No, I generally, yeah. So
Yeah, please
now,
go ahead.
after seeing all what Dangote has done, now that we've seen how he's trying to liberate that industry and the type of resistance coming against the guy. Now, is it now fair to the guy now to now call the guy a monopolist now? When you see exactly, or even if it's a monopolist, are we now saying is it not the type of monopolist that we need in that country? At least for us to start from somewhere. So for those that have been criticizing the Dangote, now with what you are seeing now, can you confidently or just say fairly criticize him that okay, this guy is not doing something for the country? How do we respond to this now?
Is that Allah right? Is that Allah right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the calls for your question. Are you saying Dangote is not a monopolist? Is that what you're trying to say, or
You
is that
see
your question?
sometimes You know, Madam Zita tried to clarify the other time that Dangote is just playing in a monopolistic market. Now, ask yourself question. If Dangote has not bear this card, who is going to bear the card? That's the same thing. So what I'm saying is that go ahead.
Yeah, I think I can't remember if it was Jide or Aro that said it yesterday. It kind of gave a nice explanation, more like a definition of what Dangote is doing. See, the reason why Dangote is a monopolist is because of the lax policies that we have in Nigeria, in that country. So this finger pointing as Dangote as a monopolist, I don't buy it at all. To me, it's a joke. I don't buy it. Hey, you can only be a monopolist. You can only be a monopolist if the law allows you to be one. Okay, and that's what it comes down to. And I tell you, no serious business person in this world will have the opportunity that Dangote has, that it will not do the same thing that Dangote is doing. It's there to be taken. It's there to be enjoyed.
But Prince Daddy,
I would do the same thing. I would do the same thing, really.
Prince Daddy, this is the thing. The issue is this. We all knew how Dangote made his money. He made his money from monopoly. Now, is that the fault of Dangote? No. These were the opportunities that were offered Dangote by previous governments. And he had in turn donated to campaigns, to individuals in governments during campaigns. So it happens everywhere. So I'm not going to give him a knock on that.
No, I still don't buy this, because look at it this way. Dangote, like someone analyzed, could have taken his money somewhere and be making like $500 million on that money every month, right? Remember,
would have taken which money? You have forgotten that he has been in this monopoly business. He has been in this monopoly business for a very long time. However, allow me to land. Just allow me to land. I'll tell you I'm going to. I have never blamed Dangote for anything. I have never blamed him for anything. Like Prince Daddy said, you are able to do what you're able to do if the government allows it, if the law allows it. So did he break any law? No. But I know that monopoly is bad for the economy. Take, for instance, we keep talking about Dangote Smith. Remember, it was because of this same Dangote Smith that they shut down Ibeto Smith during OBJ's time. No, hold on. You see, we can make up anything we want to make up. It's just like the reason why we've not had power in Nigeria. We know it's a sabotage.
No,
it has been a sabotage.
Sorry. No, just a minute. When we want to say it was because of Dangote they shut down Ibeto, you never mentioned that Dangote won a case against Ibeto in the court, because that's the right perspective. So the way people carry
one which case against Ibeto in court. How did they cross paths?
He just took Ibeto to court that he was not honoring the term of the license. He took him to court. So these are the areas that people wait. They gave them license to import cement while they put in local factory, so that over time they will transition from imported materials to full locally produced materials. Now, what Dangote was fighting is just like he's fighting this issue of NNPC now, that you are subsidizing importation, whereas you have a local factory, a local refinery that you are trying to stifle. What
are you talking about? No. See, my brother. No. You're taking us to La La Land.
Google it. Google this thing. We see the suit.
Hold on now. See, that's the point I'm trying to make. Let's calm down. Is it for Dangote to tell the government that a business is not doing good? It is not for Dangote.
Why not?
No, hold on. They were all importing. They were all importing. What are you talking about? In fact, let me tell you, eBay had tons and tons of imported products at what they call it. I think in the Port Harcourt area, they allowed it to go down. You can't do it like that. No, this is the thing, my brother. This is what I'm saying. In all of this, I have not blamed Dangote. I have not blamed Dangote. I did not blame him. Now, coming to what is going on today. If Dangote, after all this while, because you have to give it to him, of all the money he made in government, because it goes way back, maybe some of you do not know, it goes way back into the Abacha time. Most of them who made those monies, they left it as Switzerland or maybe in Saudi Arabia, wherever they know they can hide the money. But Dangote used whatever he got to start that company. And he has built it over years. Now, if you ask me, is monopoly good? It's not good. But we didn't have a choice. And for those periods when Dangote was there in Nigeria, or is still there in Nigeria, or when he was really feeding us, at least we can say there was some a measure of competence, effectiveness in the way they delivered their services. Now, fast forward it to today. What is happening to Dangote today is a sorry situation. It's a sorry situation. Look, let me tell you, I don't care how rich you are. You may have enjoyed some form of monopoly from the government. It happens here in the United States. If I sell beans where I am right now, there are certain there is like what they call it. There are areas that cannot sell that same beans. They promote monopoly in some sense over here too. But that of Dangote, if he had built the refinery to the point that it is today, and we all know that this same oil of fuel is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, stress that we have on the naira or on our exchange rate. Why is it that they cannot? Look, let me tell you. If I were Tinubu, I would have lined a pipe from whatever source to ensure that Dangote has all the resources to give us that fuel. While we try to work on others, we have Port Harcourt, we have Kaduna, we have Warri. If we cannot work on them, why are we still putting money in there? If Dangote can serve us, then we can as well sell up this, take away our share, our stake in all these refineries and give it to people that can manage it. While we know that we have a source from Dangote. And whoever is going to take over those plants will give us a timeline on when they're going to start production.
See, Joel, this is what I just wanted to get my point. So, like I said, when we have the people like Dangote trying to break what was broken before, we need to get behind him and make sure he liberates. See, many businesses you see thriving in Nigeria today, some people bear the car, like I said. They took it. So it is the like of Dangote. Okay, without the like of Dangote now, how are you expecting all those what do you want to call them? All those modular refinery, all those small refinery, and those people that lack enough power to deal with the cartel in this industry. And you see the type of people that Dangote is wrestling against, to the point that Dangote is even threatening to quit and just hand over the
I
refinery
felt so bad. I felt so
people.
bad. I felt so bad. I felt so bad with that comment. I felt so bad.
And,
I
let me add. Let me just add something. And there's the damage is already happening. Sorry, the damage is already happening because he's already said, "Okay, I'm not even getting into steel anymore because of this." You see, the thing about monopoly is that you can't help but be a monopoly in an economy where other people just prefer the easy route. That is the problem. How many people are looking to compete with Dangote? They have money. They would rather buy petrol from overseas, mix it with
That's the
poison,
point.
and bring it to come and poison their people. That is the problem with our economy. This economy is so broad and so wide for monopolies to appear in different sectors. But you see them appearing because they are greedy. They want quick money that doesn't get them anywhere. Dangote is actually offering value. He's giving people cement, sugar, whatever you want to call it. But most of these people, they bring poison.
Exactly.
They don't want to build anything themselves. They just want quick money. Why don't they take those their billions to invest in steel, to invest in weapons development?
They won't.
They
They
won't
won't.
do that.
They won't. But if he goes into steel now, you will see them talking of monopoly. No, you guys have billions in your homes. You have billions in your banks. Right? Go out there. Oh, my brother, I talk now. Let me finish.
Fl0G, you mean nuclear bomb?
Let me just land now. Make I land. You see, person dey flow. If person dey flow. No. If person dey flow, you like make the person land.
1 minute, please. 1 minute.
1 minute. No wahala. 1 minute is even too much. See, they have money in their homes. Right? They have money in banks. Right now, we don't have a steel company that is effective. Go in there and build a steel company. They won't. And to Nigeria, before I let up that, because I told this number about 1 minute. Do you think that we can absorb Aso Rock from this situation? Thank you.
Thank you. Who was that wanted to say something? Please go ahead.
I wanted to say something. You see, when we say some things about Dangote, we need to understand that Dangote got to where he got to by virtue of the political power behind him. And when you come to cement, Dangote entered into the business of cement November, I think it was November 1992. And when he entered as importing. He moved to grinding and packing. And then he started investing into production itself.
Integration. Yeah.
Yes. Now, when he was doing grinding and packing, Dangote was buying clinker from my own company where I work, because our own company has been here since 1960. So when we say monopoly, there are so many companies in Nigeria. At least we have up to 4, going to 5 now, top players in the cement manufacturing business. Okay. But when this guy came in, I remembered very well that even deposit that we've paid for long, the government used their power to take part of it and they gave to Dangote. It was a serious issue, but in fact, they would have taken everything from then Blue Circle company, the Elephant Cement.
Your guy not be foreigner, GD.
Yeah, it's a foreign company. They will have they will have taken everything from Blue Circle, which is now Lafarge. They will have taken everything from them. But because Odua Investment had 20% share in Lafarge, in Blue Circle then, those ones came and they fought underground. Do you understand? So where Dangote has gotten today has not been devoid of government backing, government support at one point or the other. What this guy is doing now is he's trying to make sure that he gets it easy.
In what
and
way?
we need to understand. Yes. he wants a situation whereby, you know, apologies, I want to switch up something else. He wants a situation whereby the government gives him some level of parity, which is fair. It's fair to him, I understand, in terms of availability of crude. But I remain on my point. This man is a businessman. When he was coming into cement, he started with his plant in Kogi. When he was doing it, in fact, what Dangote did to my company was serious. It was just a matter of phone call. I was telling them, Oga, will you work for us? We'll double your salary. Move. And that was how people were moving. And he was saying that
he's offering to pay people more money.
Yes, he was saying that I don't need to train anybody. These people are training people for me. You understand? We have Pure Chem, we have Bois, we have a new one now that starts with M. The name escapes me now, in the north. We have so many manufacturers of cement. But when you look at it in the critical sense of it, it's just like when you say Toyota and Mercedes. That's what you say for Dangote in terms of monopoly. Yes, he has the largest market share because he produces commercial cement. Like you just want to use. But when you can start talking about special cement, waterproof cement, underwater cement, rapid set cement, so strength cement, then you now start talking about the Lafarge, because companies like Julio Berger will buy from them. You know, these people that do roofing sheets, Nigerite, they buy from them because there's this expansivity value that they are looking for in their cement, so that when they run, the sun hits it, it doesn't crack.
Yeah.
You understand? These are special cement, and this is where Lafarge, prioritize in terms of giving solutions. But Dangote got all the backing of the government. The Obasanjo took so many reserves, gave to him on a free. So it is not today that this man has been enjoying it. I see Dangote as a spoiled child. I want us to I'm saying sincerely now.
Jide, if you don't mind, see, let me disagree with you there. Let me tell you something. I'm not trying to preach religion here. But when you remember the parable of talents, when someone has one and others have, the one with single one could not even make use of the talent. And you take away from him and you give to those people that have. The question is this, I keep saying this. At a particular point in time when they roll out licenses to people, those licenses were not given to Dangote only. It happened that Dangote, see, look, even in our contemporary world today, if you are competing with people, you start lobbying. You know, you want to apply for a contract with a particular company, you start looking for everything you can do to break into that company. So it's your duty to make sure you look at the hierarchy, find those people to influence to get your contract out. So by saying Dangote is, see, as a major investor, you should be benefiting from the government. You should be influencing the policy. The question now, at the end of the day, what we are looking at, their output, will the output benefit the masses instead of benefiting the elite? The refinery, for example, that we are talking today now is that now some people are making money by buying some adulterated products and bringing it there. Not only that, creating jobs for foreign people. And Dangote is saying, okay, even though I will influence everything through the government, I will use my power to take everything. But then all those jobs created for foreign people, I will create the job for my people. So, see, idea of monopoly, sometimes we forget that there are still good monopoly wherever, however we say, because an example of good monopoly are where government are effective in running the businesses. You understand? Okay, like the city we live now, those people running the electricity, it's monopoly. But it's good monopoly because it's for social benefits and it's well run. A private company sponsored by the government for running it properly. The water businesses. So you can have good monopoly.
You don't understand what I'm saying. When I say Dangote is a spoiled child, I don't mean it in a bad light.
Okay.
You understand? He's enjoying all the benefit of being a Nigerian. Okay, and we know what Dangote has done to other business. You know what he did to Boa Cement. You know
Yeah,
what
but
he did to.
sorry. I think the
No,
nature of
wait.
business is that if some other person is offering competitive value, then it's your duty to back off, because that is the entire purpose of competition. And if Dangote emerges, the question you have to ask yourself: did he offer the value to the people in the end? If he offers the value, he's giving people cement, he's giving people reasonable price, then he delivered on what he's supposed. If Lavage wanted to compete, then let them come and do better. That is the whole point.
No, through
Sorry.
Niger,
What makes you
Dangote
think?
fight
What makes you think
dirty.
AMD doesn't support other companies?
Just give me one moment. Dangote fights dirty. You can't cope with him because he has government patronage.
But it's not
Look,
fair. What makes you think that
let's
the
say for
government doesn't support other
listen,
companies too?
let's say a landing cost per bag of 25 kilo salt is 5 naira. Everywhere you go, they are selling it for 7. You understand? Dangote, to drive other people from the market, you know what Dangote does? He will bring the same quantity, everything, and sell it for 4.
Yeah, but that's how it's supposed to be.
And by the time you say, it shouldn't be like that. Government in some countries will protect you.
Joy, wait. Let me give an
15 seconds. There was an Indian company that ran a mobile network for I think 6 months, totally for free. He gave it to everybody for free. Then after 6 months, he started charging. He won most of the market. So that's business practice. Please go ahead.
No. You see, even in every business environment, there's what we call competition laws, and we have conflict of interest, where some things are not allowed.
It's antitrust.
You understand? You see, the truth of the matter is this: when Dangote got into cement, yes, Dangote has been into cement for a long time. At a point, he tried this strategy, and he said he was going to take the value of cement to 1,000 naira per bag. It was very popular then. I think cement was around 1,800 naira per bag. And he tried it. And he kept it for several months. And you know, all other major players in the cement industry, they had to downsize, and they kept on pushing for several months because he owns the largest share of the market. So they were only relying on their, like for Lafarge now, on the solutions that they are offering to other big companies. It is the same price that they sell this bag of cement that you're talking. Dangote does not sell cheaper than the rest. So when he did it for several months, he went back to the normal price back again. If I tell you today who drives the price of market, the market price of cement in Nigeria today is Dangote. If he increases, every other person follows. If he increases, every other person follows. So that is where the monopoly of having government backup.
But why are they following? Are they following like Mumu? Why didn't they keep their price low? Don't you know that if you have a cheaper price, in terms of market forces, if you have cheaper price, is it not that you have a competitive advantage? So I don't know.
Let me now tell you something now. You see, most of these businesses also look at their own, profit margin. If the largest shareholder in the market, and he floods the market with his product, has gone up to certain price, and you have 12% of the shares in the market, you will not go lower because you think you want to draw more customer. You also go with him so that you maintain your 12%, but you are making more profit. That is the psychology.
Such a thinking, because usually you need to win market share.
It is because technically they know that they cannot fight dirty with Dangote when it comes to political power. Dangote can get you out of the business.
Then it's on them.
It is not on them.
Because it's easier for Dangote to operate that way because it's not a single source or single manufacturer of one product. It has multiple products, right?
Exactly.
Okay, So yeah, so you can afford. And actually, in actuality, actually, him selling below the landing cost, as you said, is a form of advertisement. At the same time, gaining the market share in the marketplace. So there's nothing Dangote is doing that's really unique in any way. It's not a phenomenon. It's practiced elsewhere. It's just using the playbook of other industrialists, so to speak. So that's what it is.
Okay, so Prince Daddy, why I said he's a sports child is this. He's used to having things easy. He wants to start a cement plant. They took away, reserve of limestones and shale that people have booked for several years. They cut it into half, give to him political power like that. So this one now, you are into refining and crude for petrol. Even if you have an agreement with the government, let's say in principle or in paper or whatever, you should also have contract that you have signed with other suppliers to supply you crude. But now, because he's not getting it the way he used to get it, he's now crying foul. And that's why I said, really, to some extent, it's just a spoiled child. They will settle it. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I get that label that you put on it, and of course it's going to be much cheaper for him to have the crude supplied by Nigeria than having to pay the logistics of getting into the shores of Lagos into his refineries.
Prince Daddy, Prince Daddy,
yeah.
How do we? Hold on. Does it really make sense that we have oil beneath us, and Dangote is traveling thousands of miles to get crude oil? I mean, I don't know how would they think for that country. It is unbelievable. The same thing happened with the same thing. The same thing happened with because sometimes you think it's because it's Dangote. It happened to this guy, the power guy in Abia State. It was the same thing. You have a power station, and you have gas beneath you, and we have problem of power, but we are playing politics. But we know what we do. I'm being honest with you. It makes no sense.
You see, that's the thing about the West.
Well, but I think Jide said it earlier. I mean, even or maybe a lot, Canada, even the United States, they still import from other countries, even though they have plenty of such resource in their home country. So it could be an issue of a balance of trade or international trade and reciprocity. I mean, it could be any different reason. But Nigeria's case is kind of unique in the sense that that's not what Dangote is facing. And the label you put on Dangote as a crying baby or whatever, it's well understood. And this is a test for Dangote to show his negotiation skills or his ability to deal with difficult situation.
I don't see like what I see Dangote doing. Maybe he took a leaf out of what Oyema did, and because he felt that okay, if Oyema came out openly and spoke clearly about this thing, maybe he has an advantage because he saw how Nigerians went in support of Oyema to back Oyema up, which is what I've always advocated for. If the people's voices are behind progress in the country, it's hard to bribe them because it's not like it's hard to go and take one of
tonight, Oyema does not enjoy the largesse and the connection that Dangote has always had in the Nigerian space, unless I'm mistaken. He's never had that.
I'm not sure it is fair. We don't know whether the Nigerian government gave Dangote one free money, and we just keep insinuating stuff that we don't know. What makes you think the other company didn't get it too? I've seen where Proforce is getting money. Hold on, sorry, I have to be fair here. I've seen where Proforce is getting money. I've seen where Innocent is getting money. I've seen when this banking sector are being bailed out during the financial crisis and economic crisis. I've seen where Nigerian government supports other industries. So why is it that it's only Dangote that it looks like because it's the only successful, that's the most successful one? Maybe that's why they are thinking that. How about this?
You know, Senator, me, if you listen to me
Hey,
speak,
hold on.
I'm not anti. I'm not anti Dangote at all.
I know you are not. I know. Let me finish my rant. It's only fair. See, we are on a platform now, StreamYard, that is technically a monopoly when it comes to online streaming on YouTube. It's technically a monopoly there. Nobody is crying about that. Tesla got a big help from Obama, and now he's talking against the Democratic Party that helped him. This is something that happens in every country. Why do we make it? Which, for me, this is why I ask the question: if something is good for your country, why are you worrying about whether they spoiled him or not? The point is that what he's saying is good for the country, that we don't have to be importing petrol from overseas. Even if he too is going to get a cut from it, does he not deserve it? He's the one that created that opportunity. We have 4 refineries, we can't get it working. Why are we just beating a man for no? Beat somebody when they are doing something wrong, not when they are trying to do something right.
True, Niger, you don't understand. I'm not anti Dangote. What I'm saying to you is this: the only way Dangote can get what he needs to get from Nigeria, as it were now, with what we have, is one. Nigeria ramps us production of crude to be able to cater for Dangote, or Nigeria leaves OPEC, so that there's no cap to what you can produce. You understand? Now, both options, the political whatever attached to us leaving OPEC, all those things. So the truth of the matter is this: what I'm saying is this: you cannot be a manufacturer. Even if you are producing toothpick, my brother, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any business sense. We all know that. So what I'm saying is, he should have signed or gone into this negotiation even before this factory or complex starts production. He should have signed maybe a 20-year contract on you supply me crude from different locations, so he doesn't have to bother about crude. So if Nigeria is not
to that point,
supply me. That is what I'm saying. But look at what he did to Rabiu when Rabiu came into cement. And Rabiu is also into refinery now. Rabiu is building his own too in Akwa Ibom. We're having more refineries coming up. You will see what will happen.
Okay, well, quickly. So, based on what you just said, is this Jide, right? Not Larry Jide, right? Speaking.
Yes, it's me, Jide.
Yeah. So, based on what you said, are you saying, where did Dangote drop the ball? Because he's always had a lot of things for him easy in that country. It didn't pre-plan, so to speak, for what you just talked about, to have other sources for his crude oil. He was solely relying on, I guess, the NNPC to do that for him, or he thought it was going to get his way much easier, but they pushed back, and it faced a huge resistance, and now it seems to be crying, it appears.
Exactly what I'm trying to say. You understand what I'm trying to say? He's used to having it easy, right? And when Dangote thought of or conceived building this refinery, Nigeria might not be as indebted as we are now. And to even note that the money they use for the election, one of the ministers was saying the money they use for the election, they borrowed it on crude that we've not even explored. That's the money that Buhari used to conduct the last election. So now there are now debts on the crude he is waiting for that they will give to him, and they cannot default on paying those on the contract they have signed with those people they borrowed the money from.
Okay,
so
if that is
the
case, you are aware that sometimes Nigerian government outputs, let's say 1 million barrels, other times 1.2, other times 1.3, 1.5. So it means they have room there. They do have room for what is available for local manufacturing or whatever else they need to do. So all they needed to do now is look for a way to increase the output for one, to in a way try to mitigate the issue of contract that they have signed with other people. And some of all these loans that they talk about, it's not necessarily like because you sign it, all the crude oil goes to them. It's just a portion of the crude oil, not all of them. And there is still a significant amount that is still available for local content, as they like to call it. So that is where they need to negotiate. And I think when Dangote is asking for this, for Nigerian government to sell to him, he must have known. It's not. I don't think he's stupid. He must have known there is room for that when he's asking for those things. He's not asking, oh, just go and destroy all your contracts so that you go and lose money. He must have known. Otherwise, Nigerian government will say, you're asking us to go and break this contract when these people are going to charge us $20 billion for damages. You see what I mean? So, but he must have known that there is room, but they're not allowing him to do it, because they were even charging him £6 on top of the international cost of this petrol. So if that is the case, okay, now take it from this point of view. Let's say they are going to keep charging $6 on top of international cost of petrol. So in other words, those IOCs, that is their charge for selling to Dangote. So why does the government not say, you know what, if that is the case, we are going to pay international costs, and I'm going to offset the $6 for Dangote, then we give Dangote this thing, then we don't have to do international nonsense anymore. That goes away.
Sorry.
All the insurance, all those things goes away.
I understand you. But you know that £6 is like subsidy to Dangote. So what happens to all other modular refineries? What happens to Rabiu when it starts?
Oh no, you do it for all of them. You do it for all of them. All of them is the same thing. And it's not subsidy to Dangote, by the way. It's actually subsidy to Nigeria, because that foreign exchange now is going to be in Nigeria.
Oga, you cannot. If Nigeria ramps up production to 1,400 today, this is a government that is even looking for forex. If they ramp up, and let's assume that 1,000 barrels per day is used to service debt, and they have 400 extra, they will take that money and put it back into the economy. How they are going to pay salaries and going to do all those things. They will not go and give it to Dangote that will sell it. And that is not. Dangote should also look for alternative source for his crude. That is just
I agree with you. I agree with you, but you are not understanding where the gain is for the country. If we don't always have to ship it from overseas, there's insurance, there's shipping costs. It's quite about a third, maybe even a third of the cost of the entire petrol coming to Nigeria. If you take that off this thing, you just pay them for the crude and pay £6 on top of it, $6 on top of it. That is cheaper than having Dangote go overseas and Nigeria going overseas to keep importing.
Can I ask you a question? Which one is cheaper? Dangote should have considered owning a rig along with his oil refinery from scratch.
Oh, I agree with you there. I agree with you.
The guy was just not.
Did they say license to him? You can't just put up a rig.
It's not that cheap too, and besides,
you can't just put up a rig. I was just thinking that they could have given him like a pipe access. Draw a pipe, like we brought people do. Draw a pipe to his refinery, but telling him to build a rig, and that is taking it too far.
No, but Joel, from Fl0G Obi, the richest woman in Nigeria, has a license, and a company has she has a rig and oil well. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? What I'm saying is, it's not difficult.
My brother. No, it's not everybody that oil license is scarce. You don't just buy oil licenses. You understand me? I like it. I knew how she got her own, and she is drilling it, and she's doing good at it. But she never built a refinery. If not, we won't be in this matter. So she might have built her rig or whatever herself and all that, right? That's fine. I give that to her. But most of them that have oil well, hold on, let me tell you, most of them that have oil well in Nigeria, especially those northerners, they just take the license, give it to maybe like Mobile or all these guys. That's what they do. It's not like they just take the money, just take royalty from it. And that's it.
So, Joel, you are talking of oil license as if it is something difficult. How do they share it among themselves? They just dash license out in Nigeria now.
How can I tell you now? But I mean, it's a campus thing. Remember under the military.
Is it difficult for them to dash Dangote license, or is it difficult for Dangote to get license for this thing?
My brother, getting a license, no be here. Oh, my brother, forget. Get the license.
How did somebody like T.Y. Danjuma get? How did somebody like Obasanjo that doesn't even refinery?
Military time. It was a military time. All those guys, these are old oil licenses. They got it under the military time.
Okay, what is the difference? The processes is different now.
No. The issue there is this, right? Those days under the military, right? They were just sharing it among themselves. They didn't need to buy. They didn't need to spend any money, right? But now, if you want to buy an oil license, right, you must pay heavily for it, right? But again, it depends on what your business model is. They might not want to go into acquiring an oil license and all that. They might want to just build a refinery, which I think is, far much better, right? He builds a refinery, and that is the way he thinks that he wants to, knowing who Dangote is. But I do not think that he should travel to go get, no matter what the monopoly is. I do not think he should travel.
I also don't think he should travel. But in this situation, you're a businessman. Don't tell me you don't have alternatives to get your crude. That is my point. That is my point. Don't tell me you don't have alternative to get your crude. It is, for me, it is like just trying to cry like a spoiled child. You should have alternative. What if something happens and we cannot even get to the game in Nigeria? Something big happens. Are you going to shut down your whole plant? Let's just assume now. You should have alternative. And that's why I said even this old oil business is nonsense. A country like US has oil deposit enough to cater for his own country, but we export crude oil and we still buy crude oil to refine. Why are they doing all these things? It's just to make sure that they maintain some kind of trade nonsense that they are doing, create rubbish. You understand what I'm trying to say? For me, I feel that Dangote should have gotten all his plans, tidied up neatly before now.
I think that, logically, it makes sense for us to back Dangote on this one, because whether it's monopoly or it's not monopoly, it's going to reduce our demand for foreign exchange. It's going to appreciate our currency. And can you imagine how the economy is going to expand? It's going to be quite funny, because if our currency appreciates, let's say it goes to 900 or this in 800, then the year that is following, do you know what they will say about the Nigerian GDP? They will say it grew by almost 80%. That would be so ridiculous. Do you know the Nigerian GDP actually collapsed by more than 100%, or just about 100% just the last year or so? And that is something people don't pick up on. And now they are bragging about IMF saying we are going to grow by 3%.
No, that is largely due to the devaluation. No.
That's what I'm saying. Now, if the Nigerian currency appreciates, that is a great thing. And if Dangote has it in his gift to do that to Nigeria, it's not only a good thing. That's why I'm saying my argument is logically we should be backing him.
I don't have issue with Dangote. I am backing Dangote. I want Dangote to produce. I want all the refineries to come up so that there will be competition for Dangote. It doesn't have to be the only one producing it. What I'm saying is Dangote should not come in and give me that BS of he cannot get crude. You are a businessman. You have installed the largest single train refinery in the whole world, and you are telling me you don't know where to source for your crude. It doesn't make any sense.
No, I think I understand where he's coming from. The reason why I sympathize with him to an extent is because I always looked at Nigeria as a space that has been sabotaged. I've always looked at Nigeria as a space that the only business that they're allowed to function is the one that actually sabotages us. Just like the business they allow to function for people to go overseas and buy petrol to bring it to Nigeria, or buy generators and bring it to Nigeria, or buy useless rice that we don't need when we can grow it. All the things that are damaging us, that a country like Singapore that is 6 million can do more imports, that do more exports than the entire black African countries put together. 40 African countries don't export as much as Singapore, one country with about 6 million people. Why do you think that is happening? It's because of all these practices. So you can see why when Dangote now is emerging to start trying to turn the table, Dangote wants to start exporting. So you can see that the forces that were at play before we want to thwart him. So I can understand. I sympathize with him. This is not about him being spoiled. He's getting into an area that maybe some people feel like it's a little bit getting too hot now. Because petrochemical industry is very powerful, you see. It's not only for the petrol. It supplies Nigeria with so many other areas for pharmaceutical, for lubrication, all kinds of different
over 3,000 other products. Over 3,000.
So it's a very powerful thing. That's why I sympathize with him, that there are forces that wouldn't want him to succeed.
All of that, I sympathize with him. Just that. But now, this is the reality on ground. What you are producing, you have gone to the IOCs, they are telling you, they are giving you demands, and you are not getting it. But what I'm trying to say is this. Even if what it takes is that, okay, we still get the crude from outside, and you start this production, and we are getting, if we are getting the petrol as a let's not even say at a cheaper rate now. Let's say it is stable for like, it is around 600 naira and it is stable. It's not tomorrow 700 naira. Next tomorrow some people are selling 800 and it comes back again. Let's say you've been able to help us achieve that stability. Pending the time, we can ramp up our production and we can now start giving you your daily demands. That is what a business person.
Is there any penalty for not meeting up with your quota?
No, you see, that is you do you understand what I'm trying to say now? That is
no. I get where you're coming from. I'm only asking, it's just a question. Like if we have any penalty for not meeting up with the quota.
Your quota. I think there is penalty for exceeding your quota in the OPEC scheme of things. But there's no penalty. But I think the penalty for not meeting your quota over a long period of time is that you can get a downward review of whatever your output should be. They can review it downward for you, which will not pay you in the long run. If you're thinking of optimizing your system. You get what I'm trying to say? So, but for me,
I get what you're saying.
For me, I think this man should just go ahead with whatever he wants to do. We can see the signs that external forces are trying to sabotage him. We can see the signs that some internal forces are also, collaborating with these external forces. And most of these internal forces are within NNPC, and I've said it before here on this platform. When I was telling one man my experience when I went to work on Warri Refinery, work with Yokogawa, and I told him when I got there, 2018 June, we still met mainframe computers in their CCR, their control rooms. Computers with green screen that had cupboard, and I was ashamed of myself as Nigeria in 2018. And we can abuse Buhari till tomorrow. Buhari said they should overhaul it to the latest technology. We removed everything, put a server, put PLCs, put everything, remove their relay systems and everything. Do you know the kerosene line that was given to us? Because it was given to worked. The petrol line did not work. It got burnt a month after commission. Somebody sabotaged it. There even presently the Warri Refinery.
Okay. Was that the fire? If you're talking about Dangote or any other refinery?
Talking of Warri Refinery, when Buhari was there, what they did was scale their control system to the latest technology. I'm telling you what they did. That man spent billions to do that, and 1 month after, the old petrol line, the MCC, got burnt. And I can tell you that it is sabotage from within. Do you understand? Please, when Baba was talking the other time, that was why I came back up. And he was talking of what happens in the refinery. I was there. We worked at night. While we were setting up panels, you will see people that should be working as control CCR operators, male and female, holding themselves different corners and doing things in the night. And these are people that will not do anything. They will leave their house, come there. Next morning, go, leave their house, come there. They are not doing anything. And at the end of the month, they get paid heavily. So when Baba was talking to that time, that was why I came in again that no, this is an area, a space where I'm very conversant with. The truth of the matter is, The people sabotaging internally is because they are the ones in charge of all this subsidy diversion, fuel diversion of a thing. They are the ones. So they don't want this guy to operate. They don't want him to succeed. And that's why they are giving him this headache. But me, what I'm saying is this.
Do you know of any other, business person in Nigeria, in any other area that this may be happening to? Because this Dangote issue is now beginning to highlight what could be going on with other industries. We know Yema has had these challenges too. Do you know of any other areas?
My brother, see, the truth of the matter is it's in every sector of Nigeria. Somebody
I agree. Every
sector of Nigeria. I'm telling you the fact. So the Warri refinery that they are building presently,
So 1 second. So can we conclude that the cabals that the cabals and the people in power, tribe is not a factor for them to discriminate against anyone in business. They did it to Yema. Now they do it to Dangote. They would do it to any other person. It's all about interest at the end of the day. They don't care.
Yeah, and maybe this is why you don't see anybody taking over Jakarta project, and you see many other areas.
Exactly. Maybe they've seen all these things. You never can tell, because some people like what Oyema did was Oyema took his problem to public opinion, and here we are talking about exorbitant prices. With the coming in of Oyema, we saw how that price crashed down. That is the beauty of competition, right? So
see, I know somebody that is going to Morocco with £50 just this in the coming weeks. They are going to Morocco for £50, but Nigeria to travel now around 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. That's what you are looking at. Because our industry, we don't know how to build big companies that enables us to get all these benefits.
You see, guys, you know where we got our problems wrong with technological development. That Peugeot, France, we went to France and we went to Germany with Volkswagen. If that period of Gowon time, we had gone to Asia, Japan, or Korea, today, Nigeria will have been making their own cars. The West has been always our problem. Going to
I see what you're saying. I see sense in what you're saying. Because even if you look at it today, even with the innocence and all that, it's still like the Asian tigers. So if we had gone into it then with them, by now we would have gone far. I agree.
We would have gone far. We would have gone far.
You see, the problem is
we missed the boat that period. And that's where those Ajaokuta, when you went to Russia to build a steel mill. As of that time, Russia's technology doesn't align with the world.
Baba, do we not have leaders? Do we not have leaders to guide us in the right direction? You're talking about if we had aligned with the Asian.
The West then painted Asia as something inferior. Actually, if you look at the early Toyotas, the early Nissans, that is Datsun that has turned into Nissan now, they are very ugly cars, even though they were easy to maintain.
Ugly cars.
Yeah, and they don't chop too much fuel. You understand? But you wouldn't, if you
they weren't exotic. They were exotic.
Yeah,
I understand.
If you look at Toyota Corolla of 1975 or a Honda Civic of 75, they are like Matchbox. You understand? But the West, you see Peugeot, you see Germany with Volkswagen and everything. So those are the things that deceived us. But for God's sake, why do you ask Russia to come and establish a steel mill for a budding CKD assembly plants? You understand? Because those people were supposed to make parts for auto as industry. So how do you think Russia will cooperate with Germany or cooperate with France? That's where those steel mills started falling apart.
I think our mistake was that we didn't have a sense of urgency. Because if you look at it, the
The military boys not get sense.
The geopolitical environment was that in the 70s, that's when we were at the peak of our powers. That's when we founded the ECOWAS and all the rest. But after that, the West was getting stronger against the Soviet Union every single year. And by the time they were almost completed with the Ajakuta Steel, I think 90-something% completed in the early 90s, and the Soviet Union fell. And guess what? They cut us off. And that should tell anybody that thinks the West means us well to understand that this is what killed our economy from emerging. And remember, that was during the period our refinery started going upstream too. All that period. So now the weather is changing again internationally. The Russians are rising, the Chinese are emerging again, and the geopolitical weather implies that we have this opportunity to emerge again. But I'm not going to hold my breath. Our people
and I hold ourselves responsible. Do we remember David Tam West, Professor Tam West, Babangida's oil minister? We disgraced that man out of office. A man that will not take penny from anybody.
Baba, I think we are moving in the right direction. But you see, the reason we are moving in the right direction is this. Yeah, it might look like baby steps. For me, I always look for the positives in some of these things. Now, you see, what the government was able to achieve with Oyema is not a small feat. That support they give to Oyema is not a small feat. So what I would prefer now is to have Oyema, fly to Qatar, fly to this place, the government should give him backing. Now, Dangote is coming in with his own refinery, and whoever again comes.
Look, Jide, sorry to cut you. This Oyema issue, do you know why Oyema succeeded? I'm sorry to say this, but I'll say it. If we have lived, Oyema wouldn't succeed. He was planning his own airline, and Keyamo was his man. Absent Wigwe, Keyamo had no choice than back.
I understand you.
100%.
That is one of the reasons why I say we are in the right direction. Somebody that would have been a stumbling block. Nobody killed him, but he left. So, see, what I'm trying to say is this. They had no option. The last time Keyamo was talking, he said he even prefers to have peace as a national carrier. Let Nigeria just partner with Airpeace, and let Airpeace fly to anywhere he wants to fly.
No partnership, Ujide. Give him the license. Let him put Nigeria emblem at the tail of his aircraft. That's all. Let him operate.
That's what they are saying. That's what he said.
And I think the federal government should also support other airlines to emerge too, because we need at least 2 to 3 out there to represent the country. Because
now they go say in make they give not license to go mess up.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. See, the reason why I say that is because we want to be able to travel from other parts. See, my take is that if we are able to travel from overseas back to Nigeria, it means that those people that are able to travel back will come to Nigeria and spend money. And maybe
Oyema said they can do it. He told us who had not
is just one person. If something happens to him,
he doesn't look. You don't know this. You don't know how Nigerian works. One for south, one for north. If they were to do if they were to look for any Oyema now, they are not going to look for him in the south.
It doesn't matter. There are many airlines in Nigeria. We should pick the second most performing one.
Agree.
We go by performance. The most performing ones.
In the north, are they?
Are they in the north? No, it's not in the north. Anyone that's
it has to be in the north. You don't know how Nigeria works.
There are many areas. The banking sector is it the north that dominates it?
You see, you will shout tire. Don't worry.
Tell me now, which bank is it not dominating in Nigeria?
And they share the licenses. The Hausa no go agree.
You are not answering which banking sector are they dominating. They are not there in the banking sector.
It's not about dominance. If there is five in the north, there is five in the south. That's how they do it.
Yeah, I would like to hear that.
Yeah, the answer is called the Central Bank of Nigeria.
You see that Central Bank of Nigeria that Tinubu is running now.
Seriously. Let's look at it. For me, let every Nigerian give Onyema the backing. We don't need multiple year carriers. We don't need multiple national carriers. Let Onyema be given the backing. Abi, Dangote now is from the north. He's having his own refinery now. Let us give him the backing. Okay.
Let's say I don't have any problem giving only Onyema as long as the purpose of it is that he should be resilient. He should be able to offer Nigerian cheaper flights. After all, Nigerian government is giving 90 billion naira for people to go to Hajj. Hajj, we are going to spend our money there, not to invite people back to Nigeria. Why are they not giving Onyema the same kind of resources to bring Nigerians back?
You know that is also political. What I'm trying to say is this. Let's forget if you say
we have to be logical about things that helps the country.
Tunaja, you know the money was paid. I thought the money was for like flight ticket or what? Did they give them the? I don't know how they did that, but was the money paid to
tickets and accommodation and everything they paid?
So which company transported the people then?
I think there are special companies that do these things in Nigeria, through airlines. Yeah. And they go and spend 90 billion naira there when they could give that money to Onyema.
You mean the Hajj operations?
Yeah, they could subsidize Nigerian travel trips so that Nigerians overseas can easily come back to Nigeria and spend their money in Nigeria.
He can eat up that space next Hajj operation. If he prepares well, I don't think anybody will oppose him.
I think.
But it's still a bad thing. Even if Onyema is the one carrying them there. Okay, Onyema is going to bring the money back to Nigeria, but the most part of the money is spent overseas. If they are spending in Saudi Arabia, we are taking our money and putting it on another company. They are not bringing it back to
another company. But Tunaja, on a more serious note, though, I wouldn't want Onyema to be the only big airline company. We need at least 2 or 3.
That's what I'm saying.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Because that he won't. You see, that field is so big.
Trouble.
You understand what? No. Baba, is that Baba, right? Baba, but look at it this way. Baba, look at it this way. Do you know that we've not been able to effectively, transport, have a transport company, an air transport company, even within Africa? Hello, is anyone hearing me?
I'm listening.
Yeah, we've not been able to, even within Africa. You want to go to normal like Namibia, you can't get a direct flight from Nigeria. So if you're thinking about a hub, right? Nigeria can be a big hub, right? But only APs cannot do it. So if we have futuristic leaders who think ahead, and I was expecting Tinubu to do more in this area. But Tinubu has not. Look, see, let me tell you, I know I supported Obi, right? But there was certain at the back of my mind. Let me learn.
You don't know how Nigeria operates, Joel. You don't know how Nigeria.
See.
Against what you
we know how. Hold on now. We know how Nigeria operates. That's the reason why we employed Tinubu. All of you here were talking like he's a strong man. But he seemed to be like a lily man. He's like one of those guys from California. Right, all those California, San Diego people.
Give me 1 minute, I beg. The only way to not let the North grab any airline license is to starve them and back Onyema. The old airport, the old one, the old airport, the local, let them develop it and become the hub of airpeace. All it becomes wherever he wants to fly to, let him use that place. If you are flying airpeace, you go to that airport to use
Baba,
airpeace.
I am not afraid of the North coming into the game. Let them come in. Let us
No,
compete.
it's
You
not
see, there's all
afraid.
these
It's not.
things. I
They
don't
will be
know.
taking facilities and not paying back. Have you checked the debt profile of
Let's not
the
do
DMO?
this.
Have you
Well,
checked
but that, the Dangote facility that did not pay, Dangote is also from the North. Dangote is from the North as well. See, I don't want us to give the North. See, my brother, let's not give the South. Let's not give the
I'm
North
not giving
the
the. I'm
power they
being
don't
real
have.
here. I'm being
And
real here.
let's not also
not.
make them look like they are demons, right? I mean, I know a lot of them. You know, I was born in Kano State. They pay their taxes.
It's
They pay
not
their
about
taxes.
tax.
Every normal,
It's about
every normal.
capacity.
See, my brother.
We never teach
The normal.
Ankisha, This I can continue to name all their failed airlines.
Okay, they failed airlines. Okay, did they fail or did they succeed? That's the point. That's the point
They
I'm trying to
failed.
make you understand.
They
Let people
failed and
come
own the
in. Let
country.
us compete. Oh no. Let them come in. Let us compete. If we can
Okay,
compete,
you're not getting
I'm
my
being
own. I
honest
will
with you,
free your
Baba.
own.
But let him talk now.
Okay.
Let him talk. Why are you making noise?
Oriade, your mic is vibrating. I don't know. Maybe you are close to a magnet somewhere in your microphone is close to a magnet or speaker is vibrating through. Please mute it so that we can hear others clearly.
So,
Joel, please, 1 minute.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
We can have private lines that want to fly abroad, no problem. But if the government is going to back an airline as a national carrier, we will be backing Onyema and let everybody back Onyema and let Onyema be the national carrier. By the time you start having 2, 3, 4, 5, you will now bring all these politics and tribal whatever. Onyema is our national carrier. Fine and simple. If you still want to go international flight, you can go on a private airline. Yes, Onyema is private, but it's our national carrier. That is simple. Just like now, Dangote is having his own refinery. Nobody is disturbing him. Let's back Dangote to have his refinery. That is the only way to go. By the time you say you want to open it, the government is backing this one, the government is backing that one. Then the northerners will come.
Jide, you don't forget this lot.
That is what we have in Nigeria. Let us all back Onyema. He is the first person that came with this initiative. The government have backed him thus far. Let him do America. Let him do UK. Let him do Dubai. Everywhere around the world. Be the national carrier. Everybody that is in Nigeria will be proud of flying his airline. Forget about it. Get closed. We don't need anything. He's efficient. His plane, his aeroplanes are new. They are good. Then, as long as he's serving us, we don't need anything. Even if we have complaint, we will complain to him and he will adjust. Simple. Let's leave it at that. By the time we open this thing now, you will see somebody will say the Northern then Sokoto Caliphate must have their own national carrier. That one will come and say his own must have. No. We are supporting Onyema, just like we want to support Dangote. That is fine.
Yeah, the same thing. You know how we are all supporting Dangote now, and when it comes to like the FG trying to buy foreign-made cars, this is one of the other areas we need to push for them to buy locally made vehicles too. And you see, I think was it Prince Ali that talked about specific demands for protests. These are the kind of things you demand. These are things that actually have impact. Not instead of just bloviating, telling them we don't want corruption, we don't want all this stuff. Demand specifics that will actually make impact on the ground. And I think like buying Nigerian made goods, if you go out on protest to demand that kind of stuff, who will turn on you? Even some of the elites will think, that should be common sense now. Why are we not doing this? You see what I mean? And this is beneficial to Nigeria. Can you imagine Nigerians selling their cars to West African countries, to other African countries, and eventually outside in the world? Nigeria is going to be rich. We have the potential to do all these things, and we should be demanding these type of things in protest. making specific demand. Support Dangote Refinery, get our refineries back on stream, and update us every week on what is happening with our refineries. Let support our airlines that want to do international routes. Support Nigeria manufactured vehicles. If there are other areas that we have not even touched on, like battery manufacture, the lithium-ion battery manufacture, we don't know whether a Nigerian is good at doing it out there. All those other things, we should be looking at pushing the government to do those things, because when they do those things, there is actual benefits to it. That's my take anyway on that. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people have joined the conversation. Who is next? Is it the one with the lion, white lion? There's no
Ola names is anymore. There. Ola is the white lion.
Ola is the white lion. Okay. Ola, welcome.
And I can see Pansat is back.
No, let's pretend as if we don't see Pansat. Just ignore him.
I don't know whether Darati is still around.
Okay. Kinyun Fun.
Kinyun.
Oh, that's actually a Yoruba name. Yeah, Kinyun
lion.
Yeah, Kinyun is lion.
If it's not here, let me say something. I was here earlier.
You want to say something?
Just for a couple of minutes. What I do, I'm gonna say what I have to say with a guitar, right? I mean, it's
okay.
I don't know if you really can see.
You see, he's managed to log himself off with his guitar. You see, it's just this kind of stuff. We can't even organize ourselves properly. Eh? We were all just looking for to the melodies, and he logged himself out with the guitar. I know he'll be back. Who is next? Is there any other area we have not touched on?
Remy is here too. Remy is here.
Yeah. Remy will not let me talk after now. He's going to put me in the backstage, but it's all right.
Yeah, I want to round up by one statement.
Go ahead.
It is safe to say that the international community knows that immediately Nigeria gets independence in some of these some of these economic areas we are pointing out tonight, the whole of Western Africa is going to be liberated. You know the meaning of airpeace flying to UK. If it's cheaper, it means some Ghanaians will leave their own place, travel down to Nigeria to come and book flight to wherever they are going to. You know the meaning.
Exactly.
So this is why they are against us, and they are using internal people to fight against us. So we must also back our people and fight back against them. And I think with that, I would like to say good night to everybody.
Thank you. We really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Your last.
All right, night, brother.
Yeah, Pansat, you've come out after fighting your guitar or something. Please, you went and use your guitar to log yourself out. Please go ahead if you want to say something with your music.
Yeah, I hit a wrong button, but this I'm using my camera on my thing, but it's not, you really can't see. But I'll just do a little thing, right? Then I'll tell you why I'm playing that for you. All right, that song.
I think I know that melody. I've heard that.
I know that melody as well.
Yeah, it's called Ozobo Iwem by Oriental Brothers. That translates to another one is why I am mad. Earlier here, I came on the show and I brought quite a lot of material because I have respect for one-man show. I believe that a lot of young people come here, so I come here to get to the younger ones. And in show my respect, what I do is to try to research, do some material, bring the material as respect. I don't come here unprepared to talk because it's quite a lot of sensitive things that we're talking about. When I was driving, Tunaja made a statement in its introduction to hosting the show. It says, look, that's a new administration now on this platform. And he says, a lot of times we fight like we're on opposite sides, but that we're all fighting for the same thing. I have a phone call ringing, sorry. And my phone is not even near me. But anyway, that particular statement really got to me because it looks like we're fighting on different sides. There's only two sides. So you either belong over here or you belong over there. There's no middle ground. Those who want Nigeria to do well as a unit. Now, in the past, people have fought, for example, in the Biafran War. They were compelled to come back and join the country, and there was a no victory, no vanquished, officially declared in that case. Now, the reality might be that those who were fighting to divide lost as far as the immediate effect. But in the long term, we know that, for example, the protagonist of the war, the general who was in charge of Nigeria at the time, is Gowon. And he's from Benue Plateau. He's not a Muslim. He's not a Fulani or even Hausa. It's a minority from the northeast, north central. And now we know that his people are in IDP camps. Nobody talks about them. So strategically, he lost. He lost strategically. Tactically, he won in the 70s and all that. But officially, there was no victor, there was no vanquished. So now we're here now again. So you have those who want us to be one. Now, if you say something like, look, I'm in Lagos. If you don't like Lagos, if you want to protest, go to your country. What you're saying is what the Biafrans said. You are somebody dividing the country. You don't believe in our constitution, basically. It doesn't matter how fancy it comes. It can come in many forms. If you're fighting for region or tribal, then you are not the one Nigeria. You are fighting for your region. Now, there's nothing special about you. You're like Nnamdi Kanu, for example. You're just too dumb to formulate the way Nnamdi Kanu is formulated. You want to be clannish and tribal on a low level, right? So what Tuna just said that his show is going to be about is those of us who want to fight on the same side, make our country great. We cannot say great again because we haven't been great. So now, why am I raising this issue? We come down to Dangote, right? He's a capitalist and a businessman and entrepreneur, and he's been at it for a long time. And he's trying to build a refinery that will benefit himself for one, and also benefit our country. That's his claim. So that we can distill refined products in our country, save us on foreign reserves and all kinds of perks that come with that kind of stuff. So now the question is, the goal is good. Is he doing that? What's his antecedents? Because we have economic problems in our country. Now, who are the ones causing these economic problems? How come before he does anything he has to do, what we have already that we're supposed to build upon is eviscerated? If it's power, people with his mindset make it to where there's no power in the country. It's anemic. So that they can then be the one to supply it. This is a criminal activity. In 2024, Nigeria should not be crying about.
Okay, is that a question, or do we get?
No, it's not a question. It's not a question. I'm making a presentation. Hold your horse. I was here earlier. I just gave up my seat for a minute.
No, you were here earlier and you spoke and you were done. Okay,
no, I spoke and I took leave and I said to one man, I want to come back and then I want to sit back and take my position. So
okay, let's make it more interactive. I don't want to listen to the lecture right now. Let's make it more interactive.
Okay, that's fine. When you want to interject, you can. So, but I will try to be more understanding and be concise. So what I'm saying is that when some of us are fighting any of these people, that a lot of them, I made my statement about Peter Obi where I disagree with him. He believes Nigeria can be won, it can be made whole, it could be made to prosper, progress by one way of doing so is going from consumption to production. Now, some of us say it's not going to work. because we want to step outside and look at history and look at the nature of other countries in the past who are very smart, like the Indians, for example. Indians and Pakistanis, you can't really tell them apart. They look alike. They were one country. Bangladesh, so many other countries in that area. They cannot be one country. They have to be separated. So there'll be peace there. They used to fight all the time. They still don't even get along. But at least India could now grow at their own pace. Pakistan could grow at their own pace. They're religious people. In the heart of Islam is that the people cannot select their leaders. Leadership comes from God. God appoints the leader of a country. And the way God interacts with that leadership picks that is through a council. Period. This is fundamental. If you want to touch that, they're gonna go to war with you. They don't believe that the people should pick their leader. Now, in a democracy, though, it's also fundamental that the people are sovereign and the people have to pick their leader. So we have a conflict. So to resolve it, the Nigerian people, the northern Nigerians, along with Britain, figured a way to do that, which is to have that council be a part of the government somewhere. In this case, they chose the Supreme Court. That's who determines who is going to be our president, no matter what our independent electoral commission
but you
does.
seem to be shifting this thing. You mentioned something about electricity. Is there any major player in electricity in terms of trying to generate electricity in Nigeria that is not allowed, or is that, someone like Dangote in electricity? That would be interesting to see. This is the opportunity that exists to have a monopoly in Nigeria, but you don't see energy companies that want to generate electricity or distribute electricity in Nigeria. I don't see them. I don't know what anybody knows.
That's where the Waziri of Adamawa come in. Okay, it's stratified in Nigeria. What they do in the case of power, they have people who import generators. So that particular unit of the cabal makes sure that we don't have constant electricity. It has to be anemic so that people will buy. They'll buy.
So all those people with all their billions, why are they not going to build power plants that they can be using to supply electricity to the major capitals in Nigeria? They have the money. Why are they not doing it?
That's what I'm saying. It's a deliberate act. We Africans that are pure, indigenous, flat nose, right? Thick lips, woolly, our hair, the nappy hair, right? Anywhere you go, there is a plan to subdue us. We're not supposed to make our own decisions. I don't care where it is. So those external enemies now, because now we're talking about a different set. Britain, for example, is one of the culprits, right? So they will work with people in our country to sabotage us. They do it in Congo, they do it in Rwanda. If you go to Rwanda, first of all, it's blatant for you to see. You go and look at Rwanda's history. They have the Tutsis who are like our Fulanis, right? Then you have the Hutus who are like the Igbos, Yorubas. They will not let those Hutus emerge to the top. So what they did in that case of Rwanda, they overdid it. The Tutsis took over everything. Therefore, the Hutus got upset and they said, you know what, if somebody's over 6 foot tall, they got a tall nose. So they went after them. They had enough in the 90s and they took over their country, but they killed a lot of people doing so. So United Nations determined that it was under Clinton here in the United States as president, that it was a genocide. So now they took that country from the Tutsis and then put from the Hutus and put the Tutsis there. The same thing is in Uganda. Idi Amin had a lot of Indians, not American Indians, but Indian themselves, take over the economy. So Idi Amin had enough, and he did the same thing over there as well. So they demonized him and they chased him out. They're doing that in Nigeria. That's what it is. When you have this,
they did it with Gaddafi.
Yeah, it's there. If you go to every single country in Africa, that's what's at play. The reason being that if anytime indigenous Nigerians can come up, take over our country and build it to a modern state, then a lot of countries are going to say, hey, they did it over here. You don't have one. You don't have, for instance, in Haiti was forced to rebel and threw out the French Since then, they made sure that Haiti is the poorest country in this hemisphere. It's a basket case there now, but it's all artificial. So in a branch off from what you were saying is that we're fighting on the same side to Niger. So now, what are the sides? Progressives, people who want us to build a modern state, a new Nigeria, and those who don't. That's it. Now, a lot of them do it out of ignorance. They don't know.
Yeah, but we've dealt with most of those areas. But regarding the other industries, because the point we're trying to get to is like we are talking about Dangote, but we also talked about Yema. But there may be others out there that we don't hear about. And I really hope that they too are coming out, because like in the energy sector now, in terms of electricity, that's very, very an important area that the private sector can come in and do something. But you don't see, I don't see, at least for me anyway, maybe I may be ignorant, I don't see one major company out there that has come out and say, we want to do this, the federal government is not supporting us or anything like that.
To Nigeria, the government still plays a part in stunting the growth of those companies. And I'll tell you why. The generating company, right, has been privatized, so you can generate power. However, the transmission lines, we don't know what is going on with the transmission lines. For instance, right now we are generating about, according to sources, 13,000 megawatts, but we can only inject 6,000. So even if we channeled that the remaining 7,000 or remaining 7,000 towards an industrial line, we could have done something. Even if that transmission line was built just for budding businesses, we have a line across the nation powered by that line. 6,000 megawatts would be huge, but it is lying there fallow. So which brings back to what Pansat was saying. Who is sabotaging it? Who is making it that way? That's the thing. Somebody is making it that way. Thank you.
Okay. I said it before. It is in the interest of the Nigerian, the people in power, to make sure there's inefficiency in every industry or aspect of Nigeria. It should not be surprising to you guys. Sometimes people talk surprisingly. Number one, when it comes to electricity, okay, they have the generation, distribution, and transmission. The transmission is the bottleneck, right? Because I believe it's controlled by the government, and there are policies and rules in place that does not allow individuals to, maybe until recently, right, to be in the power business. They are heavily restricted. But again, it goes back, it was to Nigeria said earlier, the need to have a monopoly when it comes to the import of industrial generators. That's a big business also. So, see, the electricity problem in Nigeria can be solved literally, overnight if we want to. But it's not going to happen because, again, just like the oil industry, okay, that Dangote has come to realize, over the years, Dangote has enjoyed a lot of opportunities and free will, so to speak, in the Nigerian space, because it was dealing in areas that did not challenge the power brokers or the people in power. The NNPC, or the crude oil industry, the oil and gas, has been reserved for the Nigerian elite. Now Dangote has had a lot of concessions over the years, and he's been able to build a lot of fine industry, from cement to sugar and agricultural stuff. That is fine, but because he has to invest, and him investing, though it took some risk, his risk was greatly reduced or mitigated by the government, by his connection that he has in the government in a lot of ways. So it wasn't like an ordinary guy just getting into an industry trying to start a business and taking all the risk. No, Dangote's risks were greatly mitigated, and he knows that. So now he's trying to tap into this crude oil or this gas industry. Oil industry, right? And it is the bread and butter for the people in power, and that's why he's facing so much resistance and so much problems right now.
But let me ask though, because just like petrol is important to Nigeria, so is cement. And there was a time Nigeria was importing cement, if I'm correct. And if that was the case, and Dangote was able to transition from importing cement, which would have required even more foreign exchange, to doing it locally, which means that's not the first time he succeeded in doing something to benefit the country that most people completely missed. And if he did that, then it does not mean that there are some elites that used to gain from importing importing cement before, that they are moved to some other area. So I'm surely they are going to have to do it with this one too. So is it not something that is reasonable to expect that, because you are saying that they reserve the petrol for some elites, but they will need to move if the country is to progress, don't you think?
Well, yes, Tunaja. Say the crude oil in Nigeria is like, it's right there next to the bedrooms, so to speak. Now, importation is, it takes a whole lot. It takes a whole lot. I'm not sure the profit margins that you get on importing cement, but this crude oil business, it's just like right there. It's cool money, like it's like cash over fist kind of a deal that these people have. So it's a little bit different. It's a little, and it's perhaps the last frontier or the last bastion for these people. If Dangote comes in and take over, monopolize that industry, then let's think about it. What is going to be left with these people apart from the forex exchange or the round tripping that they do? What other industry is left?
But there is a lot though. I think we are lacking a little bit of imagination here. If you look at most of the Western businessmen, they are exceedingly rich. They are far richer than our own rich. And our own rich, if they want to do better, they want to expand their portfolio and diversify into so many areas of the Nigerian economy that needs servicing. Like electricity, we don't have enough. We don't even have a tenth of what we need. Not even a
sometimes
of what we need.
When you talk, sometimes you have to talk in you have to how do I put it? You have to assume the orientation of the people in which you are talking about. So when you compare to the West, where they have a culture of innovation and a culture of trying to solve their own problems, they really look to the outside, and if they do, they bring back the knowledge inwards in order to develop their own space. We don't have that culture. So when you talk like, oh, we have this and that, yes, we have everything. We have everything to be great. We all know that. But where's the leadership? Are we pushing that? What is our orientation to that? So it's not about, we have everything, but we don't do it. We don't do it because it's not part of us. We rather import. See, we rather we don't. I say it all the time. We Africans, we know how to die, but we don't know how to sacrifice. We know how to suffer. That is, but we don't have to sacrifice.
Suffer for free. We suffer for free and die for free. That's our
Please, Daddy. Daddy.
Yeah.
You know that there's the three areas that we actually really needed to take care of for Nigeria to be great. About 4 areas. Number 1, energy, which is oil and gas. Number 2, electricity. Number 3, what do you call it? What's it called? Steel. The steel sector. No country developed without construction, massive construction sites. You have to turn yourself into a massive construction site, and all these things we have it in our country, and they are not functioning. You know, the same problem that befell our electricity was that same corruption. The people that signed the deal, we are generating. I was hearing talking about which company. Geregu is there now. Otedola owns Geregu now. Transcorp Power, Tony Elumelu, the Adele case, they are in charge of the other one, the other big one. So we already have that.
Transcorp. Hold on, Transcorp. What is Transcorp doing?
Transcorp
what do they do?
It's also generate power. Tony Elumelu.
They do.
That's one of his.
I know it belongs to Tony Elumelu, but
Transcorp is a group. They are into various industries. It's not only about power alone. They are into everything. It's something about power.
If I'm not mistaken, do Transcorp trades power? Do they actually generate power or do anything physically with power, with energy?
They generate power up to 1,000 megawatts.
Yes.
They have at least 1,000 megawatt capacity. Yeah, in Transcorp, and they are trying to move up. You see that Tinubu went to go and see him after he won the election. So
Right.
you know
Why do we keep saying megawatt? Why don't you just say gigawatts so that you know that it's just 1 gigawatt is generating? Let me say
1
this.
gigawatt, yes.
India was able to use solar panel to generate 20 gigawatts in 3 years. Solar panel. So these are our rich men. They are not doing enough. They are rich, but their wealth, they are not using it. They use it for money.
Can I interject?
Tonight, we don't have that culture of innovation. See, listen. See, no one has. Quickly, sorry. No one has. Well, if you live in Africa, for sure, sunlight, sunshine is just energy that's plentiful on our continent, right? By now, we're still waiting for the white men to come and continue to improve on solar technology. If we're serious people, by now, they're not just Nigeria, but maybe we could have formed a kind of a consortium whereby African brains come together and advance the technology behind solar energy or solar panels. But we're not doing that. We're still waiting for the white men. At the end of the day, they want to go around and point a finger at the white man wants to keep us down.
Please, Daddy, do you know that there are solar panel manufacturing companies in Nigeria? Some owned by Nigerians, even on a small scale level. Kashim Shettima built a solar panel manufacturing plant.
Why don't we see all these? Why don't we see all these plants, publicized? Because we want to know what they are actually doing.
It's on the internet now. I've watched it several times. I watch it.
I would like to publicize it now. If you have a link, share it so we can publicize them. I said the technology behind it. No, see, yeah, they can manufacture solar panels, but what I'm saying is that look, certain technologies we should have taken them on by ourselves and improve on them. Who knows by now? Maybe we could have a much have like a 1 by 1 inch solar cell that can generate so much energy if we had worked with that technology. But my point is that they can be manufacturing it, but we don't have that culture of innovation let me just get a feeling that it's an assembly, this in a kind of place where they just claim they're manufacturing, but what they are not actually, because if they were really manufacturing it, I don't see any reason why they are not on TV talking about it and showing everybody what
they're
probably assembling it. They're probably assembling it.
Yeah. Let me answer Prince Daddy, and in a way to Nigeria. There's a difference that I find, right? Every time Nigerians are speaking, they're talking about corruption. We have a lot of corruption in our country. And we do. Dishonesty, fraud, bribery, extortion, graft, all that kind of stuff. Venality, all that, malfeasance, all those are present in a lot of countries, not just virtually in every African country, a lot of third world countries, in Nigeria, in the United States, in Britain, you have corruption. Okay. I want to make it very clear that is totally different from what I believe we have in our country, right? That's a deceit, that's an agenda, that's an ulterior motive, a hidden agenda, which this now is an upgrade from corruption. Not if with corruption everything just doesn't have to be bad. Even if no matter what system of government you practice, communism, they have lights. They have sometimes they have food shortages because of production, supply and demand, making them not produce as well. Right. But in our case, everything just stays dormant or going down. If we look back 30 years ago, we're better than we are now. We look back 60 years ago, we're better than we were 30 years ago. Stuff like that, because there's an intent to keep us that way. Right. Even countries where they have state-owned enterprises, what they call SOEs, at least they do well. They do okay. They're not as good as private enterprise. Right. A state-owned oil refinery can still be pumping, employ people, do what they do, but when it comes to price and all that, then a capitalist could beat the government, in that case, state-owned enterprise. But in our case, there's deceit in our system. There's double dealing. A lot of it is also fraud, but there's chicanery, right? There's an intent to keep certain people down. For example, women. It's an obvious example. That one, nobody's gonna. There's chauvinism in the country where they don't want women to rise and be like men and be able to do very well. And we know women can do just as well. If you look back, maybe even in the British Empire, they had women as queens, and they expanded their empire at those times. Including modern Queen Elizabeth II. So could you mute your phone? Let me. I'll be done in a minute. Is giving me so Prince Daddy, the short answer to your question is that we have deceit in our system where certain areas are trying to be marginalized and kept down. That will be the Southeast, right? Now there are some other areas. It's not just the Southeasterners. Of course, we have to complain for ourselves. We're not going to complain, for example, the share of Kaduna, for example. We're not going to complain for a Jaws. We're not going to complain for certain Christians in the North. They also being marginalized. A lot of minority people are being marginalized. But we're complaining. We don't have to wait for those people to complain before we do. So there's a way, that's an intent to keep us down, keep anybody that's going to be doing anything from any area down. All Nigerians have to fight that. First of all, accept it. It's true. It's true. It doesn't mean the Southeasterners are superior to anybody. It means that every part of that country has something that they
okay. But in your line of questioning, see, okay, I don't subscribe to that defeatist mentality or way of thinking about solving the problem. One thing we know for sure in Nigeria is that each major ethnic group and all ethnic groups have their own region carved out for them. Now, there's nothing stopping the people from the Southeast, for example, to take ownership of their space and do wonders. Who's going to stop them?
I'm going to tell you what.
Hold on.
Hold on. I know you like me not to have this hold on fight. There's no need for that. You talk and I talk. I'm saying there's something that's called an exclusive list in the Nigerian system. Okay, they have a list that is exclusive to the federal government. Even if you go and build an edifice that can be seen from space, it doesn't mean that you don't have license to operate something like that. But it's been torn out, it's been loosening up. Now, even when you talk about monopoly, there are all kinds of monopolies, right? Is it a consortium? Is it an oligopoly? Is it something you have a copyright claim to and you're monopolizing based on that? What kind of monopoly do you have in Nigeria? Are they doing it based on intellectual property? So when you come in with that, yeah, it's good to say your region should take over. Don't be defeatist. What are you gonna do? You saw like the example of Airpiece over there. He fought it out. It's a true capitalist, right? He's not saying let me do anything based on me being a monopoly. So comparing him to Dangote is like somebody just being stupid on this platform. Somebody is qualified to run a line and he says, hey, look at my credentials, I'm qualified. Go and run one if you could come up with one. I'm not a monopoly, but I'm qualified, so let me do my thing. And then somebody's talking, somebody else comes and says to our NNPC, direct everything to come through me, else I'm gonna quit. I have to be the only one. How are you gonna compare those two? That's not what we're talking about here. So what I'm saying to you is that if you go to Nigeria, the country has to be able to create an environment, create an atmosphere where there's competition. You're supposed to, opportunity should be the same. Now, the money should not be the same. People should not be equally wealthy. But the opportunity for anybody to get in should be the same. Do you understand the difference? We're not saying make everybody Dangote to have billions of dollars. No, but whatever is available for Dangote to do and make his money should be available for anybody you see on the streets. The equal opportunity, the government wants to codify that into law. Now, when somebody comes over there and is talking for everybody else, is that good? Let's say the Igbos start saying thanks for the Yorubas, speaking for the Yorubas, speaking for the minorities, speaking for anybody who is marginalized in the country. That's not good. All the Southeasterners can do is to complain about whatever they feel is not fair to them. So you cannot have it both ways. If you want us to complain for you, we'll do that. We'll do so too. That's what we're about to do now with this protest. We want to have a uniform mission. But those who come on here and everywhere and they talk, and most of it is just to make us mad. Like say, go back to your place and protest. Now, I happen to agree with that. Not because of the reason that those who say that they're just talking nonsense. They don't have a boot to piss in Lagos or a window to throw it off.
Can we also
themselves.
speak, because you have been speaking for a long time?
Yeah. Okay, let me conclude then. I agree, Simba. So what I'm saying is that it might not even be Simba. It might be the guy with an R on his name. I don't know why I get both of them mixed up. But what I'm saying is that to come on, if we want one country, you cannot be talking like that. For those that believe that with you, like Peter Obi and Ekene and Jewel, they believe in one Nigeria. I don't. So if you should make them say to us, hey, I told you so. Don't make it to where we're going to tell them, hey, we told you so. If you're going to tell people who are, will you be quiet now? Let me land. I said, let me land.
Don't always say be quiet.
All right. Let's hear for Remy now. Let's hear for Remy.
Let's be quiet. What do you mean?
I cannot conclude before you. I'm concluding my remarks. I want him to be quiet.
Okay, Pastor, use 30 seconds to round up then. So that
thank you. The moderator has given me 30 seconds. So, like I was saying, for those of us who now I'm eyeing to see if Peter Obi is right. I know he's wrong. I'm waiting for him to say. I don't think he's going to even come out and say it. Look, I tried. You guys are right. He's not. But we're watching. If he can pull it off, fine. But he cannot pull it off. Let him get it out of the way so we get to do what needs to be done there, because I happen to know what needs to be done. I have the solution to that Nigeria's problem. All that nonsense talk. I have the answer. And it's coming. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Real quick. Pansa, you can't even provide a solution to your own issue. It's the old Nigeria's problem you can solve in a jiffy like that. Where did you get that formula from? Where did you get the solution from?
Oh God!
You just like to delude yourself.
The guy is trying his best.
I've listened to him on this show tonight. All what he's been saying is complete bad dadash.
So, but it looks like these people are manufacturing. No, let me show something here. If you look at these machineries that are there, may indicate a level of local manufacturing going on. These are the solar people. It looks like a small team, though. They don't look like a massive company, but it's a start. I wish they were publicizing them a little bit more. But this is the kind of stuff we want to see in Nigeria. And it looks like they bought the company from overseas. You see the man standing there. That technique is a very good one, where you buy a company that's already existing overseas and bring it to the country, but it's still too small. They are not manufacturing enough. We don't even know the quality, and personally, we need to see 1,000 of this in Nigeria. Nigeria should be the one selling it to other African countries, and they will happily buy it. We have cheap labor. What else do you want? You have cheap energy in Nigeria.
Okay, can I say my piece now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Nigeria as a country, the citizens have a fundamental human right to protest. That is number one. And in protesting, you can either protest for or against. You cannot tell anybody that say, okay, I don't want to go for this protest, or I'm against this protest. That person is against the national something. You cannot say that. Everybody sees things in different perspectives. If you are going for protest against bad governance, nobody is stopping you. And if you are going, for a protest for good government, that the government is right, nobody can stop you. So nobody can guide people or force people to go on the protest they want to protest. So you cannot say because, okay, there's some guy in the line, so all the 200 million people should go and protest for there's bad governance. You can't say that. That is totally irrelevant. Everybody have a right to do whatever they want. But what people are telling you from state to state, or even from the federal government, from presidents, this thing has happened here before. And those people that bear the brunt, some of them have still not recovered to today. Let's flip it. Let's say the last SARS that they destroy a lot of BRT buses and already happen in Kano or in Anambra. The Anambra people will also say the same thing, because those who lost out, at that particular moment, they will also say they don't want something like that. Because
do you have an example of somebody who says?
Can you just
No, I'm saying, do you have an example of somebody who says you must go and protest?
I did not interject you when you were
Yes,
talking.
you did.
Yes, you did. I said you should finish up. I did not interject you, and because you have been talking for.
No, I'm just saying, give us an example of somebody saying go out.
I'm not going to answer your question, so you can just remain quiet while I finish my whole. Okay. So what I'm trying to say, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is very simple. You have a fundamental human right to go out and protest there. And for those people that have lost their lives or they lost their property in the last few years, 3 years ago, and they said they don't want it in their state, you can't force them. Everybody in Nigeria comes from a local government from a state. If you dare love the country so well, why? You can go out there. But if you are going to foment trouble, like if you want to look at Nigerian protests that have been happening all over the years, there's been a lot of problem with it. When NSC protests, there's a face to it. We can know who is their leader. But when a protest that you want to protest, we don't have a face to it, and there's so many ulterior motives behind it. People have the right to call it that, okay, fine, you can protest. You can go to your state and protest. That is not too big to ask. At least everybody comes from a state. And I don't think if I come from Oyo State and I went to Kano to make my fortune there, the people of Kano gave me the opportunity to make fortune there. The people of Kano are the one patronizing my business. If they are telling me, fine, we don't want to protest in our state, and I also want to protect my business, he said that I don't protest or I go back to where I come from, which is Oyo State, and go and do the right protest there. So at this particular situation, everybody knows that what is going on have a political undertone, unless you are deceiving yourself. This is a man just 1 year on the throne, and you are calling for a protest. Some people even accuse the northern part. Buhari was there for 8 years. You kept mute. So that is not fair. And this guy is just 1 year. You cannot compare 1 year rule with 5 or 6 years of Jonathan, or 1 year rule with 8 years of Buhari, or 8 years use of Obasanjo.
To be fair to them,
Buhari
didn't do damage to the economy at this rate. You see what I mean? So, but I wanted to share.
When you talk this way, I will also ask you the question: how was the economy before this present administration got in? What happened in Buhari 8 years? What happened in Jonathan 5 years? Is of Nigeria as a country, have they ever had it so good? Tell me.
Oh my God, the economy was growing. The economy was growing throughout those years. The economy was growing in GDP throughout those years. This is the only time it is going down. That is gone down by more than half, just about half in 1 year.
Okay, now let me, because I don't want to take too much time. I would like everybody, some other people.
Nigeria economy is not going down. It's inflation.
Don't mind them. The point
Nigeria, you're being disingenuous. To Nigeria, you are in the know. I know what Tinubu is doing.
Can I put this to you? Before this present administration, let me quickly conclude so that other people can talk. Before this present administration, Nigeria is using 1.5 billion naira monthly to subsidize the naira. Today, we are not doing that anymore. Before, we know how much we are subsidizing our fuel. It's up to billions of naira. Today, it has been reduced. Today, the allocation to state government of Nigeria have been increased. None of the states in Nigeria is talking about holding salary, whether they are paying 18,000 minimum wage or they are paying 30,000 minimum wage. There is improvement in everything. I know that Nigeria is going through hardship now, but it's not going something that is going to last forever. Because there's a change in everything.
Sooner or later, it's going to end, but it depends on how long.
Today, nobody is telling you that the price of tomato have crashed down, and it has crashed. But none of you will report it. So when you guys come, it's true.
What you have there is 2022.
Then that's a good time. So that's what I wanted to show. So Remy, you see this?
But it's 2022. It's not 2024.
Yeah, I'm aware. You see the 2022 GDP is 472 billion, and now if you go for the one that you have today, this is the GDP of the country, and let's see, GDP growth 2.something%. Then the actual value of the GDP. Where is the value again?
252.
Yeah, that's it there. 252. Listen, that is a collapse.
Half.
Just half gone
Can you
in 1
guys
year.
just let me finish before you come up with whatever you are doing? Because to me, what you are doing is just not giving people opportunity to express their mind. Where you are talking, nobody disturb you. Nobody, you have.
No, I'm not speaking where I'm
What
listening to it.
I'm not talking. You know what? I would like to,
Remy,
and then
Remy,
yeah.
look quick. See, this is the reason why I seldom feature on the Two Niger segment because it's always full of unnecessary interjection and chaos. And I must say, I'll tell you the truth. I don't
Why
mince
you?
my words. I'll
Why?
tell you to
Hey,
your face.
you are.
You don't
See,
put yourself as a
Adewale,
position of
come on,
leadership.
man. That
You
is a
interject
polite.
as if you are part of the debaters or the analysts. No, you are not. You are to moderate and call people to order. But you see, your interjection unnecessarily sometimes put me off. I must tell you this. Let people
Adewale.
express their opinion and their views. So some of the things some of the view that you hold there that you think is the fact or the truth may actually not be true. So learn how to bite your tongue and listen to people. That's just the way leaders does.
Okay, Adewale, you see, my own role, I believe, what inspires me is that we try to get to the deeper truths of things. That's get to an objective truth that we all agree on. I'm not here to beat
Okay,
anybody down.
So when you watch television, and you see the professional journalist or broadcaster interview people, all right, listening to people with opposing view, what do you think they do? What do you see them doing? Do they interject them, interrupt their flows? They let them express their view, even though they have their own personal view. They let those people speak so that the flow can be smooth and people can enjoy the conversation. Not necessarily that everything has to be interjected in the middle. You have to no. Sometimes learn how to bite your tongue. That's a great advice I could give you tonight.
Your advice is noted.
Okay, can I
Journalism.
continue now so that we don't waste too much time on that anymore?
Okay, fine. Let's not debate that point anymore.
Okay,
My
so
point is
first
that
and foremost,
to remain,
let
I
me
want to
continue.
go with facts. I don't want people to come and bloviate.
Okay, first and foremost, I'm here. I've not even mentioned GDP or whatever. I did not mention that. You are the one, but whatever. What I want to say is this: if you are bringing this on, if you also look at the World Bank report, they project a 3.1% growth for Nigeria, and as we can see, things are falling into shape little by little. It will take time, but things are falling into shape. Nigeria is a divided country. Everybody knows the truth, and unless we are not saying the truth to ourselves, it's all about me and my people. And as of today, Nigeria has 6 regions. So if we are going to what are the solutions for that country? The solution is between you and I, because we are all Nigerians. Because I've seen that because of that division, there's always an infighting among us. Now we have a president, and every Nigerian is duty bound to support the president. Because if Nigeria is good, it's for the betterment of everybody. Who knows who is going to be there tomorrow? So if another person, another tribe is there tomorrow, all the other regions will also criticize that person. Is that the way to build a nation? All those nations that you crave for, that they have developed, they also sacrifice a lot. They also suffer. It's not the El Dorado for them. But today, they are better for it because their great grandfathers suffer for them. But if you don't want to have any pain and you just want to have the good time every time, that is not the way to build a nation. Some people are ready to, like yesterday, I told the people here that I said that Dangote will settle his differences with the Nigerian people and with the regulatory body, and that's what is panning out here. As a president of a nation, you cannot just say they have a problem and then the next thing you suspend or fire the people that has been there for a long time. It's not done. You have to find a way to settle the differences amicably. Before he came on board, there was a lot of forward contract from the NNPC that we have to still continue to see to the end of this contract. And when he came in, he also wants the bigger share of the pie. He's trying to say, let me be only one that will supply the PMS. And the other ones, they wouldn't like it because he's not the only refinery in Nigeria, whether they are smaller or whatever. So they have to meet, at the end of the day, they'll find a solution to it. That is one thing I'm damn sure about. So
Okay, thank
I
you.
will just my piece here so that another person can talk. Thank you.
So I'm going to use this time to reply to Adewale See, this session, if I have a session, generally I want to engage in conversations. I'm here to learn, and I hope that everyone is here to learn and discuss things. It's not for a place where people just come and air their opinion and then go away. Then they've not learned anything, have they? There's no searching. There's no information searching. What does that get us? It doesn't get us anywhere. Where else are we going to get most of this information? And in question and people's assumptions and the information that they've gotten. You have to question it so that we can get somewhere. I noticed that in this GDP post here.
Real quick, tonight, do you mind?
Yeah.
Real quick. Did you, when you were in secondary school, did you ever get involved in a school debate before?
Yes.
Okay, so how does the format goes? How do they do it?
The idea is that the other person proposed the idea, the opposing side proposed their idea, and they go to and fro. Okay. And that is a debate. This one is not even a debate. This one is a discussion. Honest discussion about getting somewhere for our people, not to win an argument.
So I use that template, okay, just to show you how a conversation usually goes. There's no monologue. We're conversing, but you have to hold and let other people speak. In academic, you write your point down. When it's your turn to correct whatever information has been put out there, you have the ample time to do so. Besides, you are the one in charge tonight. You control who goes in. You meet people at your own will. So, if at all you have enough time to say or do whatever you want to do, so let people speak. If your truth you want to get it out there, let them put whatever they want to put out first. Then you can have your rebuttal. Don't interject. Don't shove it down the throat of anybody that this is how it must be. No, this is just academic. Peer. Nobody is taking anybody's view serious anyway. So that's where I would.
If you are not taking your life, the time you are spending serious in anything, then that's on you. But every second.
Okay, tonight, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have not even spoken. I've been on this show from the get-go, and I've not even said a single word tonight.
Yeah, but that's fine. I'm not saying you should not speak your mind. I was just trying to share an information that you blocked me from sharing right now. You see, they noted in 2009. Sorry, let me just share this quickly. They shared the 2019 GDP growth. They shared the 2020 growth. You notice that the 2023 and 2022 and 2023 missing here, because if we see it, it will be alarming. It will be more than 100% depreciation in our GDP. That's what just happened in the last year. So let's not mess about it. Let's just try to keep it truthful and objective.
Okay, tonight, yeah.
Hold on. Lies.
Tonight, yeah. I need to get some understanding on the same topic here. This GDP is shown right now. Were you just shown 2023 or what?
Yes. No. I saw. No, they didn't share the 2023. They omitted it. They just showed 2019.
Tonight, yeah. Who are they? Who are they?
Let me see the source. The source is IMF. The source is IMF. What I can see there.
That's Wikipedia you're looking at. That is Wikipedia you're looking at, right?
Let me share it for you, Chege, so you see what I'm seeing. This, you see that? If you highlight it, you see that's IMF.org. Another one, IMF.org.
Tonight, is that Wikipedia?
Yes, but look at the reference. The reference is showing.
Okay, that's totally unreliable. Okay, anyway, you see, you have missing data in between two timeline. 2 points of in the timeline, and you want to present this data as factual to the public. Look, anybody can go in there and edit this garbage that's on here. If you show me directly from the website or the World Bank or this organization, then I can understand. Okay, but what you're showing us right now, I don't believe.
We can look at IMF GDP. This thing, Nigerian GDP. It's just that maybe they too will omit it. I don't know whether they will show it fully. Look at the page. The page has got so much information, but real GDP growth.
Sorry, Niger. Prince Daddy, this same Niger, when they were talking about 3.1% growth of Nigerians by the World Bank, he countered it. And this is the same person coming up today, believing the World Bank report again. So you can see the double.
I'm not. What do you mean?
You are so funny. You are a funny guy, man.
If you go back, that 252
you can trust people with certain information. Not everything you can trust them with. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, just go back to the page you were, the very front page of IMF. It was right there, right, looking at you. Just go back to that first page.
Okay, that first page. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, it was the next column right there. Next to the 3.3 is the 252.74. That's what you had on the other side for 2024.
Yeah, that's the actual figures. That's why I was trying to let him know that it's from this site. That's where they got the information.
But the thing that he's saying, I'm very disappointed at Prince Daddy sometime. I don't know, somebody who is very intelligent is here in the United States. Yes, you cannot rely on editable stuff on Wikipedia, but it's not like a basket case. If they make a reference, then you go to that reference, right? If somebody put up something without a reference, you shouldn't count on it. But for convenience sake on social media, you could put anything. You could put Twitter if it has the original source material pointed to. So you cannot say when you're having
are you saying and that data cannot be manipulated? Is that what you're saying?
No,
I don't get it.
No, it can be manipulated, right? If it's not referencing a primary source, in essence.
What you say right now is classic on how to deceive people. You're referencing authority, whereby you're giving that data that's false. Are you serious? That's where you go? I don't go that way.
No, I'm sure you heard what I'm saying. You wouldn't argue with it. I'm saying that when we're having a casual conversation like this, Wikipedia will do for as far as its reference, right? You could challenge it like you did, and then he himself pulled the trigger to go and show it. All I'm saying to you is that when you're having a casual, it's not we're writing a research paper where you have to have credible source or a primary source all the time, but Wikipedia does it's enough. You guys on social media, you talk and you tweet and you email and you do all this stuff. Unlike us, when we were going to school, right? When you're not allowed your calculator to go into a classroom, basically, right? So you got it made. You got a phone, right? You got your social media. You could search for stuff like this. We didn't have it. We don't have anything like that when we go to school. So for you to come here be anti-Wikipedia, as if you are our age or something, or like you are Tinubu or something like that, it doesn't make any sense. You're a young man. You are a digital young man. You can't be knocking Wikipedia. It's not a primary source material.
Because I'm talking from experience. We're talking about you quoting a source whereby anyone can go in there and edit the information on there. How credible can information be when it's editable? That's the question.
It's not like that. I'll say that and I'm done with it because we're not really having a debate on this. The point is that when you say something that's not true, that's not verifiable on Wikipedia, they would note it right there that this hasn't been verified, right? It's not like hold on, please. I'm not saying something I don't know. If you say something, you go there, you edit something in, right? They would verify it. If it's unverified, it also say it right there. It's not verified, right? If it's verified, it will have a footnote showing how they verified it. So it's not like a basket case. If it's unverified stuff you claim, unless you make your own page and you say whatever you want. Now, Tunaja, please go to any
I got it.
Yeah, go to any Wikipedia page.
You
can show that.
Pansa.
Yes, sir.
You are totally wrong.
Tell me how.
You should know how Wikipedia works.
Yeah,
it's a non-profit organizational web page.
Yes.
Anyone can go there and edit. What they would do.
Tunaja, go to Wikipedia so we can see if that's true.
They will give you a time frame.
Let's go there. Hold on. Let's go there. Let's go to Wikipedia on any subject. If it's unverified, it's gonna show there. Yeah, go to any page.
What was that? Wikipedia, which one? Okay, the Wikipedia page.
Yeah,
you see,
anybody,
this is the area they didn't want to show anybody from 400 and something billion to 250 something. That is the information that was not present on Wikipedia that I was highlighting. This is on IMF, this is website. So now
you want to go to Wikipedia and we're gonna search
anybody.
We're on Wikipedia now.
Okay.
Do you see those little things like it says 33 right there next to that in 2006 or 32 or 34, right? You see anything like that, you're gonna have to click it and go down to where it's gonna be verified. if it's not verified, if it's something that's written by any organization, it will also it will say it's not verified. So if you click that, there's any of these little numbers, you see those like 32, 33, 34. It will take you down to the bottom of the page to show where that's obtained from. So you just don't make any claim you want.
Let me
because
click it
if
now. It will take me
yeah,
straight to the website. That's it there now.
that's
They
right.
have the information right there.
Yeah. So now
They're
go to
not playing
somebody
around.
that will say something that's not true. That let's say we'll go to who will be that, like FFK or something, right? Or anybody that makes any claim, anybody will know will lie a lot. Go to Dangote's page. You're gonna see that it will say this is unverified, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Go to anybody's page.
What is the purpose of you showing all this data? Actually, I didn't
The
catch it.
purpose was because Remy was saying that during the time of Buhari and all that. Then I said during the time of Buhari, the reason why the protest was not so heavy, it was because the damage to the economy was not that significant. Because I just showed it to him that the economy went off a cliff in 1 year. The inflation rate is 35. Under Buhari, you didn't see that. There's a big difference.
What was it? What was it under Buhari?
Around 20 something, maybe 10 or so, but not 30 something
10%?
percent, 35%. No,
Okay.
10. I don't know the precise, but I know it's not up to 35%, nowhere near.
How can you compare 8 years with 1 year? My God, what kind of comparison is
But that's
this?
what I'm trying to let you understand now, that 1 year
Sometimes you guys
damage.
are so funny.
See, to Nigeria, this is the danger of data without narrative. See, if you can, in the last few months of Buhari's administrations, when they were all working together in tandem to destroy Tinubu to prevent him from coming to power, do you see the damage they did to the economy? Are you aware of the damage that was done to the economy? Okay, this is this trickle down, so to speak, to roll over rather to 2024, and pretty much started from the grind. Okay, Tinubu pretty much started from the grind with an empty coffers, and with the new policy that he implemented. This is a part of why the economy is dragging at this point in time. Okay, so just like Remy said, taking an entire 8 year administration and just using 1 year, barely 1 year, to make a comparison in order to demonize the government is not a fair way to make comparative analysis. You know that, right?
See, it's fair because if you look at the cliff here, it fell from here to here. Throughout this in Buhari's time in office, which is around this period, look at what we had. It's only COVID-19 that even slowed it down a little bit, not anything that steep.
Before you go on to Nigeria, why don't you look at
like
from year 2021, 2020, and maybe 20? Look at what you are showing.
Look at 2020 here.
Yeah, why don't you look back? Look back. Why does it fall? Look
okay,
at.
I'm going back. Okay,
Can you make it more bigger so that we can see?
Okay, let me see if I can even whether they can maximize it. Even I don't know, but let me zoom in. Let me zoom in further. It's only fair. The map is resizing itself. I don't know what these people mean. They want to.
And we don't even know the source of this data. So sometimes
this is IMF. This is from IMF themselves.
Okay, you can see from this graph alone that I can't clearly see the year. You can see. I thought.
Let me see if I can zoom in further. Oh my! I think that one has gone crazy. Where is the thing gone?
Okay.
Let me zoom out again. The whole thing has gone ballistic. Let's see. I think this is the best I can
see. Just by looking at the data to Nigeria, it's quite clear. Of course, the data is the unit is in dollars, right? It's in dollars, and it's quite clear the effect of the devaluation of the naira has effect on the downward trend that we're seeing right now. It's quite clear. So it's not like there was something magical under Buhari's administration that they were doing economically that Tinubu has stopped doing, apart from removing the subsidy and what you call the arbitrage in the currency.
But the point is that the effect it is having. This is one of the greatest falls we've ever seen in the Nigerian.
It's not again.
Is there any other one? This one fell from this to this. That's 100, just over 150. This thing. This one is about from almost 500. 500 billion to 250 billion.
Okay,
250 billion loss in 1 year.
So Nigeria, then you have to look at that from that data point extended to the current timeline. You have to look when the devaluation of the naira began drastically. Okay, you have to look at that. Okay, again, this the unit of measurement here is in dollars, and we know quite clearly, just like Kulata was saying the other day, just yesterday, that Nigerian debt went down. Okay, and we're able to decipher that the debt went down not because Nigeria actually paid its debt. It was as a result of the devaluation of the naira. Okay, that's why the local debt went down in Nigeria.
So
The
now
same thing is
let
happening.
me explain to you what is happening there. What is happening is that they are impoverishing the local lenders. That's businessmen that have done good business. They are impoverishing them, and we are proud of it. So Dangote business lost money, MTN lost money, and you know where that money is going to, because sometimes we look at the economy as if it's money just disappears. No, it's disappearing into the hands of foreigners, the foreign speculators that their dollars have become more powerful than ours now. That's where it's disappearing into. So I don't see whether that is a good argument that Kulata was making yesterday. It is true because the currency has depreciated. Can you imagine if you borrow somebody $10, 10 naira 2 years ago? In Nigeria today now, that 10 naira is half its value. What is the use? And the person will come and give you 10 naira today, and they will just wait another 10 naira because they got 20 naira instead now. You see what I mean? So you have cheated the lender. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say there. So it's just the problem that we are facing, and I wish, that's why I like to share information so we can see it. I've never even seen the chart myself. I knew the data, but I never seen this chart. And it's good that we are seeing it on IMF itself. And if you can find me any other place where the Nigerian economy torpedoed in 1 year that much with inflation, I'm not even sure this 2015 one elicited that kind of high inflation rate. I'm not sure.
So,
Nigerian
what do
economy
you expect? What do you expect? We are in a bubble economy in Buhari and
exactly to the point I'm trying to make.
This is the reality of your country now. This is the reality.
Exactly.
I mentioned to you, you are not factoring into that. I said
now we're going to why, right? You're not talking about why. You're giving reasons why it's that way. But Tunaja, could you do something? I want to because I always try to bring Prince Daddy into the fold of modern people. Could you show? Let's say, good luck, Jonathan. Let's just put on Wikipedia. Good luck, Jonathan. I want to show Prince Daddy something about Wikipedia that he should use. Just go to good luck, Jonathan, in Wikipedia. Let me see something. If he's gonna be requesting.
What is it?
Okay, you're gonna see when you go down, it will be requesting for citation. Like for example, when they talked about it, okay, see, you go to governorship, right? You're gonna see at the bottom of the governorship, right there, where it says, where was the beginning of the sentence? Do you see where it says citation needed here? And
I've
then
not seen it too. Oh yeah, this one here.
Yeah, okay. They make a claim that Assembly, after being charged with money laundering in the United Kingdom, so they need a citation. Just go further down, and then you're gonna also see. Just go further down. Let's see this. Okay, right there. That's go up just a little bit. I believe you went too far. A little bit more.
Citation again.
Okay, right there. Okay, so they talk whenever you say that Akano ABM Airport in Enugu was upgraded into an international airport, directly connecting the southeast region of the country to the outside world for the first time since independence. They need a citation there. So if you go down, it's going to be replete. If anybody goes here trying to embellish and say things, it will be required in citation. It's probably on this article, since he has that, it's going to be replete with that kind of stuff. And then there's something else they do at some point. I know, for example, in Buhari, there'll be a lot of those where they would warn that this document is a neologism or proto-logism in such a manner as to promote it, right? So you give those kind of warnings. So when you could use Wikipedia, but there has to be sources, citations on it. This whoever wrote this is embellishing, it's
I
talking
like
nonsense.
what
And
you are telling us. No, no.
Can I say something?
Can I just ask him a question, because I'm really enjoying what
Can I just say something real quick towards what Pastor just said now?
Okay, go ahead.
If you have been an academic in America, there's something called ACA format. Wikipedia is one of those websites that is not allowed to be cited. What does citation mean? Citation means you take somebody's information and put it in what you are writing. Number one, there's a chances that what you are writing can also be embellished by using the link or the the citation to embellish what you are writing. So for the fact that information is being put out somewhere and you are certain it does not make it credible, okay, there's nowhere, no academics in America will allow you to cite Wikipedia as a source of your information because number one, they are trying to improve, they are trying to be clever. However, the citation that is making reference to anyone can make edit on that page. All they do is to give a timeline or buy time so that if any correction, somebody's trying to make any correction, it can be corrected within that framework. After that, it becomes permanent. Okay. So citation or no citation, if you have been in academic land before, you will understand that anybody can cite any source of information to embellish their own point that they are trying to make in their write-up. So because somebody cited it does not make it credible. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So, but if
I agree.
Sorry, let me just say this. That's true. But the reason why they are flagging it in the first place, that citation is needed because they are using some form of system to confirm whether the data is actually credible. And if they feel like it didn't meet their standard of credibility, then they flag it for citation. Even if the next person, decides to contribute.
Okay, to Niger. Okay, let's go to the history of. Hold on. See, Wikipedia. Okay, Wikipedia is a work website. I hope you know that. Okay, and for that reason, when I found out years ago that I'm able to edit a content in which I was not the original creator, that pushed me away from Wikipedia. And just like Adewale just clearly said, okay, it's not really you can have links and references to other people's work, but it does not make the narrative or the content on the page credible. See, it's very easy to deceive people, okay, because you have citation from the World Bank and
You
other
made your
international
point. So let
organizations.
me, Tunaja, allow me to respond to those two, and then you could chime in. Yeah, what Adewale is saying, and actually what Prince is saying, I also agree with, right? When it comes to material, the source, you have a primary source material, then you have a secondary source material. The primary source is a first-hand or contemporary account of the event, right? So when you go and you're using something like Wikipedia, what I was showing you is how to use it so that you still have to look at the citation. There has to be a citation, and that citation, when you go over there, it has to also be a primary source material or a credible source material, depending on the level. Now, we're not doing academic research here. But if you're doing an academic research or scientific study or anything like that, yes, you have to have that first-hand account. But what I'm saying, and what you shouldn't fight, is to know how to use Wikipedia, which also maintain the same standard. You just can't go and take something off of Wikipedia and quote Wikipedia unless it's verified. In essence, you're gonna click on those citations. It's right there on every single claim there. Now, if they don't, hold on. But if they don't have it, Wikipedia itself will tell you that this is just somebody making a claim here. It's not verified.
Exactly.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, hold on, tonight. I get it, but this is how it goes. This is how it goes. When it comes to research,
now give me 10 seconds.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Just try to see Wikipedia as an assembly of this in citation or sources. That just see it like that.
Okay.
No, I disagree.
What I would say, listen, see, Wikipedia works for perhaps lazy people for the most part. But if you're versed in the field in which you are trying to do research, now, for example, the other day I don't know what happened. It had to do with Netflix. So Netflix financial reports or their earnings. Okay, I was maybe having a conversation with somebody. I went to Netflix website, okay, to look at their financial reports. And of course, I have the background to also go to the SEC's website, the SEC website, and also pull the same information and compare and make sure that what's on Netflix website is the same thing they have to file officially with SEC to make sure it's correct. So I know where to go for data when I want to, especially the primary source of data, just like you said, Pansat. So again, Wikipedia will not be my go-to source of information. If I'm looking for something, I'd rather go for the primary source
Right.
and go from there.
I agree. But right now, now prove us wrong, okay? Two Nigerians dug into his Wikipedia and he's found that 252 figure of GDP, right? Right now. Show us something different. Prove that he's wrong. Just give us your citation. Why don't you show us something else that's credible sourced, that is primary sourced, or whatever you want to account. Prove him wrong. Show something. Do you see what I'm saying? The best evidence rule. That's what we're going to be using. Somebody's brought his data. We checked it out. It's 252. So if you got something that supersedes it, we'll take yours. But if you don't have any, then we have to manage what we've got.
Well, that is fine. To me, it's not about the numbers. It's about the narrative behind the numbers. Now, I don't care that you show the numbers. If you can give me an explanation or explain to the reason why the trend was going down, which Nigeria was unable to explain.
I've already explained why the trend went down. Our currency was evaluated without any form of protection at all. That's what happened.
So then why are you so shocked that trend is what you're looking at, a downward trend? Why are you so shocked about that? That should not shock you, because it's really
shocked me, because no nation subjects their own country to that. You want to check other countries? Let's check it. You'll be shocked. No nation subjects their country to that nonsense.
Yeah, well, and one nation, spends billions of dollars, a huge percentage of the GDP for subsidy, oil subsidy, and also have multiple exchange rates in which the elites are enriching themselves at the detriment of the common people. Give me another country as such.
There are countries that have subsidies, and if you want to, the subsidy is not the problem. If it was only the subsidy that was removed, that is fine. As a matter of fact, if they wanted to devalue the Nigerian currency while actually shoring up certain aspects of the economy, the GDP wouldn't have collapsed the way it is. The Nigerian currency wouldn't have collapsed the way it is.
The ability of a good analyst, sometimes you pretend a lot to Nigeria, is for you to be able to actually look at data from different sources and make sense of them.
Please, Daddy, you are absolutely right. See, in the research methodology, they will tell you can't use one source or one material, okay, to portray a point or make it sanctified. You have to look for different sources. All right. Now, usually when you're making a research, they will tell you to go to the library, look for the publications before and after the time that you're looking for. Now, is it possible to have this absolute figure that Nigeria is trying to shove down our throat as the absolute? Look, 2016, I was doing an MBA, right? And I was given a particular project about, it was about this small retailing store, the dollar stores and the rest, and the impact on the economy and what makes them viable. And I was doing the research, but at the point I was stuck because majority of the materials that I was getting were actually going towards one particular direction. So I had to go back, re-strategize and look up, and I cited. That's another mistake because I got a B plus. Okay, I cited one particular material from Wikipedia. Now, during my presentations, my professor was laughing. I didn't get the reason why he was laughing, and I found out that what the source, that particular citation from Wikipedia, actually downgraded my grade. So to a point, even though I contested it, I still lost, but the professor decided to dash me A minus. So what I'm trying to say is that what we're doing on this platform is for informative purpose. We must not put out information that would not be accurate. Now, majority of what we do, or we cited or we reference, are just material that we believe in that they are the fact. They may not actually reflect. Okay, you saw the citation on that Wikipedia shows World Bank report,
This one is
right?
for World Bank, not only
You
IMF.
take it, you take it hooked and sink simply because you believe it's credible and it comes from World Bank,
Because
World Bank, all right? So
it
that's the
also
reason.
makes sense.
It what makes it. See, that is the issue.
Because we devalued our
You
currency.
can't
That's
be
why
a
it makes
science.
sense.
You can't be a scientist. You cannot, because your source of information will be flawed, and your output is going to be
Help me
completely
make it
flawed.
make sense then. Help me make it make sense.
I'm not in the position. If I'm really into it, I would know how to go about it. But to be using, you've done this on the
You
Dr.
don't know
WG
how
show
to make it
before,
make
and
sense.
people call you out.
No,
Hold on.
Adewale, you don't know how to make it make sense, but you are rejecting the person that is showing you data, not their own
Because you're not, because it's a one traffic narrative that you're pushing. Because it comes from the World Bank does not make it credible. That is the point I'm trying to make.
Oh my God.
Look, if you have, see, if I'm really interested in countering you with this your narrative, I could as well look for other sources that I could use as a purpose. I never really interested in sourcing for all those, because we lived through this era that you're talking about. It wasn't because of something that happened yesterday. We lived through it and we knew it, right? So that's just the way I would tell you. Before you shut down your view on something, look.
It's not my view. Why are you saying it's just my view? I'm just sharing data that people that are more competent than us have put together. What else? If we cannot agree on data that is out there, so
Do you agree that it can be flawed? Do you agree that report can be flawed?
I agree the report can be flawed.
Okay.
But I'm not taking only one source, and I'm not
Fair
taking
enough.
only one reasoning. I'm also taking the fact that our currency has reduced by more than half. That's the dollar has doubled in value.
Guy. See, there's something that actually got me somewhat jolted in the data that you showed. It shows Nigerian population, if I'm not mistaken, to be 230 million people, which I strongly doubt. So that was kind of a red flag for me right there. If you go back to that same page, that's what it showed.
This one.
You see?
Which one? Where is the
first
population?
Wikipedia page that you showed.
Okay, that Wikipedia page. Oh, that's a different page. This one is World Bank data. Look at the drop off here. Is there any other drop off that is like that? I can go back 25 years. Let's find out any drop off that is like the type. Okay, this one was when our economy was in the 90s or so. Then you see all this while it was growing and growing. You see a drop off, you see normal drop off, but this is the biggest cliff. Like among all of them, this is the biggest cliff you had. And this is in 1 year. But he's got more years to come, so we don't know what's going to happen next year. If IMF is correct that they are saying that GDP is going to go by 3%, that is not a lot. We are going to remain in this level for quite a while. We are not getting out of this except our currency appreciates. Hence, hey God, hence it goes back to this oil again. This oil is our redemption. If we don't get it back, if our refinery don't come online, Dangote Refinery doesn't work, Tinubu's administration is going to be one of the worst in Nigeria's history. And I don't understand why he's not, moving quickly to sort this out.
Have you heard that any of the state government in Nigeria is still borrowing money to pay salaries since the inception of this administration? Have you?
Oh, no, I've not heard of any. I didn't even know that they were borrowing money before, but they were giving them money anyway. That's I know.
No, I'm just telling
you. Borrowing money. Sorry,
you?
Adewale, sorry, just 1 second. So, to Nigeria, for 8 years, you don't know that you are borrowing money for your recurrent expenditure for paying salary and the rest. You don't know?
Oh, the government is still doing that. I didn't know that.
No. The question is that you don't know that Nigeria is borrowing money for most of its recurrent expenditure.
Yes, I know about that. I know about that.
So
and
why are you not saying you don't know about that?
No, I thought he said state. So that's the one I didn't know.
Yes, state and federal, they're not collecting the federal allocation from the
federal. To be fair, I have to be careful before I start saying I know something.
I think what I say from you is that you are an alarmist. You already projected to the future. You know everything. I think sometimes you have to look at it from an open mind. Look at it from an
What
open
is
mind.
the, okay? Tell me, please help me open my mind, please. Tell
Okay,
me.
I will open your mind. Is very easy. Look at what is going on in the country now. If Dangote settle his problem, which of course they are going to settle within some few days, maybe before the week runs out, and he started selling PMS directly, we are going to save a lot of foreign exchange from that. Then look at how they are creating employment. All the road infrastructures that they are going to build. The National Assembly just approved the money yesterday. The money is already in Nigerian government because some of it are loan, and they are going to construct a big road all over the federation. That will create a lot of employment for our teeming youth. An indirect job that it will create will be in thousands. That can also jumpstart the economy. And then secondly, if they were most of the state, they are now having a way to have their regulatory authority for electricity. So because now the electricity act give them opportunity to generate, transmit and distribute electricity in their state. You don't need to wait for any federal government anymore. The only problem we're having is that the roadmap. Once they finish the roadmap with the federal government, you can see that many states will come on board to find a suited investor to generate, transmit, and distribute. So that will also jumpstart the economy, which will create a lot of job opportunity for our people. So, and insecurity, if we must tell ourselves the truth, it has improved a lot. If not because of the bomb blast that happened in Borno recently, we do not see. I don't know whether you watched Ndume on Politics Today 2 or 3 days ago. He said his constituency is Bosa in Borno State. He slept there, and he also said there's no military or soldier that guard his house. People are going back to farm. People are farming already. Now, I want to tell you something. Maybe you guys you don't know. I know you knew about Niger State, but yesterday, Yobe State also do the same thing like Niger. There were thousands and thousands of tractors and farming equipment and solar panel equipment to draw well from the water using sun. So we are expecting a bumper harvest in the next few months, maybe let's say 9 months. So things are the northern states, they are trying agriculture, but I do not see anything going on in the southern part of Nigeria. So there is all indices to a positive outlook in the shortest possible time. So you can also you are Google master. You can also go and Google. You will find all the
Calm down. answers. Let me just respond to
I'm
what
just
you said.
playing with you.
No. I think what you said is quite reasonable. Some of the things you said. That is if any or all of them come to fruition. Like the Dangote this thing, the president is able to iron everything out and Dangote Refinery starts working. And if by some miracle our local refinery come on stream, I've said it before now.
I don't think our government is already reaping in from that increment in our extra in our reserve to 37 billion. Dangote have already started exporting aviation fuel already to America and West African countries. Doing that, more foreign exchange are coming into the country. When we settle this, come on, we just have.
Let me finish my
Remini,
let me finish.
sorry, one more. No. I just want to
me
respond quickly to
but I was talking.
Hold on now. Okay, go ahead.
I want to say something to.
No, I just wanted to say something about that exportation of the crude oil product. So the same refinery that is refining the aviation fuel and selling to the foreign country is the same company that is being accused of producing substandard product. I'm trying to get the logic in between.
I know those people are playing games because what happened is this. Adewale is simple. Dangote is trying to tell them.
To respond to that. You don't need. Let me just respond to what you said because I think what you said is quite important because that like when we meet minds. For me, that is what I'm here for. Because what you said was I should have an open mind with the government because of the things they are doing, while I'm judging them because of the things they've done. And also, I'm also judging them because of the things they've done because some of them they didn't need to do it. They did it anyway. That's part of why I'm being very critical. If some things is inevitable, they just did it like subsidy removal. I'm not going to blame them. But when they don't tell people how they are going to use the money productively, they just handed the money out like shower. Then they floated the currency and the damage that occurred to the economy. That's the one I'll criticize them for this year. Like everything you are saying, if it happens next year, it happens the year after. the Nigerian currency is going to appreciate. And like I said it before, all these things that you said, if Tinubu accomplishes them, he's going to be the greatest president of all time. But if he fails, he's going to be the worst of all time. That is the problem, because he's made some very drastic move in the first year.
Fair enough. Time will tell. That's what I'm considering.
To Nigeriani. So when he increased the allocation to the state and called on Nigerians to knock at the door of their state governor and ask questions, hard questions, how they are spending the money given to them from the federal allocation, and also trying to strengthen local government to be able to get in touch with the people at the grassroots. What do you call such efforts? What do you think the federal government is doing that? The reason be, doing all those things, making those efforts. Look, it may seem they are not, it's not, the federal government is not working, but federal allocations increases, right? But the governors will tell you, oh, they have a lot of debt and all that. But the federal government decided, okay, we are going to ensure that they strengthen the financial of the state, and also the local government will be empowered financially so that it can get to the people that they served. What do we get? The state governors are revolting and they are whining about that they shouldn't be. So, a federal government that is serious is making effort, at least, to make sure that this thing get to the people. Every time it cannot be about the federal. What is the state governments are lazy? They lack creativity. They don't even know what is the purpose of state. Look, a whole Lagos state, we can say, well, it has an advantage, but I can tell you, even the most poorest state in Nigeria, let me use the example of Oshun-Ekiti, they can be solvent, they can become self-sustained if they are truly serious. But because of the legacies coming from the federal, that is why the majority of them remain moribund. So, yes, the federal government is making an effort, but you see, everything cannot be about the federal, because the state government is not about collecting money. It shouldn't be. They shouldn't even be relying on the federal. They should be able to be creative enough, innovative enough to be able to be self-sustainable. Okay, so yes, I think they're on the pathway. The trajectory is very, very encouraging, because it seems that the fact that it's able to take the local government out of the jugular of state, he will be able to directly impact. The money that was given to the state could as well be given to the local government, so that at least they will be able to measure the impact of those money. People that live in the same local government can easily knock at the door of the chairman. So federal government is making effort to Nigeria. They are. I'm not saying they don't have their efforts. They don't have their fault. There are some areas that they are also, lagging behind. But I think they are trying to circumvent every roadblock mounted by the state government.
I agree with you on the local government funding that they've done. I think it's a good thing, and it's going to mean that people are closer to the people that actually got the money, and then they might be able to deal more with them. That's a very good thing that he's done there. But you see, that's the thing about the top, and this is why you hear a lot of our people when they say the leaders, because the people at the top has a big lever to wield. Because the CBN and this in head is more powerful than all the local government chairmen put together, because he can just tweak the effects rate and the whole Nigerian economy goes haywire. So that is that aspect at the top is the most important. If they get it right and tweak it right, even if we had the states are not doing anything, like they are not generating electricity, if the center is doing it well, you're not going to see the problem will go away. Nobody will complain, even as long as the center is doing it well. So, but I hope that bringing it to the localities will mean that, and they also have the power now to generate electricity, so they don't have any excuse anymore. But I don't know whether that's going to make a difference. So it's just that they are moving money now from one person's hand to the other person's hand. Whether that local governments are going to decide to be be more scrupulous than the ones that were, the governors, we don't necessarily know that. But one thing we know for sure is that the people now are closer to the people that have got the money. So that may improve certain aspects. So that is what I'll take from there. You see, this is why this conversation is good, because what I've seen here is that what Remy said is what I've always said. I said it last year. I said, in short, before Tinubu got into office, I said, if Tinubu the omens are right for him. Everything is sitting down for him to be the greatest president in Nigeria. That if he did it right, he will be by far the greatest president in Nigeria, because 4 refineries are due to come on stream. Dangote is coming on stream. This thing, what they call it, he was about to remove subsidy, which would have put money in the government and this in hands. Then the effects, this thing is the one I didn't know what he was going to do with that one. That one move damaged a lot of things. That foreign exchange thing that he did.
To Nigeria. You know, the years of PDP combined with APC, that they've killed every machinery that's supposed to be bringing money to the coffers of this country. Those years cannot be recovered within 1 year, within one physical year. And apparently, it is evident that there are a lot of principalities that are fighting against the development or the growth of the country. Earlier, Dangote said that the marketers are one of the principalities. NNPC is one of the principalities. But I could see an executives that are tied, their hands are tied in a way that those principalities are actually waging war against the executives. But the Dangote hand is not clean, because when he was closer to the government, he enjoyed what others could not, and he had that advantage, and things turned south now. They are still fighting because the fact that the federal government stopped the Lage called um, subsidy. They're trying to, find a way to say that Dangote is creating monopoly, which I still don't understand. I don't believe it. It's possible. But the fact that these people believe that importation of the material that could have easily been produced locally is the best option for the country. This importation kind of economy that we believe so much in, that have really killed us, killed our growth. I mean, not just stunted it killed, completely annihilated our growth all these years. And it's so disheartening that, I mean, Dangote is crying foul now. We understood that, he's fighting all those principalities. Not even Tinubu can help him, because the executive have kept quiet all this way. They kept mum because, number one, they realized that these are the people that are in the, in the highest places. They will fight back. Also, we see the hands of international doing the remote control to the local. You can imagine those people where they're importing from. That means they are no longer importing.
You think that some of all these protests that they are organizing, they are looking to organize now, is a way of putting pressure on the government not to move?
No, the point is this: the organizers have lost credibility, and that is one thing. You see, we lived through the years of meaningful protests when you have the likes of Ganifa Wemi, have the likes of Bekor and Sonkuti, even way before then too, even at the academic environment. There was some SUG that was so powerful in the days of Showore. They ensured that the entire country was grounded. But you see, some of those protests were peaceful. Some of those protests were meaningful. Some of those protests actually have those who are backing them. Okay, and we live during the era of the military, and it continues during this republic, and they continue with that, trending of attacking the protesters. But you see, the fact that the protests that turned deadly to the point that properties and life were cut short, and no sensible government, because that is where I said the organizers have lost credibility, even if they are not connected to Peter Obi's movement. There's no way. Even I heard that Peter Obi is suing Ononuga. I said, don't even waste your money. It's not because they've bought the judiciary. There's no sensible court in this land that will entertain that. It's not even defamation, because majority of those people drumming their support are actually the supporters of Peter Obi. So it's not that hard. It's not a rocket science to link one or two together. And when you have your movement being fully connected to that, there's no way you can say, oh, you are not involved or you are not aware. So no court will entertain it. And I can tell you, no court is going to award millions or billions to Peter Obi on that. However, the reason why I said they've lost credibility is because, look, you can't be dealing for something as important as a protest, a national protest. You can't daily. Somebody said they should have spring a surprise. Surprise on who? Except the government doesn't even have intelligence officers in the streets of Nigeria. There's no way such things will happen that they would not know. And they have their fact in their hand. But you see, what you are saying now is that any serious protester or leader of protest would have thought the best thing to do is to make this thing public and put a face and a stamp so that there will be substance behind it. Even government will have no choice than to allow it. But you see, when you have the minions, the headless minions, amplifying it on their platform, and they are sounding more treasonous, or should I put it that way? Number one, they become one enemy of the state. And what you're saying is that there's no government. And I tell you this, the executive, the federal government have the power not to allow any protest to take place. As long as they can connect it to the national security, they will tell you it's never going to happen, and they will
Okay,
shut it down.
let me come in with that.
Sorry, let me just add something before that. Listen, I'm going to play this clip so you understand, because sometimes they use these measures to control our leaders. They use so many different methods, and we don't seem to see it, and we leave our leaders alone with them. And our leaders, they don't dare to speak. Just like Dangote is speaking now. Normally, they don't say these things openly so that you start hearing it. So now look at this thing that the Kenyan government is accusing one organization. Say in recent days, however, the Kenyan President Ruto, a key United States ally, made a fiery charge that anti-government protesters are being funded by the U.S. philanthropic organization Ford Foundation. So this is something that we know then happens, especially when they want to topple nations that are on their path to rising. You have to always be careful. Maybe that's why our leaders are shutting their mouth right now, because they know if they say certain things, they can't take it back anymore. They will just cast them as, we can't. This is not our partner anymore. We have to find a way to remove them from office. And you can see that every single thing that Remy just said just now that Tinubu could do, they could frustrate it all and finish his administration. They could frustrate every single one of them.
I hope so. And let me say that there is
what
something.
Do you mean you hope so?
I'm going to tell you why.
We are the ones that are going to suffer.
No, we're not gonna. We're suffering right now. Okay.
But we want him to succeed.
No, listen to what I'm saying. You can want whatever you want, right? If wishes were horses, everybody would have one, right? The thing is that as an analyst, my job is not to come here to talk about history or whatever. I'm talking about, we have to analyze something. This government you have is the government you have. You're not going to be talking about a government you wish you had. You're the same person that pulled up the GDP drop right there. It's fantastic, right? Now, that's the reason why you have that. People who were against Tinubu during that campaign, during that election, already looked at his portfolio. They looked at his antecedents, right? You know that he's dodging debates. He doesn't want to deal with the people. That's one place that he said, protect me from these people. Don't let these people get to me, right? That's Tinubu. He said that. So now what I'm saying to you is this. It's not going to get any better. These are economic indicators. There are reasons why projections are made. If you go and look at it, the United States some time ago, they predicted that Nigeria was going to break into many pieces in their intelligence report. But it's delayed. It hasn't really come to a head because Nigerians have been divided and they've been doing it helter-skelter here and there. So it prolonged it a little bit. The one thing you have is a lot of big mouths that believe that Nigeria belongs to them. For example, the last speaker, he's saying the government is going to can say, look, protest, it's against the law. We're going to have to go to military and we're going to have to quash it. Yeah, every protest, the successful ones and the unsuccessful ones encounter that. It happens. That's true. That is status quo, right? That's the way it works. However, it depends on the provocation. Who are the ones protesting? Are they serious? Is it a nationwide thing? Because those who come here and they're trying to insult Peter Obi or Igbos or something and make it an Igbo then yeah, if it's an Igbo, then it's not gonna work because Nigeria is bigger than the Igbos. There are a lot of Nigerians from the north, from the southwest, from the southeast, from all over the country, right? So if people are actually starving in that country and they feel it's unfair, you have those who feel that this government rigged themselves into the office. They have not made any changes in INEC to bring forth some change. Let's say Showore, who's a key. You don't even hear anybody mention Showore as a protagonist of this protest, right? They're aloof and they're in denial, right? But the government understand. They know if this turns out to be what it's supposed to be, the real McCoy, you're going to find out how small the government is compared to the people. If the people really mean business, right? I've said it earlier before I left. I said that the military even is stratified, is divided in the real sense. Tinubu is not Buhari. You have to also understand that. Tinubu doesn't have the backing of a military industrial complex. You don't have more Yorubas in the military than you have Igbos, for example, or people from the South, or people from the Northeast. So if this is a national protest that they have a cause, it's going to be like Kenya. The government might do something and they overreact. They go there and kill people. These kids are not going to take that again. All right. They did a limited debate. I mean, a limited protest, and the government shot at the kids and killed people who were clutching the flag and singing the national anthem. But this time around, now you have to remember, even with that little one, Tinubu was confronted and he ran away. He ran to France, of all places, and he came on the air, did a mea culpa. It's not going to be any different this time when you have a Buhari who has this Northerners protecting him, looking at him as some kind of messianic figure, mega scare kind of thing, and the soldiers, a lot of them are from the north. But if in fact from his activities, if there's really a division between Dangote, for example, and Tinubu, I believe it's artificial, but let's say it's for real. And then you have El-Rufai, he's upset with Tinubu. Then you have the guy from the Creeks, what's his name?
Dokubo,
Asare Dokubo. And then you have some other people from all sides, all spaces in that country, and they feel that Tinubu is on his own agenda, he's making money for himself and the Lagos cabal. Right. So now he doesn't have the backing of the North, and he doesn't have the backing of the South. He's never had that, obviously, and so many others. So now what you're gonna find out, or Showore, for example, also he has his own group of people, and they actually go out there and they have, I believe it's 13, 15 agenda. If Tinubu comes out and say, look, I accept all of them, it doesn't stop. They're gonna add more to it, because what is shaping up to be is to rescue our country. We're threatened. You see the GDP drop. You see everything. Nothing is working. People are starving. So, and then those who feel that he rigged the election.
What your point is, I'm a bit confused.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how can I help you unravel it?
Yeah, because you are talking about some of all these people and how the Tinubu government is nothing compared to the people, and so. But what is the main point? Are you saying the protests will go ahead no matter what the government does?
Yes, as I'm saying that I was responding to Adewale, who made a statement that the government has the power at any time not to tolerate a protest, right? They could look at it as a national security matter. I'm saying to him, yes, most governments look at even the ones that are going on right now, including in Kenya. But history is replete with governments.
In the context of Nigeria, they will have to provide credible proof that it's a national security threat. That said, though, do we even know what the protesters want? Because so far, it's the only Showore one demands that I know, and those demands are just not credible demands to ask for a protest that you expect people to go out in the millions on the streets. You have to have more credible demands than that.
That is true. It's a lot. They're vague. It's a lot, but it's purposefully done that way. They don't want him. They're not trying to solve anything. What it is that we have an illegitimate government. He ran in that election. First of all, if
that's just anarchy, you're not asking for anything, you're just making noise.
That's true. That is true, but it's acceptable. He's not the only actor. There are a lot of people. For example, he put in there that Nnamdi Kanu must be released, and that is to him. He feels that something the Southeasterners will welcome. A lot of Southeasterners have not welcome the protests in the sense that they feel that.
Look at his demands now. Look at them. Just it's like nothing about getting the power sector going. Nothing about refineries. Nothing about security. Really, and telling them, okay, this is what you need to do. Nothing. It's just like vague stuff. Like scrap the 1999 Constitution, and then what else is the next demand? Toss the Senate arm of the legislative, so make the lawmaking arms only one. Pay Nigerian workers 250 minimum, invest heavily in education, and give Nigerian students loans. And these are not things that will spur the economy immediately. This is perpetuation. You think our government were not educating people before? They were doing it. What are the things that are going to spur the economy? That the only area I saw that he said something about renationalize, that one is not going to solve anything. Reinstate a corruption free, that is not going to solve anything. Probe
it is. I disagree with you.
This one may solve something, but it's unrealistic to demand because he will have to prove himself. Restructuring of Nigeria to accommodate national diversity. This, I think Tinubu might listen to this one, but it's something that will go into the long grass. You can barely measure it in terms of reality.
It's not being made so that he can agree to them, right? This is a way to communicate to him what the people want. He doesn't have to accept it.
That is no communication at all.
No, but let's just hear me out first. He doesn't have to accede to those. Those are all legitimate demands, right? What I want to make sure that they're serious, though, because we want an impasse. Somebody like myself, I want him to disagree, right? He doesn't want to talk to the people. He's aloof. He didn't win the election. He doesn't come out to face the people. And his cabal are wreaking havoc on the country. So it's not based on whether he's going to accept it or not. To me, I don't want him to accept it. And I want a conflict to where the people will show their sovereignty. The people are sovereign. Understand that. I hope that is escalation. I want resolution one way or the other. I want him to go out there confronting the people because he's an anti-people, rigged in illegitimate president. And he's been operating without respect for the people. He went out there and put all his relatives, people from his tribe into our government. After we had a government that did a similar thing, instead of him coming there and say, okay, no, this was not right. I'm going to balance the country again. He's saying, okay, look, Buhari did it. It's my turn to do it too, right? So, but he doesn't have everything Buhari had to do what he did. Buhari is a military thug, a coup d'etat, somebody who plotted a coup d'etat, has a lot of his people in the army. So there are a lot of big differences between him, a military guy, and a civilian who had been hauled in front of the in a witness box, accused of all kinds of fraud, including fraud in the United States. And he then shut off our beavers and coalition system and put himself in office with our Supreme Court. So now people like Showore are organizing a protest. Instead of him facing that, he's saying that it's Peter Obi and perhaps Southeasterners who are doing it.
They are trying to divide people. That's basically what they are trying to do.
Right. So if they're unable to divide people, at some point he's going to come to reality and know that it's untenable to have a 252 GDP and that people are starving, and that is unacceptable. Right. So let others talk, but let's get into that. I was responding to Adewale, so when it comes to my turn, then I would.
You realize that there's nothing this administration will do that will sit well with you guys. You always find fault in everything. Everything.
Personally, I find positive side like the student loan thing, and I'm still struggling because it still has. We have not seen it come to full fruition. I want to see it work. I like the Lagos to Calabar road. I wish they didn't bungle it. They should have, done it in a more professional manner. Which other stuff that I see that they are looking to do? I like the fact that they removed the fuel subsidies, but I don't know. Everything else they've done seems to be surface stuff. They've not prosecuted anybody that is stealing our oil. The terrorist funders, we don't know not even one have been brought forward. Let's say all this thing they didn't even bother to do it. Then why go ahead to sabotage the Nigerian economy? There's one move that they make that I criticize them for heavily. And as a matter of fact, that is what Nigerians are criticizing, but they don't know why they're criticizing it. Is the foreign exchange, this is devaluation of the currency. That is the most damaging thing that they did. And to recover from it, they need all the refineries to come on stream. But I'm not just blindly criticizing Tinubu. And I don't want him to fail, because if he fails, Nigeria will fail. I want him to succeed. As a matter of fact, more than maybe even you, Adewale. I want him to succeed. Because if he becomes the greatest president, guess what's going to happen? It's going to be good for me too. Because what do you think that will mean? That will mean that Nigeria, he has fixed a lot of things in Nigeria. 24 power electricity, 27 power electricity, we can get our currency will improve, and the security situation will improve. What else do you want? As a matter of fact, electricity, security is more than good enough for most Nigerians at this stage. Then the Nigerians will do the rest. So I want him to succeed, but I also have to hold him accountable, and I really urge you to do the same, because you have to hold people accountable until they prove otherwise. They have to prove themselves. That is the world we live in, because you can't trust these people. Since when do you trust politicians? That's my take on it. I wanted to see, I wrote some demands that would have been more beneficial for us to demand from the federal government. Like, you know me, number one, create 2 million jobs in the security sector to deal with insecurity. That's one. It's going to save, if I expand that one further, it's going to save Nigeria billions of this thing, from $10 to $50 billion a year, if it does that. Then the second one, declare a national emergency in getting all national refineries working in 1 year, as they promised, not me promising. They promised that they were going to do that. Declare a state of emergency on that, and update the Nigerians every week on the status of these refineries in detail. That is the second demand. The third demand is demand that federal government supports Dangote Refinery in getting crude oil to supply the Nigerian state and export. Third demand. Fourth demand the state of emergency on the Ajekuta Steel Complex. We want to know what is going on with that, and we want to be updated on it regularly every week in detail. No funny business. When they say in detail, it means it can be verified. Then the fifth one, Nigerians brief Nigerians weekly. Okay, that's brief Nigerians weekly on critical national assets. So you have them brief Nigerians on critical national assets every week. They don't brief Nigerians on what they are doing. Half of the time, no, Nigerians don't know what they are doing. What is happening to our national grid? We don't know. What is happening to our power stations? We don't know. Nobody knows. If they are giving us other information, maybe we wouldn't be accusing them falsely. Then we'll see some of the things that they are actually doing, that most people are probably flippantly accusing them of not doing anything. That is the fifth one. Declare a national emergency on electricity in Nigeria. Deploy mobile power plants to support national grid to power all state capitals to give them 24/7 power supply until our national grid and power supply is adequately fixed to take over. That is the one. You can do that very quickly. We know the amount is going to cost. If they are demanding that, you give them the amount themselves. Then you can also go for increased wages and welfare for security personnel. Now, this is another one that is going to be very, very strong. If you're a protester, you are protesting and demanding for increasing
okay, well, Tuna,
let
me come in a little bit, because you are in a different universe from what we're beyond all that right now. Tinubu is not a pushover; he's entrenched. what my comments, the following comments I'm going to make now is directed to show the youth of Nigeria.
But why is that in a different universe? That is actual things that are actually going to benefit us instead of telling people to restructure the Nigerian state, and that is vague terms. It can lead to anything.
Let me tell you, right now you are talking from resolution. I want it. I want this to happen. So what I want to say to those who are trying to put together a protest, it's not Tinubu. There is a support. The people who support this administration. In the southeast, you have Ozodema, who's a governor in Owerri, Imo State. You have so many others. When this protest is going on, they have to show that they're seriously protesting, right? We have a semi-dictatorship going on in the country, so we have to search for ways to discourage this regime. So you have to put pressure on the support, not Tinubu alone. There is the president and stuff like that. So this protest must be geared towards the support of the regime in all areas. I gave you one example in the south. One of them is Ozodema. He must be put under pressure. Another one is Wike in Abuja. He must come under severe pressure. That's a game they might want to play, which is to infiltrate the protest by using our fellow citizens to do harm, cause trouble. They must be confronted and stopped. They cannot break the law, but we cannot rely on. If you're going to be relying on this government to do the proper thing, then you're not serious. We must put pressure on whatever is supporting this administration. Now, after several days, if they don't move, if they don't show any sign that they're going to work with the people, a lot of these things have to be geared towards the pipelines and the South. We gotta be serious. Excuse me. We have to put pressure on the support. He's lost a lot of.
You have to make specific demands. You can't
That,
just to burn everything down.
No, I know that you're quarreling with Showore's demand, but we could start with that. There are other people who have demands. Northerners have demands, right? Northerners have demands.
I think this demand is not national based. This is for everybody.
This is Showore's, and he's the one organizing.
Sorry. If you notice the demands that I have here, it's not based on any region. It's completely neutral from religious, tribal, nothing. But the other ones, if you look at the Shore ones, has leanings to different groups that could divide people.
I know, but what I'm saying to you is that you are looking for a resolution. I'm not. So you're quarreling.
What is the point of protest if you're not looking for a resolution?
Listen to what I'm saying now, because we have two different approaches here. We have a remote cause of the protest, and then we have an immediate cause, right? You yourself have said some of the things here. You exclaimed when you saw the drop in our GDP. People are starving. People are hungry in the country. Tinubu is out there buying airplanes, and no matter what anybody says, it goes through with buying that airplane, printing money, doing all kinds of stuff, taking over oil companies, taking over oil fields, insulting people, having his minions insulting the whole southeastern region, right? Instead of firing that guy at the spot that is insulting people like Peter Obi who have nothing to do with the protest. People who have said, look, Nigerians have a right to protest, and they have a lot of hubris. I've already told you the Yorubas don't have more soldiers than the Southeasterners does, right? I've said that they're talking that way because it really hasn't come down to it. So this is the time to come down to it. Everybody has their stuff. I've told you mine. Mine is in my region, in Imo State. We have a governor who is hell-bent on rigging elections. He have no respect.
Your audio is gone. Let me just share the list of demands This is the list of demands that I put forward. I find this, and I put it together based on just, you know, things, specifics. And I didn't, and it's funny because when I looked at it again now, it has nothing to do with tribe, regions, or anything. It just has something to do with getting the Nigerian state functioning.
This is your own list here?
Yeah, this is my list. I put it.
Okay, could you do side by side with Shore's list?
Yeah, I don't.
Let's see what's missing here that you don't have on the other side. Okay.
Okay, let's see if I can pull it together. It's list. This but they didn't do a good job of it. They mixed it up somehow. And that's Shore's list here. Okay, that's 9, 10. Starts from
what's
here.
the first one?
Let me. I want to put it maybe, if possible, side by side. Even it might be possible to put it side by side.
Okay.
Let's see. 14. So, come in here. If we are lucky, insert table, you might be able to get everything done side by side. I think it's on 14 now, isn't it? Side by side.
So looking for it. I'm just, I guess I should say what I want to say in a nutshell.
Yeah, go ahead.
The stand should be geared at the support of those who are destroying our country. That's who the protesters should not just be looking at. As a rock. It has to do with those who are holding the administration up. They have to come under pressure during this protest. That means it's nationwide, right? So that's why I tell them that. Showore, I hope you're listening to me. You cannot, every time you say it's a tiger, and then when your neighbors come by, I say, oh, I'm just kidding. Okay, just like the labor people are doing, the labor organization. Every time it's, oh, that's a tiger, that's a tiger. This time, we want to see a tiger. We want to see a tiger, else you're going to be gone. Every time, next time you call for a protest, everybody should ignore you. We should at least match the Kenyans. We say we're the giant of Africa. We have to beat the Kenyans at this game. We have to be serious. We're going to put pressure on this government. We're going to put pressure on the support. That means people from Imo State, that government, who think they're untouchable. They work for the people. They have to be accountable. In other areas, in other northern states, let them deal with their stuff. Let them confront these governors, because people who make that criticism, they're right. Protest in your own place. We need to go after. We have to put the entire government under pressure to listen to the people. It has to be done properly this time. And if they kill anybody, if they shoot at the people, that is violence. It's against the law. The soldiers, if they're listening to me, the soldiers are not supposed to obey an illegal order. The president of Nigeria, just like the president of the United States, is not the commander-in-chief of the people. He's the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Tinubu has no power whatsoever to command a Nigerian. Period. It's unconstitutional. He doesn't.
Listen to answer at your own peril. Don't go and use your life. Don't be an hero.
Obey the laws.
It's not the government that is waiting for the protester. Even people are waiting for them.
Adewale, is there any circumstances you will end up at a protest by a chance? Is there any chance at all?
Not in Nigeria. Not in Nigeria, because the protester and the people they are protesting against are the same. So don't go and use your life.
No, they should not use their life, and they should not be violent, and they should not break the law, and they should not go out there doing anything that's illegal. It's unnecessary. You don't need that. But you should go there and put pressure. You're sovereign. It's your country. You have the sovereignty. Everybody there, including the president, works for us. So you go there, you protest peacefully. Yeah, okay,
So,
let's go ahead.
And you can say, so I am talking about creating 2 million jobs in the security sector to deal with insecurity in Nigeria, which a retired colonel actually acknowledged by accident that this is actually the number that's required. But look at what he's talking about. Scrap the 1999 constitution. Let's start all over again. Then declare a national emergency on getting all our national refineries in working in 1 year as promised. and update citizens weekly in detail of status of the refineries.
That's
Then
a good
look
one.
at it. Yeah. Then
Okay.
it goes on and says, toss the Senate this thing that make the Nigerian legislature just one. I think they call it bicameral or something like that. They want to turn it to one. That's the second demand. My third demand is FG ensures Dangote Refinery is supplied with crude oil at market rate.
I
That
disagree
is
with
very
that.
simple.
No,
At
no.
market rate, you disagree with that? Okay, fine.
You cannot put somebody, an individual, there's something, there's a term that it has in legal terms, but I'll tell you what it is. Keep going. You can.
Yeah.
What
Then he
does that
says pay
do?
Nigerian workers a minimum wage of 250,000. Something you know is very, very unrealistic. Or even if it happens, it's going to drive inflation through the roof.
By the way, let me make a statement on that, because I believe that the minimum wage should be attached to inflation, right? It should move with inflation, because inflation
I
is
think
so
that is
high.
fair. That is
Do you
fair.
understand? Yeah,
But you should start like from the 7,000 now. Whenever there's an inflation, you should increase with it. But don't just say, because if you jump from 30,000 to 250,000, there's going to be a massive inflation in the system.
No. What I'm saying, because it's already so high, it's on it's 30-something%. So you started off with, let's say, 350,000 right now. But if the government could bring down the inflation to like single digits, then it could go down as well to like 70,000. Do you understand? They should make a scale. Look, you cannot go paying anybody even 250,000 when the bag of rice is 80,000. Granted, they don't buy a bag of rice every month, but we're just using it to show how expensive things are in Nigeria. We have a lot of money in that country. So because it's so high, the government should say, you know what, I'm gonna grant you guys what you want. Okay, let's use the 250,000. I disagree with it. It should be close to 400,000 with the inflation we have now. No, what I'm saying, based on the inflation. But then the government will say, I will accede to this, I will agree. But if I could bring down that inflation down to like 10%, I'm going to also adjust the scale, right? To where then it's going to come to like 250,000 or 100,000. This is what I'm saying.
That would be unrealistic to move from 30,000 to increase it almost 10 times. No country can survive that kind of increase.
I don't, but to Nigeria, I'm saying that the deal has to be attached to inflation, right?
Yes, even if it's attached to inflation, you're talking about 400,000.
Right, but look at inflation though. Inflation,
but inflation is not more than 10 times.
It is.
It is more than 10 times. 30% inflation is not 10 times.
But it was unfair though at that point still. Even
10 times is almost 1,000%.
Okay, but what I'm saying, there should be negotiation on that level, right? To where you cannot be, because we're just talking about minimum wage here. This is not the salary of every Nigerian. This is the minimum you're gonna pay people as a wage, right? They're not supposed to stick there. Government. If I'm the government, I'll come in and actually make it a great deal for Nigeria, right? I'm gonna say, hey, look, okay, the inflation is so high, but what I'm gonna do with you guys, I'm gonna pay you what you want, but it's gonna be gradient wise. In essence, if I can go back and bring the economy to where the inflation is less than 10%, and then I have a lot of opportunities for people to move away from minimum wage, go get a bigger job, be entrepreneurial, so that nobody even who wants to be at a minimum wage. If you have opportunities, people aren't going to be minimum wage. They're going to be making their own money. So I'll cut a deal to have respect for them, and they don't know that I have a trick up my sleeve, which is to boost that economy. I'm going to do wonders with the economy, so that money will still come down to where the inflation is. It's good for him if people have money in the country. That economy is going to hum. If people can afford it, if you pay people money, what do? They go out and spend it. Poor people are poor because they spend money foolishly, right? Right. So if you really have respect for your economy, you want to make the economy good, spend the money, right? They're gonna go buy something.
Money. They don't have that much money in the economy in the first place. So I think we can move down the list. Let's not get stuck
plenty
at
of money. What you have is you have.
But we are getting stuck at number 3. We have quite a long way to go.
Okay, go ahead.
So that one is just number 3 in terms of wages. while I'm arguing for this in Dangote Refinery to be supplied with oil. The reason why is because it's going to reduce our dependence on foreign imports of this in petroleum, which amounts to about 30% of our foreign exchange. It is consuming it. If you can reduce that, if you can bring that down to 20% or 10%, that is a massive gain.
But here
billions
is
of dollars.
Here's the fallacy in your thing. In a country that has law and order, that is not a deceptive country, then when you adjust something that if it inures to the people, to the state, fine. For example, if Nigeria comes to here, United States, and they argue to return Abacha loot and all that, and when you return that money, it doesn't go to our budget; it's reluted. Do you understand?
Yeah, okay,
so
fine. Let's not worry about it. Let's worry about the whole of the demand.
Sorry, I want to ask you a quick question.
Go ahead.
Because you are talking about the motive or the list for the what do you call it, the protest, right?
Yeah.
And you are comparing Showore with who?
With the one I put together. I put this one together while we're having conversations.
You put it together. So this is your own list, right? Showore against your own list. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the one on this side, this one will bring Nigeria's foreign currency because we spend just over $20 billion on petroleum products. That is a lot of money. It's nothing gonna be. It will have a big effect on what is going on here too, on wages in Nigeria. So that is what just this demand could do. Now, and these other ones, don't even get me started. This one is going to collapse a lot of things. We are going to be net exporters. So that is just the top three alone. This one is going to impact us losing $10 to $50 billion every year due to insecurity. And it's going to create 2 million jobs. So at the same time, get those youths off the street. This one is going to make Nigeria a net exporter. Let's say it's going to satisfy the Nigerian market. This one is going to make us a net exporter of crude. The gains from just the top three alone is just it's crazy. It's just crazy. It might even outstrip most of the other stuff that the other side is arguing about. So now I moved on to declare a state of emergency for getting the Ajaokuta steel plant online, and I can also attach brief Nigerians and this thing on a weekly basis in detail of the status of all this thing Ajaokuta steel, so that we know, because it's a critical national asset. So that is number 4.
Let me ask you now. Hold on that Ajaokuta.
Yeah.
Who do you think own it?
It should be the Nigerian, the federal government.
No. It belongs to Kogi State.
Okay, Kogi State belongs to who?
They won it in court, but Dangote is appealing. Dangote stole it from them.
Okay.
Yahya Bello went to court.
So who was funding the building of this refinery, this Ajaokuta steel plant? Is it Kogi State?
Kogi State originally built it and did everything about it. Then Dangote came and took it over.
But I asked a specific question. Did they fund it?
Yes.
Okay.
It belongs to them.
That's quite interesting. I don't know where they got the money to fund such a massive project.
No. It is federal government that built Ajaokuta steel during.
Yeah, I don't know where Kalata got his own information.
It's not Kogi. It's Ajaokuta directly. It's federal government.
Listen to me. They went to court, okay, and there was rule in their favor. You have to go.
No. The raw material is from their state, but
no. Okay, go ahead and Google it, please. Google it, because that's important.
Okay, let's see. Ajaokuta steel. Okay, Ajaokuta steel. Yeah, I got it right. Okay, let's see. State-owned enterprise, though. It does say state-owned enterprise. It's Ajaokuta Steel is a popular known Ajaokuta steel mill. It's a steel mill in Nigeria located in Ajaokuta, built on starting in 1979. It is the largest steel mill in Nigeria and refinery. However, the project was mismanaged and the 3/4 of the. Okay, let's see the history. In a feasibility study. But there was no Kogi State when it was when they started building it, so it can't be Kogi State now. So it was the federal government that probably funded it from the get-go, but somewhere along the line it fell into the lap of Kogi State. That's if you ask
you're on
me.
the page where you can read it, I don't want you to tell me and then to just read it. We're here.
No, because I just surmised that since it's 1979, there was no Kogi State. That's my take from it. And the Ajakuta Steel Limited, let's say, reached. Then how come they didn't even put the funders, the main? Is in in the Nigerian government under Olusegun Obasanjo concession, the project to Japanese. You see, the Nigerian government is still dealing with it, not Kogi State. In 2014, the project was again transferred, this time to ISPAT. The deal was financed by Global Infrastructure Holdings. The concession ended in 2018 after the government accused. Another argument again. The dispute was, oh my God, this is a travesty. In 2022, the Nigerian government paid to settle. Ajakuta still had not produced a single. Oh my God, whoever is writing this thing is really lambasting Nigeria. However, 3/4 of the plant have been abandoned during the large scale. Oh my!
You don't need to waste your time. It is during, I guess, the Babangida era that is nearly completion. He did a lot of work during that period.
The Nigerian government again announced
it's
that.
a federal government funded project.
It's very interesting because you see, I can understand why Pansad is saying what he's saying, that it's state owned. But yeah, the federal government, maybe when they say state, they mean
state owned does not mean it's Kogi or Kaduna. It belongs to the federal government. That is
it makes sense.
Look, there is a court ruling giving that state their property back, because at some point Dangote took it over. Like what he's doing now, I've said it many times that there's a nexus between Dangote and virtually every problem we have in the country. He's trying to strangle us out.
Wow.
That particular steel mill.
Dangote was not around in 1979 to cause all these problems. He was not around.
What I'm saying now, remember, Nigeria, the case is Kogi State versus Dangote Group, right?
Well, let me see whether there's a Dangote on this page. Let me search Dangote name. There's no Dangote on this page. Don't drag Dangote into this.
Just use keywords and say Dangote and Ajakuta Steel Mill. And
it should just be full of Dangote saying that he doesn't want to do steel anymore. Dangote is backing up steel.
He lost. It's already, the court ruling is that he lost. He's appealing. That's the reason why they want to arrest Yahaya Bello, because he wanted to intimidate this new governor to get it back. But the courts were courageous enough to rule against him.
See, Dangote to scrap steel investment over allegations of monopoly. Dangote abandoned steel. I want us to go back in time to see whether there's any.
Yeah, just put Dangote
Refinery.
Look, listen to me. Don't waste your time. Put in Dangote, Yahaya Bello, Ajakuta Steel Mill. That will give you what you're looking for.
Yeah. I know Yahaya Bello is mixed up in it somehow. I know that. Don't back out on Yahaya Bello prosecuting Kogi residents. President of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has garnered a fresh round of accolades as Northern Governors Monarchs. Describe the 15 billion. Okay, let me see. What are you saying there? Describe the 15 billion Aliko Dangote food. Oh, goodness. All these things, I really dislike them. 15 billion Alito Dangote food intervention. What's happening to the page now? It's not scrolling anymore. These useless sites that I don't know why they have all this garbage on their sites. Listen, president of that, I don't know what you are saying here. That
Niger, I'm on Ajakuta Steel website now. I'm on their page.
Good.
Let me see whether I can copy it and put it in the private section.
Man, I don't know.
There's not a lot of information just about us, and then contact us, latest news. Well, let me post it there so that.
Let me go to their website. Okay, it's not even working well. Ajakuta Steel. That's still Company Limited. Let's see.
So I just posted. You can click on it on their. You can see their website directly. Click on the link.
Oh, is that the one I just went to? ASL means still.
The ASCL, ASCL.
Yeah, that's the one I just went to. So yeah, and welcome to Let's Say About Us. Ajakuta steel mill was conceived and conceived and steadily developed with the vision of the complex was. They barely even mention in the Nigerian government. These are people. Economy. Ajakuta steel plant is therefore aptly tagged as backdrop of the Nigerian industrialization. The project was impacted.
You get to a point. They said they have more than 10,000 employees. Can Kogi State afford that one? It's not Kogi. It's federal government now. So
yeah, it's not the Kogi State thing. It's just a bit much. It's too big.
Yeah, just trying to link unnecessary.
It's too
How
big
can
to
they
be.
do that kind of gargantuan plan? Do they have the money?
Yeah, it's too big. But I think in terms of there was something about the documentation paperwork that seems to have assigned responsibility to the state.
Right now, it's a state-owned, right? It's not owned by Dangote Group, right? That's what you are.
No, it's definitely not owned by Dangote Group.
It's still owned by federal government, no matter what happens.
Not owned by federal government. It's state-owned. It's owned by Kogi State.
Which state?
Kogi State. Kogi State.
No, it's important.
Why are you arguing? Look it up. That's why we're here. It's owned.
Okay,
it's
I'm trying
not owned
to
by
find
Nigerian government.
maybe
It's
they will
owned by
say something
Kogi
about
State.
it about us. And they still company Nigerian the following departments. I'm trying to find where they said it belongs to Kogi. The plant by 9 was reckoned to be 98% completion in the Ajakuta State is located in Ajakuta Kogi State about capital. The plant is meant to generate no information, the diversification of Nigerian economy. It's not just a rolling steel, but an integrated iron rolling mill. Jesus Christ! I've never seen anything so convoluted. They deliberately omitted such information about who owns it. Who owns it? Ajakuta State was a company.
To Nigeria, when they said a state, the state they are referring to is the federal government. They did not say, how can it can never be Kogi now? How can Kogi? Just like Oshogbo rolling mill. Oshogbo rolling mill was also constructed when they are also doing that Alaja and when they are doing Ajakuta together. It is the federal government that built both of them. All of this rolling mill.
No, look, the federal government by Crook and Wayne gave it to Dangote Group. Then Kogi State went to court and got it back from them. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Where is the link you've got to show me now? I would like to see the link.
Okay, or you just type in something to check that maybe the lawsuit or whatever. You should be able to find something like that now. Who owns it? Just type in who owns Ajakuta Mia. Ajakuta. Just type in who owns it.
I'm trying to see what this Ajakuta steel will require different types of raw material. What is the rolling mill? What is the present state completion? Okay, and let's say who owns Jesus. And I didn't think Ajakuta Steel Company. Okay. Who owns Ajakuta Steel? State-owned entity. But they say state-owned entity. They didn't say what state. You see,
well, that one they didn't say. There's gonna be somebody else.
Yeah, it's dangerous to assume they are referring to Kogi State, but I know Yahaya was involved, so that's why I'm not shutting you completely down. Because if Yahaya was involved as a governor, maybe he's just a custodian.
Tunaja, listen to this, please. I'm reading a Punch report. They said, while the Data Steel Company, Ovian Alaja, and 3 rolling mills in Oshogbo, Jos, and Katsina were privatized by previous administration, Ajakuta and Itakpe remain in state hands. Hydro and Cotton. So it belongs to federal government. This is not something to say about it.
That's what
there are like 4 or 5 that time. You can say all of the other have been federal. Only that one.
Okay, if you don't want to search it, then I'll search it out. Go ahead and talk about something else. Let me find it, because anything that Remy says totally useless.
Yeah,
It's a
please
lie.
find it.
It's very, very funny.
No,
Go
no,
and do your homework. It's okay, no problem.
I know that there was a time when Yahaya tried to usurp, get some kind of
Through
concession.
Niger, if you are conversant with that ruling me, you will know that Babangida pumping a lot of money to that ruling me that time.
I know it definitely is federal government that
Yes,
initiated
federal
it.
government. How can that federal government will now give it to, Oshogbo still ruling me is also there, also idle. They want the federal government to build that one. The one of Alaja, they also build that one. So I don't know the people that privatize who is the owner, whether they are working on it or not. I'm not sure. But this Ajakuta, the reason why they did not get a buyer for it is that too many difficulty around it. Okay, so many stakeholders. So
because they created the confusion. There's no confusion. They created a lot of confusion around it. Go ahead.
Is there a cement factory in Kogi?
Yes, there's a cement fiber belong to Obajan
okay.
I think it's also belong to Dangote. I don't know, but I know there's a one famous cement fiber.
One, I think the federal government still own the steel, and then the cement one is the one that Yahaya Bello wrestled back from.
Maybe the cement is direct from rolling mill.
Yeah, that's true. That's why.
So you should apologize to me.
No, but you're still wrong.
What do you mean apologize? He should bow.
He said anything that come from her, they have to
you go the cement one. Let's see. Yeah, Kogi.
Why do we need to check cement now? We are just going down the list of demand. We've ended up inside cement now. Where are we going to end up next?
Okay, we just want to educate ourselves on it. But go ahead.
We want to go into stockfish market too at this rate.
So yes.
So we are at this demand this thing, and let me get this weekly and update citizens. That's an important detail. Transparency is important with everything, so that we actually know what is going on with Ajakuta Steel weekly, and update citizens weekly in detail of status of refineries of ACT steel plant. We want to know what they are doing with these things. They are passing it from one person like a venereal disease to each other, and we don't know where anything is going, whether it's going up or it's going down. As a matter of fact, they made so much money from that steel mill, it's ridiculous. And I think, Remy, you said they have 10,000 staff. For what?
Yes.
Hi. You employ 10,000 staff that are not producing anything.
So you know why that thing will continue to persist in Nigeria. I have a question.
You work for Dangote Group, right?
I asked a question.
I don't care about Dangote. I don't care about Dangote. I care about Nigeria.
Every demand you have is for Dangote, though. Look at your demand.
Maybe it seems that, but you're going to look at the others. Yeah, go ahead.
Niger, the question is this: do you want total resource control in Nigeria?
I don't care. Anything that works, that's all I care. If we have total resource control, I don't mind.
If there is total resource control, Nigeria will work. But there are some parts or some states in Nigeria, including North and South, that does not want it, okay? Because they don't want to work. Because if there is total resource control, most of these states have to look for money by themselves. No more getting money from the federal government.
They will be poor like other African countries, like Niger is poor. They will just make money.
And they won't do nothing.
Useless. Yeah, but the other states that are rich too, their leaders will still act useless too. Many African countries are rich and they are still poor.
Let me tell you something. The total allocation to Delta State in 1 month supersede 5 states of Southwest, supersede, excluding Lagos, more than all the five states of Southeast or Southwest, supersede. And that Delta State, what is happening there? Nothing.
Quite a few things are happening in Delta State too.
No.
They have train lines, all these train lines, they have train lines they didn't used to have before.
From what you guys are getting, you're supposed to even pass Lagos and the rest of it, because you don't have that population like Lagos. How many people are living in the whole of Delta State?
Delta State is quite developed in a lot of different ways, but not like Lagos.
What we are saying now is that with that huge allocation for the last how many years, you're supposed to be like very beautiful, that everybody will rush there, that they want to live
but
there.
It's not the same now when the population is about a third of what is in Lagos. And
that's what I'm trying to tell you. Compared to the allocations, it's supposed to be richer and much more developed. Because
not necessarily, because the resource that they are giving to them is still nothing compared to what Lagos is getting.
No. Remember, you guys are getting NDDCC contract. You are getting your derivation. You are also getting federal allocation. It's a huge amount of
What do you
money.
mean anything? No, it's not. You might like to think that it's a lot, but one big company that services Lagos alone will make quite a lot more money than what that.
We are not talking about that. We are talking about the allocation you guys receive. It's more
But
than all
you are
the 5
using allocation to demand. See, let me explain this. Allocation is not the reason why an area develops. Private institutions that come into that area to come and build structures and things.
So
Those
why
are
can't they use that resources to make it enable environment for private investors to let that state be #1 investor for every Nigerian? Why can't they do that?
see, you can make that argument. I've said it before. Warri used to have a seaport, and there are a lot of things that Warri used to have that is not being used. Lagos is the one usurping all that privilege.
How are they usurping it? How?
Because all the most of the goods that are arriving in Lagos, in Nigeria, is going to Lagos instead of going to the other ports in Nigeria.
No.
It's a fact now.
Let me ask you a question, Tunaija. If you buy full load of container in England, and you want to send it to Nigeria, and when you go to the what do you call this, the freight company, they will tell you which port are you taking it to, and if their route is going to go from Lagos or Calabar or Port Harcourt, you will know. And depends on your route, then you will pay the duty they will charge you, the freight or whatever they will charge you. So that is the point. It's not, but you know that if you get to Lagos, maybe it's more cheaper, and maybe so it depends on you. I think that containers still go to Calabar and Port Harcourt too, so you can directly ship down there. So don't let us make a unnecessary argument about that one. We all know how it works, okay? So
Your criticism is that these people are getting all this money.
Remy,
Should be shiny
good
stuff.
morning.
Simba, hold on.
Good
Simba,
morning to Niger.
welcome, Simba. Let me just reply. Your argument is that these places are getting so much more money that they should have developed a lot more, like Lagos has.
No. I'm trying to say with that huge allocation that is there, even if they are not surpassing Lagos, it's supposed to be number 200 in the ranking. First, I will tell you, population is not as big as Lagos. They have a lot of money coming in from them, like 4 or 5 different ways. And I am telling you that the money they are getting every month is more than the 5 southwest or 5 southeast states in a month. That's a lot of money. And still, you do not look. You do not attract investment to your state. There is no visible development. We also look. Calm down. I've gone online on YouTube to see Akwa Ibom, to see your Delta, to see Edo. All of the bloggers or what the YouTuber, they've already made video about it. And when I see you Asaba, it's not even beautiful than Akwa Ibom or even the Benin sometimes. I do not see that development. Even Bayelsa is sorry state, and they are getting a lot of money. You say the
They're not
truth.
getting a lot of money. See,
God.
that's the thing. You keep
We
saying
are talking about federal allocation. It's a lot of money.
Hold on. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. What you are doing is being disingenuous. You just want to criticize the people without even looking at the fact that you total. See, just because, okay, let me go with your argument. Let's say you have 2 houses. One of them is being given $5 every day to maintain a house. The other one is not being given anything at all, but generates $100. So are you going to say, oh, just because the other one is being given $5,
you cannot say. Let me ask you something. Let me throw it back to you. What is the population of people living in Delta?
Oh my goodness, I don't know. Let me check.
You don't know. And also check the population of people living in Edo and Akwa Ibom. I will also help you. Okay. So
Personally, the population doesn't matter.
It matters. It matters a lot. Let me tell you why it matters. Luxembourg is one of the richest countries in the world.
Okay, okay, let's be fair now. Let's compare Delta State to the Southwest states.
Which state?
That's what you want to compare. And we are not talking
about
states
in terms of population, right? In terms of population, right?
In terms of development, because that's what you're arguing about.
Yeah.
So if you compare them to the Southwest state, remember the Southwest state.
Which Southwest state? Just give us a state. You cannot.
You can go with Oyo.
Okay,
state.
why?
So if you go with Oyo State, historically, Oyo has had already an advantage because they were in the southwest, and a lot of development has
You
happened
can
there.
see he has started looking for excuse. Oyo has an advantage. So Oyo has been a federal capital before, because that is your
Oyo has
argument.
been a
You
state.
people have been every
Sorry,
time.
now let me finish my point. Oyo has been a state for longer than Delta
To
State.
Naija,
Delta State just
to
became a
Naija,
state recently.
to Naija,
Asaba started getting
compare.
built recently.
Hello, to Naija, compare
Okay, let's compare
Delta
Osun.
State.
Take
Compare
Osun.
Delta
Take
State with
Osun.
Ondo.
The
Ondo
best, if you
or
want to
Osun.
compare,
No,
a south
Patrick,
state,
let
go
him
with
take Osun.
River
Let
State.
him
Go
take
with River
Osun.
State. River State
No.
is the correct one to go with, not Delta State. River State is old. It's just as
I'm
old as
flying my
Oyo.
state
That makes
at
sense.
you. Let me tell you, I'm taking Osun. Oh yeah, let's compare Delta and Osun. Oh yeah.
No, Osun is a new state.
Yes.
Okay,
Delta is
good.
also
You
a
see,
new state.
now that's a fair one. Let's
compare.
I'm now
Let's
rubbing
compare.
my hands. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, we know that Delta has a higher GDP than Osun State. You want to compare? Compare it, you're going to see that it's higher. Let's do that. Nigeria. Nigeria states GDP. Let's see what I need to bring it up. I think he has it here. GDP by state. And let's see the top ones is Lagos, River State, or Akwa Ibom State. You see all the states we are talking about that are useless. Their GDP is quite high. Delta is also there. And where is Osun State?
You are comparing. You know why they are giving.
Let's not do that.
Wait now. We are talking about what they use their the money, raw money, the money that they are getting. That's what they use to calculate their GDP.
We are going to
What
go to
do
the
they
states and
have?
we're going to view the states on YouTube.
What do they have in Delta? What do you have in Delta? Because you know the problem, people
What do you
overrated
have in
you.
Osun State?
You are overrated.
What you have in Delta.
Excuse me. To Nigeria, you know you are overrated because people thought that you know, but you know nothing.
You really like to abuse me. This guy, he just come here and start to yab me. Okay.
Because that your state, even Delta State, you know nothing about Delta State. Tell me, how many universities do you have in your state? Because you are a Google master. You always Google. How many universities do you have in your state?
To Niger. Let me just shock. Let me shock Remy for a second because he really doesn't know what's going on in the southeast, right? I've posted just 3 links.
We're not talking about southeast.
Hold on. I'm talking. Let me talk about Abia State. Just one. Let me talk about one city. Just listen to this. Could you play the first clip? The first clip I have there. Just wait. It's for a couple of minutes.
Can we just
I'll give you an idea. Click on the first one. I want to
one.
show you something. Click on the first one. I have 3.
Don't let him to Niger. We are doing something before he came here, so don't let him take over from
this. Let's finish the this in Delta State. Let's find Osun in this list because it looks like he's
how many universities? How many universities?
Can we travel to Osun State? We've gone through 15 now. There's Osun State. Let's keep going. 15.
Go down now.
We know you have money. We know where you have money. We know you have money. That is not what we are talking about. What do you use the money for? That is what we are talking about.
Doesn't mean anything.
What is it you've got in Osun State? Say it, then I'll tell you what is in Delta State. What do you have?
Okay, let's take education. For instance, let us be taking it sector by sector. Education. Okay. How many universities do you have in your state?
In Delta State, I know of one of them. I know of one university in Delta State. I don't know.
You are from Delta now. Confirm.
No. If I know, how am I
supposed to know?
I don't know. I'm saying I don't know. What is wrong with you? I know because I'm thinking of University of Benin, but I know there's one in our.
Can you be thinking of University of Benin in Delta?
Calm down now. Calm down. I'm saying there's one that I know that is in Abraka, and there's another one. I'm suspecting one is in Asaba, but I'm not sure. Maybe they have up to 2. Okay, let's just type it anyway. How many universities in Delta State?
Just Google. Google master now. Google it if you don't know.
Goodness. So you just come here to Yambi, is that it? In the Delta State. Okay, let's see. 3 universities. Oh my, I thought it was 2 even.
Google how many universities in Osun State?
Okay, Osun. Okay, Osun State. Is that? That's not the state of Adeleke, is it? That one is only 12 universities exist in Osun. Is it okay? How many of them are private?
Okay, check now. Check how many are private, how many are for
almost all of them are private
for government. No.
Okay, let's go now. University of Osun State, that's one of them. Okay, these are all private. Look at the state-owned ones here.
Continue now.
All of them are private. They listed them by private. And
all of them are not private. All of them are not private.
Two are state-owned. The rest are private. Two are state-owned.
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true that are state-owned.
Play my clip
so I could go now, please.
I cannot see what you are posting, but I can even mention 4 that are public universities.
There
are a lot of universities.
Can you calm down now? Can you calm down? Let me just read it. I think he may be right. 2 are federal universities. Say Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. That's not Osun State.
The University of Earth Science in Laorogun.
Sorry, is Ile-Ife in Osun State?
Yes.
That's not fair now. Osun, that's an old, ancient this kingdom.
Can you imagine now? So that Asaba is not ancient. What is not ancient? What is not ancient? Sapele is not ancient.
We are talking about literally the birthplace of the Yorubas. That's what you're talking about.
None of those are Ivy League universities.
Look at the kind of stuff they are bringing up here.
Niger, you are not going on. You're going into another realm. Play my tape. These are not Ivy University.
Don't let him hijack what we are discussing. You know, we're having civil. Tunaja, let's continue.
I think.
So that one now.
He was trying to yap South states compared to.
Yeah, and it's yapping.
Nobody. Let me tell you. No, to Niger. Wait, he's not yapping South State, and I'm surprised. I'm surprised that you are defending the indefensible. You know why?
You know that
you should. And that is what we do.
He's come here.
Your states collected a lot of money, and you have little or nothing to show for it.
Or remove him, please.
University is not how you know how you got something to show for it.
Let us take it sector by sector now. We are taking it sector by sector. Health sector. Let's take health. Let's take health.
So you, Niger, you switched over to your normal.
Let me. No. I think
here to make noise.
You want me to just be showing videos of southeastern states?
He said something. He said something. So I want to show him the level of development. Or not. Every time they say people in Lagos should go back to the southeast, I want to show him that these southeastern states are even better than Lagos. They don't know that.
We know.
Right?
We know.
Okay, then hold on. Let's play. Hold on.
We know you are better.
Let's play some of it. Just relax.
Well, that's not our argument here. Tonight, don't let this old man change what you are talking about.
When you're telling somebody to go back, I want you to see where you're telling them to go
back.
They
go back now.
They're gonna go back. Don't worry. Let's listen. Let's look at a couple of axes. You don't know that.
Well, I don't know what this one is showing. Yeah, these are just showing construction sites.
No, this is Arena Market, for example. When you hear Arena Market now, but here's what
the resolution is not exactly very impressive. Now,
it's very impressive. Just wait. It's gonna show you what it looks like. Rome. You could see it. The scale of development in all these places. I want to show you airport.
These are all completed. Probably like an architectural design that is doing for us.
By the resolution that they use to shoot these things, they must have better quality.
Okay, then go to the next one. Let me get you a better resolution one. Don't worry. Because these people don't know. I want to show them. It's not a shopping.
Let's not start this now. Let's not start this now.
Oh, you know. See, you don't know.
To Niger, you are the one that allow him. You are the one that you are just.
Remy started this wahala. You came and supported him.
No. Okay. It's not about
the last one now.
You know my own point.
What this is?
This is what is wrong with these people with low resolution images? This is 780p. No, this is 480p. It's like.
Are you sure it's not from your section?
No, look at it now. Let me show you now. Look at it. It's like who uses 480p anymore?
All right, go to the last one. Go to the last one too. I gave you a better resolution. Don't complain. I want to educate these people for their own good, so you know what's happening in Nigeria. So you don't just you don't go thinking that Lagos is heaven on earth and the rest of Nigeria is not. You have to look at what level of development
this one
this
is
like.
better resolution. You
So
see,
what
yeah.
is this?
Turn up the volume so they will, you know what you're watching.
What is the volume going to tell us? The volume is not going to say anything.
I don't even
you
know.
know what you
What
should do.
Yeah, it's an area view that matters in all this.
No, it's not area view. This time I want to show you what's happening. When you're looking at markets in the southeast that look like Rome, right? You ought to be proud of your
state is better than this.
Okay, thank you. It looks very beautiful. Very beautiful.
This is where you went abroad as a development in the southeast.
Look at the next one.
You're not a good marketer, Basa.
Look at second to the last one.
Basa, you are embarrassing your people here. What's wrong with you?
You don't
How can you
understand
do this?
That market looks like. If you know what it looks like, you're not gonna believe it, right?
That's the last one I'm showing right now. It's the
I'm
last
talking
one.
about second to the last one, the ones you haven't shown. Just
second to the last one is the 480p that I was complaining about.
Okay, then go to top to the last one.
Now,
top to the last one.
Okay.
Don't type Anambra State. Jesus Christ, answer.
No, you always talk about Anambra, and I don't want anything from Anambra. I want to show you Enugu, Abia.
Yo, this is
like
not
that. Forget about Anambra because all the time. Hold on, all the time.
This is the area view, right?
No, forget about Anambra now. Type Abia or type Enugu. I want to show you. Forget about Anambra.
Okay, guys, I have to go.
Type Abia. So you could see the refinery that they're building in Abia. The Abia State Refinery is bigger than Dangote Refinery.
Oh my God!
Right?
Abia State Refinery.
The Abia State International Airport is bigger than any airport.
Abia State Refinery is bigger than Dangote Refinery.
No, I'm trying to tell you.
Where is it now? I'm looking for Abia State Refinery. I don't see anything here. All I see is Dangote. What is going on?
Okay, click on that one there. Click on second. Forget the woman.
This one,
click
the second link.
Click that one there with where your hand is right now. Click on that. Because even the modular one I will show you still is more. It's gonna be bigger than anything Dangote, and theirs is gonna be ready in a year, right? So his is never gonna be ready. So you have to understand. For example, the international airport,
Industrial Innovation Park. Okay, let me see which one this one is showing.
Or the new city, the new industrial city in Enugu. I mean,
this is not real now. This one is
no, it's real. It's more real than Dangote already. NNPC told you that.
This is
let's see what I'm saying.
You know what? You are not allowed. You have been demoted. You should be fired. You should be fired. You are not helping the Southeast at all. You should be fired. This is not right. No, they have not corrupted me. I was hoping that you were going to defend your people very well. You wouldn't even allow me to it. You wouldn't even play.
You wouldn't even play.
This is all right, man.
Play. You're gonna see the construction.
You are ruining
the
image of
the newspaper are gonna tell you. Not
what they tell me is what I should believe, or what my eyes can see. Come on, man.
Whatever. You go to the Enugu State. Go to the Enugu State new city, right? The new city in Enugu State that is nothing but hospitals. So these people don't know. They're over there talking on that new factory for automobile, brand new electric automobile.
When they use Lagos, you don't want to use this in Anambra. You don't want to use.
I don't want to use Anambra because what the Anambra people are doing is that they come and they're doing Igbo supremacy in essence, as if Anambra is the Anambra is the only.
You've not finished hold on, now you're
I might be from Anambra, right? I might be from Anambra.
Oh my God!
What I'm saying is this: it looks like because Anambra is too close to the Yorubas, right? So every time all these people are talking about Anambra and they forget there's a lot happening in all of the southeastern states.
Stop.
Right?
Stop.
So,
I want you to know that. Fighting the Fulanis and the Yorubas. Now you're fighting on Anambra too.
I'm going on.
Let's leave it. Let's leave it.
I'm going after CM. I'm going after everybody.
You are going after. This is never going to end at this rate.
What I'm saying is that when people like Simba here and these people, if they get to Dubai, it's gonna look better than Dubai. They don't even know that they're talking nonsense about Lagos and the dirty streets and all that.
Aba was a terrible place. Until that's why I used was
right.
Until OT got there and started cleaning house.
I mean, that place looks like Rome.
Let's hope it does.
It looks like Rome now.
It can be now
right?
within a few.
Well, what I'm saying, Google it right now. Don't talk to me.
I just came from there.
No, let's go back. What's the keyword you put
Let's
in there?
not do this, man. Let's just go down this list so that
Okay,
people
so now let me say something about your list. Okay, remove your
Okay.
list. We don't want it. If you want to protest, make your own protest on your own list. We don't want you distracting us. We got a list.
So you want to go with all these lists that doesn't.
I do. Let me tell you why. I'll say this and I'll let other people talk. There's not that many of us. It should be conversational. We don't want any distraction. It's the same thing by saying during the campaign, Peter Obi should wait for his turn and all this and all that. That's distraction. He's in the race. Right now, we set up to do protest. Show what has got the list. We subscribe to the list. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Even if the government accedes to the list, it's not enough. Mm-hmm. Virtually, this Tinubu government is over. It's illegitimate. Let me just cut to the chase. That's what it is. So you gotta look at it and you say, hey, this is vague. They can never be able to meet this. Yes, they can't. They shouldn't be able to meet any of it. They're illegitimate. Like even if they give us promise they're gonna do XYZ in 6 months, they won't do it. You saw how Buhari did it with Tinubu and NSAS. They killed our people. They met the demand. There were 5 demands, but all they did was to rename the SARS, and then they're right back doing what they're supposed to do. So they're untrustworthy. They're deceitful. So when they put that list together, for example, to scrap the constitution, that's not going to be easily met. There's no way they could meet that. So what does it mean? It's over for the administration. They're done. Now, do they have the numbers to go after them? I'm giving my advice to say, go after the support. Do you understand? Go after the Imo State governor, right? The Abuja minister, Wike, the support. There should be a lot of pressure put on those people. All those people that support this administration should be put under pressure. And eventually, Tinubu is going to abscond and run. He cannot deliver a new constitution. We know that, but it should be there. I like it. Things that he cannot deliver. If the people mean business, I want Showore to make sure that this time he's saying a tiger is coming. When we get there, we want to see a tiger. Okay, so that's my take on that. And
thank you.
Remy,
we
and
should be rounding up soon anyway. Remy
yeah.
just came and started trouble, but he ran away, which is just fine. So the list of the demand, I need to read it through so that at least for documentation purposes, people see the comparison of the list of demands. So we have done that. Invest heavily in education and give Nigerian students grants, not loans. Aggressively pursue free and compulsory education for children across Nigeria, which is a good thing by and large. There's nothing wrong with that. That's one of the best things I've seen on the list, but it's mostly for future ink output. It's not going to be, the benefit is not going to happen today. It's going to happen in 20 years time. So that one, I will still consider it something that you do after you've gotten the system in place. So mine was about this thing. Okay, I've done the Dangote one. Declare state of emergency on Ajakuta State, which I've already done. So go to 5. Brief Nigerians weekly in state. That's weekly in status of these critical national assets. This is very, very important, because if you are telling Nigerians what is going on with these national assets, they can be able to verify it and be on the same page as the federal government, which will lead to greater trust and with the government. So that's just that one. Number 6, that he stated. Oh no, number 5 for this insurance one is release Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally and demilitarize the southeast. Yeah, that's going to help. They are going to do that, all right. Then the next one is renationalize publicly owned enterprises sold to government officials and cronies. That one not likely to happen too. That one happens when you have taken over the government. No, they cannot do it on your behalf. You see, and that's what I have concerns about. He's not thinking it through, he's just making demands. Then brief Nigerians. Okay, I've done that one. Then my number 6 is declare a national emergency on electricity. Deploy mobile power plants to support national grid, power state capitals 24/7 while national grid is upgraded. So that is that on that one. And that is a measure that will actually work, and it doesn't cost a lot of money to power all these capitals in Nigeria. And then on his own is the 10th one. I think I've read quite a lot on his own. I think he says probe past and present leaders who have looted treasury, recover their loot and deposit it in a special account to fund education. All these things are things you do when you've taken over the government yourself. You can't expect government that are
it's
not
gonna
enough
come there. That's why it's there. It's gonna, we are look to Nigeria. By the way, let me say that I made a mistake when I was putting
sorry, let me finish reading it.
Obajana
Let me
cement.
finish reading the list so that everybody can know, because not everybody knows what Showore is demanding to, and which is probably the main demand of the protest they are talking about in Nigeria. So not everybody knows. They need to be able to hear it out. So
Yeah.
reinstate, okay, national probe passed this thing. Then the next one is 9, restructuring of the Nigeria to accommodate Nigeria's diversity, resource control, decentralization, and regional development. That is not a bad demand to ask for. And as a matter of fact, some of this conversation is already happening now.
That's a very good one. Yes.
Yeah, that's a good demand to ask for. And then it says reforms of security agencies to stop continuous human rights violations and duplication of security agencies, and hence enhance the physical security of the Nigerian citizens. You see,
another good one.
He put this one at the last. They should be at the top. This one should be at the top. Then the downstream stuff should be reform their behavior so that this bloody civilian mentality goes away. I should have included that on mine if I had more. I wrote just 9.
You saw me questioning the former colonel that came to
yes.
Dr.
Yeah, like I said, let me finish the list, please. We are going to go through other things. Establish a special energy fund immediately to drive massive corruption-free power sector development. This our language is not very clear. They will be confused when they hear this one even. Like, what do you want? Do you want power corruption free, or do you want the power sector to grow properly? Because both things are not very compatible in that industry. So that's going to confuse them. So and I said increase. This one is the one that is also strategic. I don't know what Ashore is a strategic thinking person actually. And then I said increase wages and welfare of our security personnel. That's a very powerful thing, because while you're
I disagree with that one.
Yeah, you may not, but
I don't.
While you are going to protest and you are arguing for the increase of wage for the people that are going to be policing you, you can see that they too will feel like, okay, maybe we should take it easy on these guys. They're also on our side.
You would think so, but they don't do that. And the last they were asking for an increase on their wages, right? Don't forget that, and they shut out. Yeah. It was part of the demand was to pay them better.
The one that shot at them were the rogue ones that nobody can nail down.
Too bad. Let them They out of here this time.
And that NSAS protest, I think there's a little bit of a retelling of the story. That NSAS protest, the government gave them everything they wanted. They just carried on with the protest, burning prisons down and causing all kind of burning.
No, but they stopped too quickly. They should have gone all the way. We're gonna do this time. We're not making the demands so they can meet it.
Nigeria for nothing.
We don't want them to meet the demands.
Syria, they went all the way. Look at what it got Syria. Egypt went all the way. Where did he get them? In the end, you have to know, you have to be strategic when you think about this. You can't just do stuff. It's not going to get you anywhere. If you think you're just going to take over the state, who is in charge? You don't even control your country. You have to be careful what you ask for. When you demand some of the things on my list, it's hard for the government to say they cannot do it. It's really, very hard because all the citizens are in support of it too. So you are going to concentrate attention and they're going to have to do those things. If they do one of them even, it's going to be a big thing for just one of the first 6 that I included. It's going to be a big thing for Nigeria. But if they do some of 2 to 3 of the ones on the list of this Showore one, it's not going to make a dent. The Nigerian state might still remain the same way. Not much is going to change. So I look at impact. Impact is very, very important. And I don't think the way we protest, if you look at this list, you can see why impact of protest doesn't go too far. So I said increase the wage of this one is more strategic, and it also helps the security people to get this more motivated with their jobs.
I disagree with that one as well.
They may have to face a lot of dangers to secure the country.
I disagree with your number 8.
I believe in it. I think if you want to take over a state, you have to support the powerhouses in that state. One of the powerhouses,
you are not getting, you're not getting it. You don't understand. This is the people, right? I mean, go and look at what's happening in Kenya. First of all, look at what's happening in Kenya. That'll give you an idea.
Of the security forces, if you support the powerhouses, they are more likely to support you too. What soldier doesn't want to get better salary and better welfare? They want all that too. What policeman doesn't want that?
Nigerian soldiers are stupid and they're criminals.
Okay, if you start from that premise, you wonder why things go wrong.
There's nothing they can do. We're coming to take our country back. That's it.
So I also increase wages and welfare for legal professionals, including lawyers and judges. The reason why I say that is because these people are the ones that have to carry out the rules that you put in place. If you don't do that,
they're corrupt. They cannot do. They're very corrupt. All the government has to do is to offer them money, and they don't think about the future. They don't think about their kids. They don't think about our country. Just like the soldiers, they're all corrupt, right? So you think you can induce them to do the right thing? You can't. I just told you that
I hear what you are saying,
right?
You still have to lean out. It's not all of them that are going to take your side.
We don't need them to achieve what we want. Go and look at Kenya.
You need them. You need all of them. They are going to take you to court. Who is going to be in the court? Who is going to be on the dock? You are going to be on the dock. And one of the things that they're going to be reading out that you are recommending is their own salaries and their own welfare.
To Nigeria, we're going for a new constitution here.
You have to
don't worry. Just do your own protest. Do your own list. Leave Showere's on alone. Do your own.
You're right. This is just my list. I'm a humble this Nigerian out here. So I said buy Nigerian made goods like vehicles, furniture, machineries, and all that stuff. That is the final one. And all these
that's a good one. That's a good one, but it cannot stand on its own. We don't care. We want the country back, right? So when we have the country back, they're gonna buy the goods. A lot of the stuff you're talking about is gonna be achieved once we have the respect of the government, where it's the people, right? So we're gonna have that. We're gonna have it back. But what I was saying to you is that if you look at the Kogi I was talking about, it was the cement, not the steel. But isn't it funny that even if you made a mistake, you go to another vertical, it's still Dangote and the Kogi's cement, your Bajana, right? So if you make a mistake, you see that monopolist over there as well. He's the one trying to take over that steel. Now he's vowed to leave it alone. But you go to Bajana, he's trying. I posted some things for you to play on whenever you have time, you want to change the topic. But we are getting ready to do a protest. We don't need you to come modifying it. A lot of it look hard to attain. We like it like that. We don't want to pay the police more and pay the judges more. We want the minimum wage paid. Right?
Okay. Let me just read this one so that for the record.
Okay.
It says immediate reconstitution of the Nigerian electoral body, the Independent National Electoral Commission, to remove corrupt individuals and partisan hacks appointed to manipulate elections.
Beautiful.
13. That's a good one.
Like that one. I like that 12.
Yeah. 13. Massive investment in public works and industrialization will help employ Nigerians teeming youths.
Very good one.
That's the only area you want to create jobs for them.
14 is the best.
Massive shake-up in Nigerian judiciary to remove cabals of corrupt generations of judges and judicial officials that continue denying everyday citizens access to real justice. You see, these are so vague.
But that's good though. It's very good.
It's good. But it's too vague, it's too broad.
I know, but all that settled in negotiation. When the government enters into negotiation with the protesters, right? Then they're gonna try to narrow it down. It's vague on purpose, right? So I understand what you're saying.
Buy up the protest. See, when you make it vague, that's when corruptions happen. They can use it to buy the leaders of the protest.
Yeah, you got a point. As far as the way it's generalized, that's true. It could be tighter. But that's not it's not a deal breaker. We're going on a protest, right? So this is Showere's list. There are Northerners have their own, Southeasterners have their own, Southwesterners have their own, the youth have their own. it all but like myself, I don't want any of it to work. I want the government brought down because they're illegitimate, right? They rigged the election, and INEC, they haven't fired anybody. They've conducted other elections. For example, in Imo State, an unpopular governor won all 29 local government areas, all of it. Something that seldom happens, right? Even if you're popular, it's okay. So every other subsequent election, INEC
Okay,
now
guys,
entrenched.
I want to sleep. Oh.
Okay,
Hold
want to
on,
say
fast,
something?
fast.
You want
No,
to talk?
I'm just telling you guys I'm out now. I want to rest.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, Patoski.
Yeah. Patrick, aren't you gonna say something
We should
before
be
you
rounding
support
up
the?
soon.
Do you support it? Do you support the protest, Patrick?
Yes, I support the protest. In short, and one thing I really see about the protest is that nobody should dictate to anybody where to go and protest. They can protest anywhere in Nigeria as long as they are Nigerians. Even if they are outside the country, they can protest. You can't say, go to your state and protest, don't protest here, don't protest. I don't support that. But I don't support destruction. That's the point. And anybody that does destroy anything, they should hold the leaders accountable for it. So I am for that. But beyond that, they should take the protest to the state governors. You know, those guys are destroying the system. We have been focusing on the National Assembly, but do you know that the entire budget of the National Assembly is lower than the smallest budget of the smallest state? It's not, I don't think it's even up to 1/4 of the budget of the smallest state. Yet we just focus on National Assembly. Apart from the fact that these state governors have crazy budget, they have enormous power. They have power over of the police. They can oppress people. They can. So it is something that people need to look into. And if we must protest, we must let that happen. And if I want to protest against the Tinubu government, I don't have to go to Abuja. Because when he wanted my vote, he didn't tell me to come to Abuja to vote for him. I voted in my state, and my vote counted in my state for his presidential bid. So why can't my protest and my voice be heard from my state? Why do I need to go to Abuja for my voice to be heard? So it is just sentimental, tribal, and it cannot be said to be democratic of clean motives for saying that people should go to their state to protest. They protest where they reside. That's where they pay their taxes. That's where they live their lives, right? And if they protest in their state and things improve, that's where they are going to enjoy it. So it is where you are staying that you should protest, because that's where you have a stake. You understand? So to me, it is crazy for you to start saying that they should go to their state to protest. And the one thing I don't really enjoy is to say that it is a part of the country or a set of people that are protesting. No, everybody is feeling the pain, and people have a right to protest. You understand? If the part of the country is making a protest, then a protest is sending a message. So the most important thing is let's hear what they are saying. What is the message that we are getting? And if we close our ears to those messages, the protest should continue. Let these politicians know that we have a voice, because the election is not a place in Nigeria. Our election has not come to the point where we can say that's a place where we express ourselves. The elections today, I know people might speak against me. Votes don't count in Nigeria, except we want to deceive ourselves. Votes don't count in Nigeria. That's why when those guys are contesting, when they want to run for election, the first thing they do is go and see the godfathers before they come to see the populace. Because those godfathers like IBB, all of them, they are the ones who have the vote. It is not the rally that you see, hey, vote for me, vote APC. No, it is those people. So that means you and I, our votes don't count. So this protest is the only way we can force them to think. This is the only way we can make them sit up and see what Nigerians are feeling. If you're saying the guy is trying, yeah, he's trying, but we are not feeling it. We are not seeing it. 1 year is gone. Before you know it, we're already in July now. By August, we're going to be in like the first quarter of the second year of the tenure. Before you know it, 6 months is gone. By the time you get to 2025 December, you are getting ready for another election. They will start doing lobbying for election, and 2026 is going to be a year of campaign. So this is the time to
I
hold
like
them
the statement
accountable.
you make. I like the statement you made about how the GDP, that's the entire money spent by the House of Assembly and the people in Abuja is less than that of each state, because sometimes people think the House of Assembly and others people, the kind of money they make is just too big. Given that if that is less, is less than what the smallest states gets annually, that should tell you something. But that said, anyway, I appreciate you coming in. And gentlemen, Pansat, I don't know, this is Prince Daddy, Patoski, Simba. I appreciate you all for joining us. I think it's about time we wrap the show up. And Shola, I see you there on the chat. Thank you for joining us. Michael Ofoma, thank you for joining us. Adesina John, I appreciate you. We are global. Israel Okuru, Doi G, Mogul One, Boaz Biggie, Kando, I see you all there. Bamidele, I see you there, Bamidele. Chioma, as always. Ayo, I see you. I see you all there. Team Majek, thank you all for joining us. Olga, I cannot be able to read everybody's name out there. Let me just read all the people that contributed. Ayo, thank you for your contributions. You have always been supporting the channel. And Ayo again. And George Blue Shell, thank you for the donation. And Chioma, thank you for the this. Now that's Chioma, thank you for the donation again. And Chioma there again. And we have Michael Babs. Thank you for the donation. As always, Tope O, always representing. Thank you for the donation. Until next time, we will play you the music to take us out of the show. Let me get it lined up. And I hope you all, take into account some of the discussions we've had today. I'm glad that we actually, went into actually checking information out. I learned some things today from everyone, including Patoski. They just talked about how, all the states have more money at their disposal than the House of Assembly put together. So that's something that people need to understand. So thank you all. Till next time. Bye.
Obunu gini kama chozunu imana chukwa kosi womo onyele miu nyelu yumi. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so, obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzikin fella chasha Obuziki femi chasha me. My baby, you know say you gon' love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me.